Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Perfect Infiltrator? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. His whole life had kind of been one big training session. As a kid, having a waifish build and girly looks was bad enough. But Nagisa also happened to be quirkless. And so, he was a bully magnet. Thugs from the nearby middle school would cut him off on his way home and beat him into the dirt. Of course, it was never severe enough to tell a teacher, who only cared enough if Nagisa showed up with broken bones or something. Bruises and cuts were nothing new, every single day. In class, it was mostly elementary school bullying. Kids would throw him side comments whenever he was called up to read. The girls would talk behind his back, the boys would throw their crap at him. Occasionally his stuff would get stolen, or graffiti would be left on his desk. So naturally, he took countermeasures. He'd map out routes to avoid the middle schoolers, using a variety of shortcuts that a third grader probably shouldn't know about. Dark alleyways, rooftops, and even sometimes he'd crawl into the sewers if he was desperate enough. Disgusting, he was aware, but that's beside the point. He'd do the same thing for his own school too, coming and going to certain places at certain times of day, avoiding those who took advantage of the fact that he was small and weak. Not to mention he started arriving far earlier than the other kids, so no one would get the chance to graffiti his desk. He realized that the kids only stole things they could get away with stealing: a pen or pencil, some pages from his notebook, the crayon he was using, etc. The solution was to just bring extras, like a pack of pencils, a spare pen, a box of crayons. You get the idea. Which is how, at the age of 8 years old, reconnaissance became a very natural part of his daily routine. Occasionally he'd get held up no matter what he did to avoid the tormentors. But being so tiny had its perks, surprisingly enough. It meant it wasn't hard slipping out of sticky situations. He was fast, not enough to stand out from the crowd during gym, but enough that he could run when he needed to. He could dodge, too, and so it wasn't very long before his reflexes developed into something actually respectable, believe it or not. Of course, the injuries happened regardless. Not because of the thugs, but because of his beloved mother. His mother, to put it simply, was a little sick in the head. Maybe that's a bit rude, but regardless, the doctors called it bipolarism. Later on in life, he would end up learning that most people with that kind of disorder often lived normal lives with the help of therapy and medication, something his mother was too stubborn for. At the time, however, he didn't understand what it meant, just that it was an ugly word that his mother didn't like. A word that meant hurt. Hurt when his mother found out that he would not develop a quirk. Hurt when she cried in her room for hours. Hurt when she called him a burden, a disappointment, as if he had chosen to be a weakling. Hurt when she slapped him hard across the face, tears in her eyes, and dimmin did she pack a punch. She hadn't wanted a boy. She wanted an obedient daughter, a cute little girl that she could dress up in frilly pink dresses and make into her doll, and the fact that he was quirkless on top of that made it even worse. Not that having a son stopped her in any way, because why would it? And while finding out that he was quirkless was a huge letdown for her, at the same time it seemed to be a blessing in disguise, because it meant he had no way of fighting back. He didn't fight back when she stuffed him in cutesy and bright pastels like bubblegum pink and peachy yellow and even periwinkle blue. Sometimes, she'd change the color of the clothes he actually wanted to wear, inky blacks and darker, more robust greens and blues becoming sickly whites and aquamarines. That was his mother's quirk, chromokinesis. A slightly weaker form of limokinesis that gave her the ability to change and manipulate colors. She's somewhat capable of camouflage and can alter someone's mood, since colors have an affect on a person's state of mind. Most typically, she used her power to push Nagisa into a state of submissiveness via bombarding his vision with dark colors mixed in with bolder, harsher ones. It did the trick, always invoking fear and making him feel sick, like he'd just experienced the world's most intense LSD trip. Not that he knew what an actual LSD trip felt like, but he assumed it was something very similar. But to be honest, she didn't really need to, since it's not like he had the willpower to fight back, but it took away his desire to. Well, obviously he'd wanted to fight it. At first anyways. But as the years went by, he learned that she only did this because she was tired and scared, that he didn't have the right to protest because she was his mother. He had to do whatever she told him to do, and he accepted it quietly because he just couldn't bring himself to deny his poor, sick mother. She needed him, she wanted him to be successful in life, and if he had to dress up like a girl and endure her yelling fits and sometimes get slapped or punched or kicked or strangled to near unconsciousness in order to keep her sane and happy, then so be it. He loves her and she loves him. She loves him. She has to. So, his pain tolerance was higher than most, to say the least. The scars on his back he explained to others as being from a childhood accident, and most of the others that were on his arms and legs were too faint to notice. Mother knew how to treat wounds so that they wouldn't infect or scar up too badly afterwards, and good thing too, or that'd be a fresh walk through hell. Though sometimes he'd be forced to patch up himself, which he could do just fine, thank you very much, since he watched her do it herself. And that was another thing he could do. Observe and learn. It was because his mother never even bothered to teach him the things he wanted to learn, so he taught himself. He was good at it too. Certain hobbies and skills he picked up simply by watching and through some intensive trial and error. Once he decided to learn how to stitch up his ruined clothes. They had been torn off his body by mom, and then subsequently replaced by fluffy dresses. What joy! And he did this by watching her do it herself. She didn't say anything when he peered over her shoulder and stared at her patching up a hole in a blanket, and he tried it himself around midnight, long after he ought to have been sleeping. The result was dozens of tiny holes in his fingers where he had repeatedly pierced his hands, and a stream of swear words that he was very aware shouldn't be in his vocabulary, but it would come in handy when his mother gave him a cut so deep, he ended up stitching up the wound himself. It hurt like a beach, as one could imagine. And it was like that for many other things, too. He learned some basic self-defense maneuvers at age 10, ones where even someone as pathetically puny as him could bring someone down. He had climbed up a fire escape and watched a class of young girls and women being taught hand-to-hand. He took a video with a cam recorder and mimicked their movements. It was a sloppy imitation, but it did the trick, relatively speaking. He learned a wide variety of other skills this way, either through looking up videos or watching others do it. Some judo throws that a kid his size could pull off with some practice, a little bit of aikido, learning how to tie knots, and for no reason whatsoever, baking pastries. Hunger never chooses a convenient time to strike. Also, there was his talent of being able to mask his emotions. Saying the wrong thing in front of his mother, looking too vulnerable and scared around the kids who picked on him, it always got him in trouble. So no matter how turbulent the storm inside of his heart was, no matter how much it hurt or how badly he wanted to just make it stop, he realized that keeping a straight face, or faking a smile, or pretending to be upset about something he shouldn't be happy about was the only way to make sure nothing bad ever happened. The hardest part was remembering how other people would act when trying to fake an emotion different from the one they were feeling. A mouth with upturned corners isn't the same as a smile. Tears don't necessarily mean sadness. Anger could easily be pain and fear trying to look scary. Learning what to do and what to say in certain situations, knowing what to do rather than acting how you felt, it was no easy task, to put it mildly. Probably the thing that ended up being the most troublesome was something he liked to call mock ESP. It was always hard to tell what his mother would be like on certain days. Sometimes she put on a facade of an ordinary, caring, doting mother who made cookies and worked hard at her job. She would come home with a poor imitation of a smile on her face, not because it was insincere but because it was just plain off. Still, it usually meant that the day would be relatively painless, at least physically. Usually. Other times, it was all a ruse to lure him into a false sense of security. An almost admirable tactic from a strategic point of view. Either she was being nice because she was planning something behind his back, or she was keeping up appearances to stop herself from outright snapping. It scared the hell out of him, not knowing if she was genuinely happy or if he was dealing with the calm before the storm, but luckily he was able to pick up certain songs from her that meant one thing or the other. Small things like changes in countenance, body language, twitches in the fingers or feet, shifts in stance, speech patterns. A glance over in this direction, shoulders facing another direction. One heavy breath per minute. Nervous habits, like biting your lip, skinning your cheek, rubbing your wrists. Little idiosyncrasies that told a story better than words did. God knows he can't rely on people to say what's on their minds. Though look who's talking, right? He learned how to get answers out of people without asking them directly. Questions or other phrases would trigger certain reactions that told him everything he needed to know, misdirecting the conversation to make himself seem a little less suspicious. It turned out to be useful when talking to Mother. It was a safe way to speak with her about a subject without actually talking about the subject at all. And of course, his mother, in an effort to make him into the success she never was, or as much of a success as a quirkless kid could be, made him study all day during Sunday by giving him large books to read with the promise that he'd only get to eat dinner if he read. One of those books was a Sherlock Holmes novel. He glanced at the page and initially groaned a bit at the Victorian-era style of text and the bits of foreign dialect that made it hard to understand, but he grabbed a dictionary and made it work. The book was, to say the least, very interesting. He was enthralled immediately after the first chapter, riveted by the amount of detail put into the people and places. His heart raced during the tense scenes, every inch of him tingling with excitement, his mind under a spell or enchantment as he flipped each page with a vigor he oh so rarely got to feel in his daily life. He ended up asking his mom to buy him more Sherlock books, which she was pleasantly surprised about. It worked out better than he expected, since from then on Dew pretty much just left him alone on Sundays, assuming he was reading Sherlock. From then on, Sherlock became his personal hero, which was a bit ironic considering he lived in a world where heroes actually exist, and have powers that make the deductive reasoning of the investigator look like child's play. But Nagisa cared very little for heroes like All Might, who coasted by with raw power and natural charisma, or Endeavor, who clearly wasn't as interested in saving lives as he was the fame and fortune of his career. No, the real heroes were the people who helped others with skill and intelligence, who stepped up to the plate even when they weren't guaranteed a win. Those who put themselves out there to protect those who needed it, not because they could or felt obligated to, but simply because it's the right thing to do. So he took a lead from Sherlock's book. Other kids mimicked pro-heroes like All Might, but Nagisa focused on honing the skills of his own hero, the only real hero in his book. While he had very little prowess in terms of social skills, being a self-proclaimed wallflower, he learned enough from Sherlock to combine deductive reasoning with his ability to scan body language and other things, and eventually he was able to develop the ability to gather information about someone with a single glance. He remembered that a teacher once asked him if he was really quirkless, because he had once been able to guess her age, quirk, hobbies, and family simply from clues he picked up. They were in art class, and he noticed that the teacher kept coming back with cups of water from outside. The water was too clean to be from a stream or even a hose, and her own palms were wet each time, so he asked her if she had hydrokinesis. He then guessed she was around 30 to 35 years, because she had come to school with a Valentine's Day card from her son, and Nagisa guessed from the handwriting on the front that it was a boy between the ages of 10 and 13. She was also divorced, he noticed, since she wore no wedding band despite having a child, but there was a faint tan line on her ring finger indicating she'd once worn one. Speaking of her fingers, the pads were calloused and the palms had some blisters, so he guessed she was into music, specifically guitar. She also had a white cat, if the pet hairs on her shirt were anything to go by. Needless to say, the teacher was freaked out. But Nagisa personally knew that it wasn't a big deal. To be honest, most of those guesses he made were just that, guesses. An assumption that's probably right isn't the same thing as a summation that is definitely right. He knew that he must have gotten a little too personal though, and he apologized. He hadn't meant to be so invasive. He also asked the teacher not to tell anyone about him, since he didn't want to draw even more unnecessary attention to himself. Being quirkless, it's better to fall into the background and stay quiet instead of standing out and being picked on as a result. It's a natural law of survival, isn't it? Sometimes he did it for fun or for practice. He tries to guess who that one girl sitting next to him is writing a love letter to, or why that one kid is always getting sent to the nurse. The answer is usually what he expects. The love letter is to that one popular guy because of course it is. The kid goes to the nurse for asthma complications, but it's a nice way to pass the time. When he's bored, He never saw himself as anyone special. His skill at deductive reasoning, his ability to read people, one might consider those things impressive, but the fact was that he only had those abilities because of circumstances. He just so happens to be put in situations where he developed these abilities. He wasn't a hero, he wasn't a genius. He was someone who had to survive in this world where men are not born equal. He was a broken boy, one who had nothing more than his wits and his desire to help others. Helping others wouldn't make him anyone's hero, and yeah, it's selfish to want to be a good person just to make yourself feel better, but in the end, there was no merit to helping himself, so he may as well help others, right? One way or another, he was just a kid without anything to make him special, and that was, well, it wasn't fine, but it's not as though it's the end of the world. Besides, there's next to nothing he could do about it. He was a drifter in a sea of solitude. And then he met Korosensei. His time in the end class had been the best year of his life. His mother was said that his grades were so low that he ended up in 3. Truthfully, he had about average marks in most of everything, but that was only when he was focused. It's hard enough to focus when your mind forcibly crams every little detail about your surroundings into your brain, but the divorce on top of it was too much to handle, and his grades sank like the Titanic. Their teacher? A yellow octopus monster. It was the most bizarre thing he had ever experienced. But it was also the most fun. It may sound surprising that being forced to train to become an assassin just so you can off your teacher would be fun, but strangely enough, it was the catalyst for some of the best experiences he'd ever had. As well as a few of the worst. Regardless, he'd never felt more free, more alive than when he was in that class. He managed to bring his overall GPA up a little. He became closer to his classmates, all of whom were more or less comrades to him. He made friends. He spoke up when he had something to contribute. He stood up for himself a bit more. He joined in on group activities. He even managed to reconnect with his first, and at the time, only, friend Karma Akabane. There was also the murder attempts. As weird as it sounds, the assassinations were thrilling to carry out, even if they usually ended in failure. For every single time they crashed, they came out having learned something new. And they kept trying, mostly for the hell of it because it gave them all a purpose and also because, well, why not? It was the first time in his life he was actually included. They asked for his input, they valued the information he collected, they needed him to partake in each attempt. Each time it came as a huge surprise, and it took a while for him to stop thinking that they would all inevitably get bored of him, ostracize him, and abandon him. Most people would, but he knew they weren't most people. These people were better than that. Karma, to his credit, seemed to feel bad for what he did. Nagisa never really blamed him for it, he understood fully. Who wants to be friends with a quirkless loser, anyway? But even so, it still really hurt. Forgiving was different from forgetting. The pain of being left behind like he meant nothing wasn't anything new to him, but that didn't make it sting any less. It was a permanent mark on their history, one that Karma covered up with colorful paint and casualness that came naturally to him. It made Nagisa a little envious, the way his friend could move along with his life, all with that cocky smirk and don't give a single shit attitude. Such a wonderful, that guy. Karma seemed to think that the best way to make it up to his friend was to train him personally. Unfortunately for Nagisa, his method of training could best be described as making a run through hell, twice a day, every day. After school they would find a spot on the mountain that no one ever visited, and Karma didn't hold back. Though to be fair, Nagisa all but begged him to do whatever it takes to make him stronger, so maybe the blue-haired boy shouldn't be surprised. Sometimes they'd run laps around the entire mountain. Other times they'd do hand-to-hand training. The CQC was especially tough, since Karma was the strongest in the class in terms of raw combat prowess, and Nagisa, to put it bluntly, had the build of a stick figure. Every day he'd go home bruised and sore, once even receiving a sprained wrist. Karma apologized and offered to take him to the hospital, but Nagisa said that it was fine. He hid this from his mother as much as he could, explaining the injury as a bad fall, and his absences as him studying with a friend, which was half true in a way. Other than that, Karma had been genuinely surprised at the sheer level of grit Nagisa showed. Some things were rather easy for the smaller boy, such as hunting and tracking and stealth training. Other things he worked at until he dropped, like endurance and resilience building. Though the tracking and stealth training ended up being more or less of a curse. Karma's quirk, Alpha Wolf, gave him the sharp canines of a wild dog, as well as retractable claws and an enhanced sense of smell and hearing. The fangs were a constant part of him, though he could make them grow and shrink at will, as were the senses. Regular Karma was bad enough to deal with, but when he was truly in his element, the best chance you have of escaping him is praying to any of the gods you believe in. Nagisa managed to get around this by using different anti-tracking methods that he picked up over the years. He would smear himself in mud to mask his scent, learned how to move around the woods silently even when it was dark. This proved to be useful for sneaking into the house without his mother ever noticing when she was in one of her bad moods, and even went as far as to set up traps and keep tabs on the redhead's thought process. Even so, during the first few weeks where he had to learn through trial and error, the idea of having Karma hunting him was absolutely terrifying. It was all he could do to keep his wildly hammering heart from giving him away in some situations. Good thing he had a great poker face. While Nagisa ultimately failed to gain a slightly bulkier body than what he had, he was glad that at least his build slightly improved. His arms and leg muscles had gone from soft and doughy to tough and strong, and they were well defined rather than being thick. He'd gained a little bit of core strength as well, so overall, while he couldn't say he was as strong as a boy his age ought to be, he at least wasn't quite as fragile as before, and thank God for that. Karma and Korosensei were far from the only ones to teach him different things. Every one of his classmates taught him one thing or another, whether it be Okuda's vast knowledge of poisons and toxins, Itona's hacking abilities, Okano's acrobatics, Hayami's balance and precision, or Nakamura's excellency in English. Even Muramatsu was generous enough to teach him how to ride a motorcycle. He was weird but cool. Each time he went in for a private lesson with his friends, he was sure they'd say no, but all of them were so kind and caring that they didn't even question it. Nagisa truthfully wanted to have a wide array of skill sets simply for the sake of adaptability. Those most willing to adapt are the strongest type of assassin. He had no idea what this would end up getting him into. Nagisa, a word please? Karasuma-sensei called out just before Nagisa reached the door. Nagisa, as usual, had been the last one to leave. It was a bit of a habit. The brunette was always a little reluctant to start heading home, for obvious reasons. Nagisa froze in the doorway. Something in his stomach felt that there was tension in the air, and he turned around to face the government official. The notepad in the boy's hand crumpled a bit as he clenched it tightly. Korosensei had left earlier than usual, most likely because of the swimsuit competition meant to be showcased on TV later. Such a perv. Beach Sensei was also waiting for him, but far from her usual raunchy poses and half-smug, half-flirty countenance. He suspected it was a habit of hers. Her back was leaning against the wall and she had a tense posture, her face a mask of seriousness. She had her cherry-red lips pressed tightly together, her crystal eyes locked firmly on the ground, and her brows knitted together. Nope, he definitely wasn't nervous at all. Not at all. Their wavelengths showed him that they were uneasy and sober, their heartbeats steady but their consciousness levels all being kicked into overdrive. He felt a knot tie itself up in his gut, but kept a neutral appearance. Yes? He asked, pretending not to read the room. Karasuma drew himself up to full height, his usual professional stoicism giving way to a look of appraisal. Nagisa, the man spoke, his voice just as deep and calm as always, there is someone who wishes to speak to you. Unsure of what to expect, the middle schooler turned his attention to the far side of the room. He had tried not to pay any attention, but there was someone waiting outside the sliding door. Speak of the devil. The door slid right open and in walked a man that looked a great deal familiar. Very tall and rather old-looking, with dark hair that had once been a buzz cut but was now growing out. He had a distinctly vicious but impassive appearance, like a sleeping lion, with leathery pale skin and faint white scars, and a face that reminded him a little bit of Frankenstein's monster, though he knew better than to ever say that to someone out loud. Tired circles under cold, dangerous eyes scanned the boy, and then twitched with familiarity. Guess the man recognized him too. Nagisa, my boy. The man spoke with a very thick accent and gravelly voice. Nagisa let himself grin a little. Lovro. 3 months later, the assassination was finally complete. Kura-sensei was now dead. The news, government, general public, and plenty of hero associations were all going absolutely insane. In less than a mere 6 hours, headlines were already being made of the 28 heroes and their takedown of the world's most infamous villain. The press was forbidden from interviews with any of them, even their teachers. Absolutely no one was to know anything about the true nature of the classroom. As far as everyone in the public knew, the students had been held hostage for an unknown amount of time, but were able to work together in order to defeat the monster. No one knew how, and no one was allowed to ask. All Might had arrived on the scene not long after the deed was done. He found over 24 kids crumpled in heaps at their desks, with his usual catchphrase of, "Never fear, for I am here," and made a long-winded speech about how they had done a very brave thing and they were all safe now, seemingly unaware that none of them were in the mood for any of that. He went up to console Nagisa specifically, apparently aware that he was the one who had dealt the killing blow, but the brunette, who had yet to say a word, wasn't going to have it. He sat still and listened, as the #1 hero rattled off a bunch of crap he wasn't able to hear, and frankly didn't want to. After a while, Karma, seemingly able to sense his friend's silent distress and irritation, was able to rescue him by claiming that the smaller boy wasn't feeling well and giving him a harsh shutdown. All Might seemed to realize that he was being a little too invasive and backed off, leaving Nagisa to be promptly collected and swooped away by the redhead. 2 days after all that, while Nagisa was lying in his bed and trying not to cry, the light that filtered through his windows was suddenly blacked out. He quickly got up, locked his door, and went over to open his curtains. Lovro was there, perched on the edge of his windowsill like some sort of hawk. He looked ridiculously unnatural wearing a civilian outfit. A black trench coat rested over long blue jeans and tall military boots. A fedora sat on top of his head. Nagisa unlocked his window and slid it up. "Sensei," he whispered harshly. Lovro grinned sadistically. "The higher-ups have given you a brand new mission." "What is it, Sensei?" "They want you to infiltrate a known hero school and collect intelligence." It took everything inside of Nagisa not to spit out his tea. "Excuse me?" "Yes, my boy." Lovro took a long swig of brandy from a hip flask. "The school in question happens to be the best of the whole country. UA to be precise." In the darkness of the room, Nagisa blanched quite a bit. "Sir," he tried to reason, "I'm no hero. In fact, I understand, dear boy. But this is a decision that can't be altered." "But why do I have to?" "Nagisa." Lovro sighed somberly. "Son, I wasn't told everything about this, but if I had to guess, I'd say it's because they want to get updates on the newest generation of heroes. They're hoping that a man on the inside of a hero agency will be able to provide us with key info." The kid frowned. "Where's the logic in that?" "I don't think I know. But a student like yourself will draw far less suspicion than any adult. Unfortunately, that also means that you'll have to take the entrance exam just to lessen the chances of someone looking into your past." Nagisa felt himself wilt a little. He was no hero, not at all. He's killed too many people, done too many heinous acts. He wasn't anyone's savior. He was the exact opposite. How was someone like him supposed to pretend to be a hero? To act like a guardian of the people when he was really just a killing machine? Even if he wasn't, he was still just a small quirkless boy. No one would take him seriously, no one who didn't know what he was capable of. His skill set wasn't suited for combat or heroism. Being able to kill wasn't exactly a good thing to put on his application. Nor was his creepy mock ESP. Would they accept a late application? Did they even allow quirkless kids to apply? It's not like he was anything special physically, after all. Obviously his assassination training made him a bit stronger than he was before, but considering that it was the school that only had a 1/300 acceptance rate, he suspected being slightly lean wasn't going to be enough. His grades were another problem entirely, because while he was by no means stupid, he was sent to E-class for a reason. Now that he had a full-time gig as an assassin, it wasn't like he had a lot of time to spare for studying. How he was going to prepare for the entrance exam, as well as keep his grades up in class, there was no way of knowing. Oh yeah, there was the practical exam too. Yeah, he's gonna get flattened. 3 weeks to train and study. Basically no time in the day. Small, helpless body, no quirk, no prior experience. It was literally impossible. No way could he compete with the kids who had powerful quirks, intelligence, athletic prowess, and far more. It just wasn't possible. But, he supposed, assassinating the top villain of Japan was never meant to be possible either. He swore internally. This'll be fun. Yeah, about as fun as a lynching. What it means to be a hero. Way back before quirks ever existed, a margin of people in society were tasked with keeping the world safe. People such as police officers, doctors, firefighters, the military. People whose citizens were reliant on to keep everyone safe, and keep them safe they did. Doctors were tasked with bringing people back from the brink of death. Police were there to ensure everyone followed the law, since the law exists for a reason. Firefighters rescued people, not just from house fires but from other disasters as well. The military serves as a way to keep an entire country under protection. These days, those kinds of people are utterly overlooked and underestimated. Because nowadays we have heroes. Heroes brought a new age to the world. In a time where the concept of people who use their immense power in order to serve and protect was something out of a fairy tale or comic book, those who rose up to fight for the sake of others were deemed as gods. At a time where the world needed it most, quirks became the norm, and everyone was given the power to become a hero. Was that really for the better, though? It's no secret that if quirks had never emerged in the first place, society would be a lot further along than it is. I have a friend that did the math in regards to the technological regression that resulted from the sudden emergence of quirks. Apparently, quirks at this point are a replacement for the tech that we lost in the chaos of adapting to a world of superpowers. He also griped about how we should be in space by now, but I digress. In the end, we cannot be sure that it was ever worth it. But regardless, a quirkless society would be just as far along as we are now, if not further. So, what is the point I am trying to make with all this? Simply put, I believe that you don't need to have a quirk to be a hero. This may seem like an obvious statement at first glance, but the truth is quite the opposite. Exactly 10 months ago from today, a quirkless kid ran in to save his friend from a sludge monster villain. In the end, he managed to accomplish little on his own, but he bought enough time for All Might himself to rush to the scene. The story was all over the news for a short amount of time before abruptly transitioning over to another hero story about a tax evader being caught in a police chase. But I don't think anyone bothers to point out the heroism of the quirkless boy in the situation. That one boy was willing to risk his life to save the victim, even though he likely wouldn't have been able to do much. Of course, rather than being commended, he was scolded for trying to do what the pro-heroes couldn't. Granted, running out to confront a villain without a plan in mind is certainly far from intelligent, but the bigger issue in the eyes of the pros was the fact that a quirkless boy tried to be a hero, tried to save a life. The point that I am trying to make here is that society views quirkless people, such as myself, and people with more or less useless quirks as just that, useless, worthless. Kids without heroic quirks are ridiculed. Kids with heroic quirks are heaped an unnecessary amount of praise and subsequently taught to look down on those with lesser abilities. A child could have near genius-level intellect, but it is ignored in favor of any flashy abilities. Society has nurtured children to overlook brains in favor of brawn. So a person with a bad quirk is told he or she cannot be a hero, or anything at all sometimes. Reading this may make me sound like a bit of a cynic, but that couldn't be further from the truth. In reality, I bring up all these points in an effort to get you to understand my motivations. I want to change society. Before you go on thinking that I'm crazy, hear me out. You see, I've been thinking a lot, and what if, just what if, a quirkless hero were to suddenly rise up? Maybe he wouldn't become number one, with each generation growing stronger. I'm sure you've heard of that theory, but instead, he'd serve as an inspiration, or a reminder that you don't need to be all that powerful in order to become a hero. A way of telling everyone that hey, if a quirkless kid became a hero when others said he couldn't, then that means you can too. Okay, I admit, It's a bit idealistic of me to assume that I alone can change the world. But I don't plan on doing this all alone. As people see me trying and struggling to reach the top, they'll see no reason to hold back themselves, and they'll fight their hardest to show that they, too, can change the world. That's the kind of society I want. Instead of people just sitting back and waiting for things to change, they make an effort to change it themselves. It's easy to just sit back and pray for things to go your way, but it's not enough. It's not enough just to want something. If you care, you'll take action. That's the kind of world I believe I can help to create. And you could say that a hero is someone who fights to change the world for the better. Well, that's what I plan to do. Fight my way to victory, and show the world that you, too, can be a hero. Nagisa will admit, initially when he first wrote that essay, he'd been bullshitting the whole thing. He'd needed to submit something after all, and he couldn't very well say he wanted to be a hero because he felt like it. But as he slipped it into the mailbox and snapped it shut, he didn't feel like he had been really lying. His intentions weren't what he wrote on the paper, but most of it was true. To change the world, you need to be the first person to take the first big step. Nagisa was going to be one of the first ever quirkless kids to enroll in UA. Specifically, the hero course. At first, he'd considered settling for the general studies course. It seemed like that was where kids who wanted a normal high school experience went. You get into the top school in the country, a place that trains you to properly use your quirk, and you don't even need to be a hero. But in the end, more than anything else, he decided it was best to just follow orders. Okay, maybe he wanted to see if he could place somewhere high in the entrance exams. Not that he had much hope, but still, when faced with a sudden challenge, both his curiosity, something he self-nurtured over the years, and his desire for a tough battle, which he only recently discovered he had, would join forces and win the day. His mother, naturally, was beyond set off. She spent the whole day raging at him like a homicidal bull in a china shop. She threw her favorite designer vase with pinpoint accuracy and would have nailed him on the side of his face if he hadn't put his arm up at the last minute. After that, she screamed at him until it sounded like her throat was being ripped raw, shrieking about how he was meant to go to Ishimara High, and how he was ruining his chances at a happy life, and how he could never become a hero. All heroes are successful and you're nothing but a worthless brat. And she kept going until she'd shouted herself hoarse. Then to vent out steam, she fed his mind a bombardment of bright, intense colors, flashing in and out of his vision in such an optical cacophony that he was certain he was gonna have a seizure. But after he endured if for a couple of minutes or so, like usual, he took his chance before she went too far. Like usual. He told her that becoming a hero was the best course for him, because a lot of heroes start their own successful businesses and agencies. He would end up making a lot of money. All that money would go to her. All of it. He swore it. In the end, she didn't say yes or no. That was code for, "You're right, but I don't want to acknowledge that, so I'll pretend to be mad at you while I think about it." Overall, he felt like he succeeded. Except his mom started taking a bunch of later shifts at work, as if to avoid him. She stopped asking about how his day was, refused to cook him dinner, didn't so much as look his way when he came home. She only spoke to him when she needed something from him. She left him alone for days on end. Great, she's being like that again. He was familiar enough with her moods to know when she was ignoring him out of spite. It usually lasts for quite a while, depending on how angry she is. Anytime he does something she doesn't like but can't reverse, she has either one of two responses. The first is that she'll lock him up in his room for a couple of days. He's learned how to give the excuse that he gets sick very easily, refuse to let him eat, and if he refuses to apologize, which he's rarely stupid enough to do, she'll tie up his wrists and connect him to the ceiling fan so that he can't lie or kneel down. He'll have to remain standing for hours and hours, until his knees become sore and his arms are about to be torn out of his sockets and his wrists are bleeding from the rope burn and he's starting to hallucinate from sleep deprivation. Or she'll just ignore him. He can practically feel himself cheering whenever she chooses the latter. He'd throw a party if he could handle any sort of social convention. He felt guilty for upsetting her, but in the end, he knew it was for the best that she left him alone. It meant that she no longer cared when he came home late, or showed up with bruises and burns and cuts and wounds, or snuck out at night. If she noticed, she didn't say anything. Either way, he was lucky she went for the ignoring him option, since he really could not afford to neglect his training. Speaking of which, he needs to study. Not sure exactly what sort of exam it was going to be, he just went around all of his subjects. He did math equations on an online tutoring course until he started seeing numbers when he slept, and it seemed to be making him a little better. He read Shakespeare and then Sherlock, of course. He'd never go into a test without sharpening his mind with some of Sherlock's best. The man was a genius all the way around, so maybe somehow the knowledge will seep into his brain. Imagine that. Nagisa's method of preparing for the practical part of the exam ended up just being him doing his job. He figured that the best kinds of training were via hands-on experience. So, each night he took up every hit that was assigned. The higher-ups were at first a bit surprised that he was suddenly being so gung-ho, until they remembered his long-term scouting mission, or so he liked to call it. Then they just have it to him. One morning, he was heading home at about 6 in the morning, having spent a particularly long night hunting down a local villain and sniping him. He had finished a bit later than he intended, so now he was going to have to take a long nap and die slowly. He decided to take a shortcut and walk along the beach. It was a nice morning. The coastal breeze made the air smell fresh and salty, and cooled off his sweat from the previous hours of stalking and sniping. It was starting to get warmer now that April was coming around. The wind kicked up some fine white sand and itched his ankles. Nagisa couldn't help but notice how the beach was far cleaner than it had once been. A few months back, it was pretty much a dump. As in, people literally treated it like a dump, stacking some of their trashed items like old furniture, household appliances, broken cars, beer bottles, and various other things that looked rat-infested. Now the beach was naked, all the garbage heaped up now suddenly gone. Barely anything at all was left. He hadn't noticed it before, but now, walking on the sand like this, it seemed so obvious it was laughable. It didn't take him long to figure out why. On his way to the boardwalk, where he'd be able to cut through to get to his own apartment, he passed someone. A boy around his age, not much taller than himself and with hair that looked a bit like a shrub, all messy and forest green. The stranger was carrying a shattered television set over his shoulder, and was carrying it with ease. He was shirtless, and, oh now that's just unfair. The guy was ripped. Lean, perfectly built biceps and forearms. Washboard abs that could grate cheese. Large strong hands and chiseled calves. Nagisa felt a pang of envy. How did he get like that? Maybe he has a personal trainer? Well, now he knows who's responsible for the beach cleanup. He wondered, did he do this by himself? But why go through all that effort for something no one will thank him for? It's not like anyone ever visits the beach dump. Is he doing it to train himself in lifting? But he wouldn't have to pick up a whole beach just to get stronger, he'd just need to visit the gym. Guess maybe he lost all his faith in humanity a little too early. He was staring for so long he accidentally made eye contact. The muscular boy had emerald eyes that seemed to glance away the second they met his own, like the stranger was used to being stared at. Nagisa caught a small glimpse of his wavelength. When they met eyes, he saw the boy's heart rate shoot straight up, and then climb back down slowly. And for some reason he had a slightly erratic wavelength, like that of a person with anxiety issues. It was fast 1 second, slow the next, and there was little to no in between. Nagisa slung his backpack around on his shoulders. His age, his physique, and his nervousness. The stranger was trying to get into UA. He just knew it. He gave the boy a smile as he walked on. He didn't say a word, just silently gave a wish of good luck to the kid that would soon be his fellow examinee. Izuku Midoriya was 10 days away from the day of his life, the day that would decide his future. The day that would mark his journey to becoming a hero. Once he passed these exams, he'd start his path to being the next bearer of One for All and make its predecessors proud. If he passed, that is. The thought made his guts do backflips, so he focused on the task at hand. The beach was looking cleaner by the day, and he couldn't help but feel proud. But at the same time, he knew he didn't have much time left. He'd need to work overdrive if he wanted to finish the whole beach before the deadline. Or maybe he thought he won't finish. Or All Might will change his mind about him. Or the power transfer won't work. Bad thoughts. Bad. He hauled a shattered television set over his shoulder, and was about to put it in the pile, when he felt someone staring at him. He met eyes with a girl? Maybe, but he couldn't tell. The stranger had powder blue hair that looked like it was made of strands of silk. It was pulled back into a low ponytail and matched the person's glittering crystal orbs. They had a petite build and pale, fragile-looking skin. Their face was a bit dirty, their hands covered in scars. A long black coat hung loosely over their delicate frame over blue jeans and a plain white t-shirt. Combat boots went all the way up to the knees. Well, if it did happen to be a girl, she was a very cute one. What? How could such a shameless thought pop into his head? Arg, she was still staring. He turned his head away quickly before she could see his face heating up. When he turned back to face her, she was smiling at him. It wasn't a flirty sort of smile, thank God he'd die on the spot, but it wasn't particularly friendly. Rather, it seemed to be a quiet sort of support. There was something reassuring in the way she looked at him, like she was silently encouraging him. He didn't know if she saw him smile back at her. A moment later, All Might in his skinny form arrived on the beach to check on his progress. "Good morning, young Midoriya." All Might waved cheerily. His smaller body wasn't quite as suited for being as happy and bold as his hero form, but Izuku was nonetheless feeling brighter just from seeing him. It was always great seeing his hero, regardless of what he looked like. "All Might. You seem to be in a good mood today, my boy. Did something happen?" The blonde man quirked his brow. Izuku shrugged. Nothing particularly really. I woke up a bit early, and also there was this girl who... Suddenly, Izuku stumbled over his own words. His whole face turned scarlet as his eyes widened. Omi Godajiro just smiled at me. All Might laughed heartily. He saw the girl every day after that, for a week and a half until the exam. She wore the same outfit each time, and she gave him the same smile. It wasn't an outrageously bright grin like All Might's, but somehow, it made him feel just as inspirited. Maybe it was because it was much more subtle. She seemed like the type that didn't smile much, either out of shyness or because she didn't have much to grin about. The thought made a knot tie itself in his chest. There was just no way she would ever deserve to not smile often. She seemed so nice and sweet. Then again, he never really talked to her. But still, he was pretty good at guessing people, or at least he thought so. And the girl was, to put it mildly, an enigma. He just couldn't get a read on her, other than a few things he can guess just from when she walks by and gives him a look. She's kind and friendly, but probably a bit shy. She also has to have a reason for appearing at the beach every day. He'd never noticed her before, so the fact that she was suddenly showing up wherever he happened to be was strange. Other than that, she was a mystery. Mannish clothes with a backpack over his shoulder, sometimes covered in sweat and bruises but never looking worse for wear. He'd be worried if she didn't flash him that kind look, a look that told him that everything would be okay. But yet, she's basically a walking question mark. This is it. Izuku stares up at the entrance of UA. His whole body is trembling with sheer excitement. Every inch of him is buzzing, and his ears are ringing. Why won't his heart slow down? He doesn't want to mess this up. No, he refuses to mess this up. A part of him wonders if One for All has yet to transfer itself into his body. If it doesn't, then he'll be mincemeat in the practical. No, All Might said it'd kick in time. Even so, he has no idea how to use it, so how is he? He can't afford to psyche himself out. He has to do this. He just has to. But what if he can't? He has to calm down now, or he'll just end up getting so worked up that he'll bomb the whole exam. Oh God, he'll bomb the whole exam. He searches his brain for calming images to put himself at ease. The first All Might video he watched? No, that's just a scary reminder of what he's trying to achieve. His mom's home cooking? Maybe, but that just makes him hungry. Kakin? Kind of hard to be calmed by the images of a friend who became his tormentor. Then his search for a relaxing memory landed on the girl from the beach. Her smile was so soft and soothing. She seemed to tell him, just with a look, that nothing bad would happen to him. Those ocean eyes looked at him, but instead of seeing a pathetic, quirkless loser, she just saw a person in need of reassurance. He'd wanted so desperately to talk to her before the start of the test. But that day, she didn't show up at the beach. He'd been worried, considering it was the first time in a week and a half of consecutive appearances that she failed to show. But he'd forced himself to push away that concern. He needs to focus on the exam. You'll be okay, she would always say with her eyes. In a way, he felt like if he failed the tests, he'd be letting her down as well. It was strange. He didn't know her name, how old she was, and yet he felt like failing her would be the worst thing in the world. All the kind glances she sent his way, like she somehow knew that he was about to face the trial of his life, and wanted him to know that she supported him. Can you consider someone you've never even talked to a friend? He wouldn't know. For her sake, I'll move forwards. Because thanks to All Might, I'm actually gonna become a hero. Izuku lurches forward. And promptly trips on his own feet. Or I'll just die. He fully expects to hit the ground face first, but something else happens. He yelps as he feels himself being grabbed by the wrist and is yanked backwards. Well, not really backwards. Mainly because he instinctively plants his heel into the stone path and ends up doing a sharp 180 turn to face the person who had caught him. Almost didn't catch you. Yep, he knew it. The kid he kept on seeing during his morning routes was a student wanting to enter UA High. Nagisa had kept on taking the shortcut along the beach. He didn't know why. He suspected it was because a small part of him was pulled in by the green boy, the one that made him think of Keano and her dyed, jade-colored hair. And the way he grew flustered, and then nervously waved every time they saw each other reminded him a bit of Okuda. He missed his friends. Ever since he was given the chance to become a true, full-fledged assassin, he'd been so busy with work that he neglected his old classmates. Hits that could only be done at night, recon missions that took up most of his schedule, cover-ups that gave him migraines from the sheer workload. Who knew professional murder could be so stressful? Face scratched that. He remembered Karma once telling him, "You'll end up with white hairs before you turn 30. And he believed it. Which is why he went to the liberty of cutting his hair before the exam. It wasn't meant to be stylish, and he just meant to cut away enough so that it wouldn't get in his way during the tests. Still, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings about the result. Having had no time to go to a barber, and wanting to go into his potential new school as a way to start fresh in his life, he decided to give it a snip. More like a hacking. When he held the scissors up to the first lock, he ended up stopping just before he could close the blades. His grip tightened and his hand shook slightly. A violent drumming thundered in his ears. But this wasn't supposed to be difficult. He was starting a new chapter in his life. He had to cut it. He had to cut off them all away. His mom would be mad, that much he knew, but it was more than that. Was it maybe that he's never had a proper haircut for as long as he could remember? It still shouldn't be this hard though. Was it because? Maybe he's scared. Scared of changing? Or scared of taking control. Or maybe a combination of both. Maybe he's also a little scared of what his mother would do, but even beyond the threats and the violence, he never wants to hurt her, in any way. Because then the guilt eats away at him, followed by the regret and the self-loathing. He wants to be different. He wants to be more than just a vicious killer, a useless son, a quirkless kid with nothing to offer the world. At the very least, he can just pretend. Pretend that this miserable life he leads isn't his. Nagisa is. An assassin. A hero. His mother terrifies him is strict but very loving. His father walked out on them is just not around due to work. During his childhood he was bullied for being powerless, had few friends but a good education. He works as a hitman for hire in turn for a support gear company. He has friends from his middle school, but he doesn't talk to them as much these days, even though he should because he's too busy. He killed someone innocent. He could never kill anyone. He killed Korosensei. He couldn't. He killed Korosensei. He didn't have any other choice. None of us did. Violently, he sliced his hair off. Nagisa was painfully aware of just how awful his haircut was. Thankfully, he hadn't snipped too much away, so he was able to salvage what was left. Still, it looked like someone had taken a razor blade to his head. His bangs were jagged and fell too loosely over his eyes, and he kept having to sweep it to the side with his hand. One side was cut shorter than the other, and he couldn't tell for sure, but he just knew that the back was atrociously uneven. He hadn't accounted for the layers either, which meant that some locks stuck out to the side a little while others stayed flat. Overall, it gave him a horribly windswept appearance, which was fine since he was still outside, but he knew he'd stick out like a sore thumb once he got indoors. But at least it was shorter. When his mom saw how short he had cut it, not to mention his horrific job of doing so, she lost her absolute shit. Seriously, her rampage was a sight to behold. She must have realized though that she couldn't physically hurt him too badly since he still had to take his test and people would notice if he performed poorly due to an injury, but that didn't stop her from hurling dirty dishes, threats of severe harm, and her breakfast at his face. She pulled on his messed up hair so bad that she nearly tore out strands, slapped him a few times, threw him against the wall, and once she had calmed down enough, he spent the rest of his morning having her stab his joints with needles like an unlicensed acupuncturist. He thought he got off pretty light. They were all too small of wounds to really be noticed, and the only real noticeable signs of damage were the small bandages littered on his knees and fingers, which he could easily explain as being from a bad fall. Also, the dark circles under his eyes could be written off as a lack of sleep. He was about to take an exam, so it's believable, right? Either way, he was sure anyone who gave him a passing glance would assume he's homeless, especially since he wasn't even wearing a uniform. Rather, he wore something that at least looked somewhat like a uniform, from far away. Civilian clothes, he liked to call them. A silky white button-up under a woolly black V-neck commando sweater, a pair of khaki pants, and simple dress shoes. Slung over his shoulder was a large, green backpack. He also happened to have his school bag from last year at his side. Inside of it was his small collections of notepads and booklets, all filled to the brim with different kinds of information. One held the secrets of all known hero equipment, one was based entirely on quirk categories, one even stored knowledge on firearms. Inside the backpack, however, were a few other things. Hey, he checked the rules, and he's allowed to bring in his own equipment. As far as UA knows, his various paraphernalia was acquired from the support company he interned under. Cyberpunk Industries, it was called. A normal, not at all illegal company that manufactures weapons for not at all forbidden uses. Which reminds him, this isn't a normal entrance exam. Not just in general, but for him specifically. He's here on a mission, and if he can't get into this school, then he automatically fails said mission. These aren't tests. These are trials. He knows full well what happens to the failures in the assassination business. Trying not to shudder, he cast the thought away and continued on his path. When he walked up to the gates of his potential new school, the first thing he saw was a tuft of forest green hair. A small part of him was instantly ecstatic to see someone he recognized, even if it was just someone he passed by a few times. That joy was quickly squashed down by what happened next. A boy with spiky ash-blonde hair rudely brushed past him, purposefully knocking into his shoulder. His sharp, blood-red eyes burned holes in Nagisa, glaring down at the blueonette like something he found stuck to the bottom of his shoe. "Watch it, kid." The blonde snarled. Nagisa frowned in response. This guy was the one that bumped into him but didn't say anything. He couldn't help but notice the taller boy's wavelengths were out of control, a torrent of negative aura and emotions. His heart rate was slow but thunderous, which was a telltale sign that someone was deeply agitated. He also noticed that he smelled strongly of, "Is that caramel?" The angry kid moved on, and Nagisa was about to put the ordeal behind him when he saw the same guy suddenly scowl at the small green-haired boy. This time the scum at the bottom of his shoe look was multiplied by at least 10. "Deku!" He spat. The green-haired kid, Deku, jumped actually, more like flinched and spun around with a fearful look on his face. "Kaken?" He whimpered, his eyes wide with dread. Hearing the way Fenrir spoke to his acquaintance, with derision and ugly contempt, and how scared Deku looked at being called out to by this guy made something in Nagisa's stomach start to burn, like a meal that was too spicy. He can't tell if he feels sick or enraged or both and decides to quickly stomp it down before it can build up. No use getting worked up before the test even begins. Kaken bared his teeth. "Get out of my way before I set you on fire." Deku nervously started waving his hands. "Oh hey, good morning. Let's just do our best." Kaken, who apparently wasn't listening, just stomped on by and made his way into the building. Deku sighed, his body sagging with relief that there was no confrontation. Near the building entrance, someone leaned over to his friend and muttered, "Hey, isn't that the guy from the sludge villain attack?" Upon hearing this, Kaken turned to glare at both of them, causing the two friends to flinch and whistle innocently. Once again Nagisa felt his blood boil, and once again he pushed it away. Still, it wasn't easy. Those two could very well be friends, but it doesn't change the fact that one is very clearly scared of the other. He knew bullies when he saw them, and he certainly was no fan. No one should be made to feel lesser than others. A part of him wondered what Karma would do in a situation like this. Probably something like set the BSTRD's house on fire, and try to convince Nagisa to pay for the gasoline. As soon as the thought left his head, he saw the green-haired boy suddenly trip on his own leg and start falling. Nagisa's feet moved without him having to tell them. He shot like a bullet across the courtyard, time moving in slow motion. When he skid to a stop, he had a hold of the other boy's wrist. "Almost didn't catch you," he said, doing his best imitation of Karma, with a wry and confident smirk. Thinking of his best friend always made him feel far more self-assured than he actually was, and right now this boy in front of him needed a person that could give him courage. Deku looked at him for a few seconds, no doubt studying the brunette's untidy appearance before his dark emerald eyes flickered in sudden recognition. "You're..." "Yep." Nagisa pulled the boy upright. "I never caught your name during all those times I saw you." His new acquaintance suddenly began blushing madly as though Nagisa had just asked him for his number. "It was kind of funny. Izuku Midoriya." He mumbled so quietly that Nagisa barely even heard it at all. He smiled in response. "Nagisa Shioda. But I prefer to be called Nagisa. It's nice finally knowing you." And so the assassin walked up the stairs and pushed open the doors, but then he remembered something and stopped for a second. "You can do it." He threw to Midoriya over his shoulder. "Good luck." Inside the auditorium, dozens of students chatted amongst each other. Everyone's wavelengths were buzzing with various degrees of excitement and anxiousness. It made Nagisa feel a little disoriented, all these people talking at once and filling his head with their conscious thought. All of them echoed loudly in his head, their voices blending together to create a faint warble of chatter. Some students he glanced at were none too worried at all. Like the boy he sat next to, a tall, well-built guy with navy blue hair and rectangular glasses. He sat diligently in his chair, back ramrod straight and eyes forward. His wavelength was fast but steady, and his heartbeat average. Most likely he's one of those straight-laced, swift-minded teacher's pet types, similar to the A-class students he'd often get held up by on his way to school. The thought made him a bit uncomfortable, being that he sat right next to this kid, but he put it aside. The written portion of the exam was an unbelievably stressful event. Not because Nagisa was afraid of the answers being wrong, but because the wavelengths around him were incredibly distracting. One of the main reasons he avoids being in crowds or going to large gatherings is because he can't turn off his sensory abilities. Everyone's emotions run high in these types of situations. His classmates from last year all learned how to be calm during a test. Mental fortitude is the first step to success. So normally he had little trouble focusing on his own work. But the wavelengths pouring into his head at a mile-a-minute rate made it impossible to get anything done. Everyone's brains were in overdrive, either going at a blinding speed while trying to remember whatever they studied, or short-circuiting as they failed to recall their knowledge. All of them were under some degree of stress, and it was infectious. Nagisa is suffocating, drowning in a stormy sea, the waves thrashing violently and throwing him against rocks. He grits his teeth and blinks the colored lines away from his vision, concentrating on the paper in front of him. He can barely even read the questions. "Block it out," he reminds himself. Sweat beads on his forehead. He can feel a migraine start to build up and leans over his paper to block out the noise that only he can hear. Sounds like a computer processing information and heart monitor beeps. His own heart thunders, and he tightens his grip on his pencil so tightly it causes his fingers to tremble. The questions are familiar, but he has trouble just writing the answer. At this point he's less worried about his score and more worried about finishing in time. He inhales deeply, trying to settle his shallow breathing before he passes out or something. Imagine fainting during the written portion of the exam. He'd never be able to show his face here. An hour later, he's managed to make it to the end of the test without breaking down and finishes seconds before his time is up. He drops his pencil and closes his eyes, waiting for the cacophony to stop. And stop it does, thank God. The whole auditorium explodes in relief, like someone released a pressure valve. Nagisa sits back in his seat, letting the new calm wash over him. His heart slows down considerably. It's too bad that there was no assassination involved. When he had his bloodlust switched on, everything else faded into the background, becoming nothing more than white noise. There was just him and the target, and whatever else he may have or need to carry out the hit. But it's probably not a good idea to let his killer's instinct run wild during a simple test. He's fairly certain he didn't fail, but then again he didn't know what it felt like to think you did good on a test. At least if he gets a high enough score on the practical, they may ignore his test score. As he waited for his head to clear, there was sudden commotion up on stage. He glanced upwards to see what it was. A man stood at the podium, scrawny and with spiky blonde hair and dark orange sunglasses. He cheered into the microphone. "Hey there, little listeners." Nagisa felt the world explode. That voice. It couldn't be. No, of course it couldn't. This one was way different, louder and more explosive and just different. But it was so similar. So much. A flaming hot dagger twisted in his heart. It hurt. It hurt so. He felt tears prickle his eyes. His breaths became quick again, his headache coming right back. Everything felt like a huge rush of thick, ice-cold water slapping him and tossing him around. Thousands of emotions that he couldn't identify pressed into his chest and mind. Here of all places? Damn it. Not now. Not today. Focus. In an instant, his mind goes on lockdown and his head clears. Instincts take over his body. He tunes out everything that's not important, instead concentrating on the goal ahead of him. This is a mission. He can't screw up. His brain filters in the knowledge he will need. The information output is slow but steady, enough for him to make base assumptions and think up a strategy. Shoving down his emotions is like trying to smother a wildfire, but he does it anyway until it's nothing but smoke and ash. Gather intel on your opponent. Right now, he's dealing with 3 types of robots. That is troublesome. His fighting style, if you can even call it that, is based off deceiving the naked eye, tricking the brain, crafting illusions. It all relies on his opponent and whatever advantages they'll give him. It's not a style based on combat, but, well, assassination. Robots have no brain, no mind of their own, only wiring and hard code. Except for one certain magenta-haired android girl. He shakes his head clear of the thought. The first type is a sort of humanoid-shaped drone that rolls around on one wheel and bashes people with shields on its arms. Already he could see the places that lacked structural integrity. The second was a bug-like creature with spidery legs, a snake-shaped head, and a scorpion tail. Little defense. It's bound to have too many weak points. And the last is a sort of tank with mounted machine guns. The chamber's big enough for him to fit his arm in. This one has a lot of defense, but the eyes are obviously the weak point, large and red and way too protected. Respectively, they're worth 1, 2, and 3 points. He noted that they all probably have an off switch somewhere. So the plan is simple enough. Evasive maneuvers should work long enough for him to shut them off manually. If he gets spotted, he'll have to use traps and such to take them out. The giant red eye shouldn't be too hard to reach if it comes down to the wire. Though he has little to work with in means of attack power, he has several tricks up his sleeve to make up for it. Totally not illegal. "Excuse me." The boy that sat at his left suddenly shot up out of his chair with his hand in the air. "There are 4 types of villains on the handout. With all due respect, sir, if this is an error, then I expect better from the top hero school of the country." Nagisa suppressed the urge to sigh loudly. He honestly couldn't help but be reminded of the uppity, pretentious A students that roamed around the main campus of Kunijigaka. Those high-handed elitists made up about 90% of the school, and although not all of them were so bad, The ones that fit the mold had so much fun looking down on the residents of 3E that they may as well have gotten a colonoscopy to remove the sticks up their buttes. But who knows? He could be wrong. This is, after all, a hero school. They probably take care to select the people with good attitudes. Moreover, what's with you? Never mind. You've been muttering this entire time. It's distracting. If you won't bother to take this seriously, then you can just leave. Four Eyes had turned his attention to the small green-haired boy that Nagisa had met at the front gate. Midoriya, who had been fidgeting restlessly in his seat and whispering to himself, yelped and quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. The rest of the students around him sniggered as the freckled kid shrank in embarrassment, face crimson from shame. Nagisa felt his blood boil. Midoriya was an anxious student about to take the test of his life. This boy, who gave Nagisa the distinct impression of a guy with permanently high marks in school, had no idea what the poor kid could possibly be going through. He had no right to criticize him so rudely. And everyone else just laughed at him. What kind of school is this? I'm sorry, but if you're not serious about being a student here, then it'd be better if you just dropped out now. Oh please. Don't give me the whole divorcing parents sob story. That sheet isn't going to work on me, you worthless brat. Stupid as well as being quirkless? You really do have no hope. It was because he never stood up for himself, never said he wasn't fine, never tried harder to make himself heard. It was his own fault really. But he could never shake the feeling of wanting somebody, anybody at all, to offer their hand when he needed it. It wasn't fair. Sit down. He said it without thinking. He couldn't help it. Excuse me? Four Eyes spun around to face Nagisa, looking offended. You heard me. His voice was low and calm. Mind your manners and sit your butt down. He wasn't sure if Four Eyes had gotten flustered or if he simply saw the look donning the face of the assassin, but he suddenly froze for a moment before dropping back into his seat, his body rigid with barely controlled frustration. Present Mike answered Four Eyes' question like the exchange didn't even happen. Right you are, examinee 7111. He then proceeded to explain how the fourth robot was more of an obstacle and was worth absolutely nothing. Still seething a little, Nagisa's anger dissipated once he heard this. He'd have no problems here, he knew that much. Avoiding is something he's good at in more ways than one, so there should be no problems. So it's his equipment and his wits versus a bunch of killer machines. He's totally got this. Nagisa could feel the adrenaline and nerves of the other exam takers surrounding him like a thick fog, but unlike the test where he had to sit still, he was able to block it out in favor of preparing himself for battle. Still, felt a little suffocating though, so he looked around to see what he could glean from the others. And of course, he instantly spotted that mop of green hair. Naturally, he looked seconds away from having a nervous breakdown. It was sort of jarring compared to the buzzing excitement of the rest of the test takers, even if their confidence was mostly masking similar anxiety. He decided to give Midoriya a wish of good luck. God damn it, not him again. Present Mike called him by his exam number, publicly humiliating a scared kid aside. He didn't seem like a bad guy, just a little uptight. Still, he needs to learn not to be so presumptuous. Case in point, that girl is clearly trying to focus on the task at hand. Are you planning on disrupting her and ruining her chances? As Midoriya stammered a response, insisting that's not what he meant to do, Nagisa walked up. The small boy said nothing, but he caught the eyes of 7111 and glared non-subtly. That's enough. Leave him alone. Once again, 7111 looked somewhat perturbed. This time, however, he didn't seem to care that he had been called out, and instead turned on the smallest boy with a look of condescension. And you? He pointed with his whole arm rather than just one finger. You could stand to be a less rude towards you fellow examinees. Look at what you're doing right now. Nagisa argued back, jerking his head in Midoriya's direction, being rude. Excuse me? He sputtered. You're excused. Nagisa stopped glaring long enough to give the tall boy a calm smile. He just remembered that he can't let his bloodlust leak out. Drawing any sort of suspicion is the last thing he wants. Just ensure it doesn't happen again. 7111 looked ready to blow a gasket, but before that could happen, there was a very sudden shout of, "G.O." Everyone stared at each other, gobsmacked. What are you waiting for? Real-life heroes don't get a countdown. Go, go, go! Abruptly the whole crowd surged forward. Nagisa was swept along for the ride, as was his green-haired friend. As 7111 bolted through the crowd and pushed beyond them were those engines on his calves, the mini-assassin made a mental note to himself to find out this guy's name. Diligent and rule-abiding, he could prove to be a huge threat if he were to start digging into the secret of the assassination business. He split off from the crowd and took a sharp turn down another street. Shoyuda Aizawa always loathed anomalies. Surprises aren't a favorite of his, at least when he's favoring something else happening. Surprise parties, for example. Regular parties are bad enough, but add in the factor of the unexpected and you better pray he doesn't strangle you with his scarf very slowly and painfully. And yes, he's done that once before. Which is why he can't understand why on God's green earth he's watching the screen with such fascination? No, that's not the right word. Things are fascinating when they're just unknown. What he's feeling right now can best be described as enthrallment. He can see All Might out of the corner of his eyes staring at a different monitor with a near equal amount of vigor. Technically, they're supposed to be watching all the students, but there's more than enough teachers to go around and playback footage to review later, so no harm no foul. He can't bring himself to take his eyes away from this particular screen anyway. Nagisa Shioda, it said. Quirkless, it said. How can he do all that and be quirkless? The boy in question had put his backpack through a security check while he had been taking the written portion of the exam. It was necessary to make sure that none of the students had any items that would give them too much of an unfair advantage, or anything that would blow up the false city or something. According to the principal, Nagisa's book bag had nothing but various notes for studying, as well as a pair of cleated sneakers and some gym clothes. His backpack, on the other hand, may as well have been a full arsenal. He had a sort of retractable sniper rifle tucked away and wrapped beneath a length of rope that was attached to a grappling hook. Several smaller guns lines the inside, including a dart gun, a stun gun, its shortened counterpart in the front pocket, a regular taser, and long, steel knives hidden in sheaths. Leather gloves with spikes on them. Smoke bombs. Nail bombs. A hatchet. Molotovs. A lighter. Initially, they'd been planning on calling the Diamond Cops. The kid might have been planning to blow up the school. However, Nedzu ended up stepping in for the boy, pointing out that a quirkless student likely had no other means of offense, and implored them to look a second time. It turned out that the guns were loaded with stun bullets, not real ones. The dart gun was actually a paintball gun, and the tasers were kept on a low setting. They also found out that each of the items were made by a weapons manufacturing company, Cyberpunk Industries. After all that, they were forced to conclude that since they were technically support items, the boy was allowed to bring them into the practical. Shoyuda initially hadn't been so willing to allow it. It was just laughable how much that kid needed to get through. A full arsenal just to handle one test. He'd fail miserably in actual heroics, especially in situation where he couldn't rely on his weapons. No way was he getting in. That is, until Nedzu pointed out that Shoyuda had relied entirely on his capture tap scarf to get through the test when he first came to UA. He was forced to concede. In that ret. Looking at what was going on now, Shoyuda was almost glad that the principal had stepped in for the kid. Now, he got a front row seat to the destruction it was causing. Shioda had split off from the others as soon as he got the chance. He was shockingly fast, even in consideration of his tiny, swift little body. Upon seeing the first robot, a two-pointer, he whipped out a hunting knife and sprinted towards it with reckless abandon. Shoyuda was about to facepalm, as were the rest of the staff, when suddenly they noticed that the boy did a full 180 pivot and started running in the opposite direction entirely. They soon found out why. Another robot, a three-pointer, was barreling in their direction. Must have been chasing the kid down the street. Shioda skidded to a complete stop, and waiting a second. Then another. The robots charged closer, both on a collision course and undoubtedly moments away from squashing him between themselves. Some of the teachers were ready to leap up from their chairs in anticipation at this point. Instead, Shioda leapt. Specifically, he leapt onto the bulky body of the three-pointer, planting his feet and pushing off. The two robots collided with one another, and the result was an explosion that shook the whole area. A mushroom cloud of fire bloomed from the source. Pieces of shrapnel and scraps of melted metal flew in all directions. One piece accidentally embedded itself in the eye of a one-pointer, who had instantly turned to face the cause of the sudden commotion, and it collapsed to the ground. Shiota rolled into his shoulder and skidded against the pavement, wearing a look of vague contentment, one that was way too calm for someone in his shoes. In less than 10 seconds, he already had 6 points. The next robots he took down were a trio of one-pointers, and it's safe to say that none of the staff have ever seen such a strategy. The boy threw out a Molotov, letting the fire splash all over one of the robots. The remaining pair immediately went over to see what had happened, but for a brief second, Shiota disappeared. As in, 1 minute he was there, the next not one of the cameras could find him. It was like he just stepped out of frame and failed to step back in. The one-pointers looked confused as well, spinning around searching. One of them suddenly shut down. That's because the boy had been clinging to its back, his knife implanted like a nail in the thing's head, and in that time he managed to find the off switch. Before the other robot could even react, Shiota sprang out and stabbed it, right in the eye. It fell to the ground, taking Shiota down too, and he did a dive roll to escape the ensuing crash. This went on for a while. Through clever use of his equipment, surroundings, and the weaknesses of the robots, Shiota slowly but steadily racked up points. He set up traps, parkoured his way around the city, hid at plain sight until he could shut them off, and sometimes got them to destroy each other. It was a sight to behold, a student taking down his enemies through sheer cleverness. But fighting wasn't the only thing he did. At one point, one student, whom Shoyuta noticed All Might was watching rather intently and who had yet to use his quirk, was initially paralyzed by fear when an enemy rolled up to him, ready to crush him. Izuku Midoriya, his file said. Just then Shiota ran out from it, hiding space, and swiftly made his way to the green-haired boy, who was slightly taller but mostly unimpressive. Shiota put a hand on the boy's shoulder and forced him to duck. At that moment, he vaulted himself over the taller one's body and slashed wildly. The robot stumbled back in surprise. That right into a nail bomb. Shiota had apparently thrown it out just second beforehand. Thankfully, he did it in such a way that the other test takers didn't step on it. He threw it in the path of the robot, and when that failed, he merely forced it to detonate. In the process, he earned quite a few rescue points. It didn't stop there. At another point, Shiota used his grappling hook to swing on a flagpole and pull a girl with orange hair and enlarging hands Itsuka Kendo, apparently out of the way of a careening robot that was about to topple on top of her, courtesy of Tenya Ida, who had kicked it hard enough to nearly send it flying. And then he saved another boy, Yuga Aoyama, who had doubled over from pain at overusage of his quirk, by unloading bright, neon blue ball of paint into the three-pointer sensors. Then he shoved Aoyama out of the way and used a taser to send the robot into a frenzied state of electrical misfire, long enough for Shiota to pull out a pistol and land a clean shot to its eye. And another time, he stole a broken-off piece of armor from a three-pointer and dived in front of an injured student, Eijiro Kirishima, who was taking a moment to rest and recover his quirk. The result was that the smaller boy's palms and fingers got sliced up badly, but this didn't even seem to faze him. This went on until about halfway through the exam, where Shiota made his way up a tall building by scaling with his knives, and then whipped out the rifle and then proceeded to unload his stun bullets into the eyes of the remaining robots, one by one, in quick succession. Some of the other students, who had a similar idea to his, couldn't help but stare at the way he effortlessly took out each enemy with the accuracy of a trained sniper. Actually, a lot of his movements looked too calculated to be from simple training. It had to be something more, and everyone knew it. Moving methodically across the city, taking out each enemy with deadly precision, he looked almost experienced. Less like he was fighting and more like he was hunting. Especially with those ambushes and the way he lied in wait, anticipating where each robot would be. Then came the zero-pointer. Shiota's first reaction was to run, like many of the other students. He jumped off the roof he was on, and landed on another one, and kept roof-hopping like that for a while. But then he stopped in his tracks, glancing over his shoulder. A girl with brown hair, Ochako Uraraka, was trapped, her legs stuck under a piece of rubble. Immediately, he spun around to try and save her. He sprinted until he skidded to a stop right next to her, and grabbed her hand. Uraraka screamed in pain as he pulled her. Again and again, until he was finally able to yank her free. Unfortunately, as soon as he told her to run, he tripped on a stray rock and fell to his knees. It seemed like up until this point, he'd been kept upright through adrenaline and sheer determination, but now he was starting to slow down. His messy, powder blue hair was stuck to his face with sweat, his body bruised and bloodied in various places. Uraraka, who hadn't seemed to notice, hobbled away desperately, leaving the boy at the mercy of the giant robot the size of a skyscraper. Only for Izuku Midoriya to fly past him, up at the giant center of the zero-pointer. Even as his legs flopped uselessly behind him, somehow having gotten broken by the force of the jump, he reeled back his fist, screamed something no one could really hear, and obliterated the giant mech. When he started falling, for some reason, All Might looked on the verge of panic. But at the ground, Shiota was suddenly sprinting over to Uraraka. When he made it to her, he said something with an urgent look on his face, and in seconds the girl slapped his arm. The blue-haired boy was made weightless in an instant. Then he pulled out his rifle and began to shoot. He shot at the ground below him, all while carefully avoiding other students. The kickback of each bullet fired pushed him through the air. He reloaded the clip in quick succession and kept shooting, until at last, he was in the right position. Izuku Midoriya landed directly in his open left arm. Shiota hooked his arm under the boy's broken body as the force of the fall dragged them both to the ground in quick succession. Shiota turned his gun directly downwards and fired another few shots, slowing their fall into a steadier descent. They both collapsed to the ground, one of them sighing in relief, the other with a look of despair on his face as the horn sounded, marking the end of the exam. Shoyuta Aizawa decided right then and there that this was something he would never forget. It stung. He probably shouldn't even be touching it. His mind was foggy. Nagisa pressed the wet cloth to his forehead. It came away stained crimson. Maybe he should have realized that it wouldn't be that easy. The exam was hard, really hard, and his stamina had been so thoroughly sapped that there was a rather large gap in his memory suggesting he may have blacked out once or twice. He almost certainly fell into a bit of a coma after the exam. All that excitement from the others had sort of nullified his exhaustion, and by the time he woke up, on the concrete, it was already sundown. His wounds had mostly healed, probably thanks to that nurse, recovery girl. Aside from some leftover scrapes and bruises, his injuries were pretty much gone. Unfortunately, that didn't stop any of his newer injuries. By that, he means the ones he got from his mother's wrath. He probably should have expected this. Back when he Shawshanked his hair off, she only held back from hurting him because he had a test literally hours away. She might have forgotten while he left that all was said and done. Seeing his god-awful hair again probably reignited her rage. Upon walking in, she'd been there and looked at him in a way that scared him. Her eyes were like daggers, and the way she bared her teeth looked less like a smile and more like a crocodile about to tear off a duck's head. She had a jug of water. A big one. Danger. Welcome home, darling, she said, her voice dripping honey and venom. I hope you did well on your test. She didn't, this he knew. But he nodded anyway. I think I did okay. I'll bet you're very dehydrated after all that exertion. You should drink some water, sweetheart. Danger. She held out the jug, the water inside of it sloshing menacingly. It's probably poisoned or drugged. She's done it before, after all. Putting fluids in his system to mess with his growth, or to make sure he was too sedated to fight back. He wanted to slap the jug away. Feeling very much like someone being handed a gun to shoot themselves with, he took the container from her hands. It was heavy, so he held it with both hands. When she stared at him with expectant eyes, he sighed and put his lips to the rim. Cold liquid filled his mouth and slid down his dry throat. The weakness in his legs dissolved a little. A few seconds passed, and... nothing? Really? No poison, no drags, no anything at all? Emboldened, he took another tentative sip. It tasted so good. Too good, like heaven in liquid form. He truly hadn't noticed just how thirsty he was after all that running around. He greedily gulped as much as his stomach could hold, until it became hard to continue swallowing. By the time he was finished, almost a fourth of the jug was gone. He wiped his mouth and held the jug out for her. "Thank you, Mother." She continued to smile and reached out. But instead of taking the water back, she merely pushed it back to him. "Don't be shy, sweetie. Drink as much as you want." Nagisa stared at her. She stared back. Her eyes were like swirling black pits. A shadow loomed over them, threatening to swallow her face in darkness. His hands shook when he took the water and began drinking again. Instantly, his gut felt heavy, tightening as if to tell him to stop already, and he wanted to, but he just couldn't. Finally, he couldn't hold any more. He suddenly choked and stopped, throat stinging as he sputtered and spat out the liquid. Dizziness began to set in as he desperately tried to get air to enter his lungs, and he wheezed tiredly. And why won't anyone come and help him? Just as he was about to try and hand the jug back to his mother, she planted her hand on the bottom and held it there. Forced to keep the bottle in place, he tightened his lips and clenched his teeth so no liquid could pass through. "Drink, honey. Drink every last drop." She gave a shove, and Nagisa gagged as more fluid seeped into his mouth. "Oh God, everything hurts. His stomach hurts, and his head hurts, and his chest and throat hurts, and so many other things that shouldn't be hurting are hurting." Defiantly, he chugged the whole thing as fast as he could. Horrible, it felt horrible. It bubbled inside of him and made him feel cold like ice. No, it's not the water that's making him feel cold. It's her. After throwing up twice and sobbing like a toddler for an hour, he managed to drain all the excess H2O out of his system. The first time he puked, Mom whipped him with the wet cloth he was currently using. Hard enough to draw blood in various places. The ones on his back he couldn't do much about himself, so she begrudgingly cleaned and dressed them herself before leaving him to his own devices while she calmed down. It stung like crazy, but he could handle it just fine. Not the worst thing he's ever gotten from her, really. Except now, 3 days later, the wound on his forehead had reopened and now he was sure it was going to leave a bad scar. Sighing, he sat up dizzily and reapplied the gauze slowly. It looked worse than it actually was. Far from being all that deep, it ran from his left brow to his hairline in an awkward upwards curve that looked like a claw mark. No band-aid was long enough to cover the whole thing, so he wrapped a gauze underneath a bandage around his head like he was a head trauma patient. He's fairly certain he's not concussed, but the pounding headache that has yet to go away after nearly 48 hours would beg to differ. Everything was blurred, like a watercolor painting left in the rain. His bathroom spun around him as he weakly stood up, legs shaking. God, he is so tired. Please don't let him be sick or something. Nagisa, darling. He jumped, dropping the bandage. Where are you? Please, not again. His heart was close to bursting out of his chest. He might throw up again. Please, no, damn it, please, please, please. I have something for you, sweetie. Oh shit, he's going to throw up. Somehow, he swallows it down. No, it's not what he thinks, he's sure of it. Maybe he's just overreacting? Yeah, that's it. It's possible she just wants him to take out the trash, or found something old of his that used to belong to him, like his favorite childhood toy or a lost Sherlock book, or another dress. He grips the door handle tightly and steps out of the bathroom only to find Mom's face inches from his own as he pulls the door open. He's startled and quickly backs up, unsure of where this is going and not at all wanting to find out. A small part of him in his head, a part that's connected to his assassin side, mechanically scans the room for escape routes and possible weapons before he stomps it down. Mom's eyes are bright, not crazy today, her brain waves normal. She's holding something behind her back so that he can't see. Please, God, don't let it be another dress. He can't take any more of it. What is it? I mean, yes, Mother? He asks tentatively. She doesn't drop her smile, which is good. For now. Based on the way she's standing, she seems genuinely content. That could change at the drop of a hat though, he's well aware. After what feels like hours of suffocating in anticipation and dread, finally, his mother stops hiding the object behind his back, and he holds his breath as she extends it to him. It's an envelope. Nagisa nearly wept in relief. Giving her a quick thanks, he takes the letter from her hands, gripping it tightly like it's his lifeline. Thank Jesus it's not a dress. The seal on the paper is waxy and blood red. It's quite heavy though, and there's something flat and circular lying on the inside. She wants to watch the results with him, but he's afraid she might read about something she shouldn't, something that might look suspicious. It takes a little convincing, but he manages to get her to leave him alone by playing to her biggest weakness. I promised to tell you the results. He had told her. Rather than using the standard boku when he spoke about himself, a boy, he ended up saying, "What is she?" which is more often than not used for girls. A little appeal to her desire for a daughter that never got fulfilled, and she softens right up like cookie dough under a blowtorch. Sure enough, she quickly shut up and allowed him some space, though under the conditions that she get to read the letter after he did. He quickly agreed and hastily made his way into his room, the sound of the door slamming shut behind him no louder than his own breathing. Nagisa's fairly certain that if he hadn't made it to his desk chair when he did, his knees would have given out. His whole body was numb from the sheer repose of making it out of that situation with his head intact. He thought he'd long stopped being so afraid of her. Key word being thought, because obviously that wasn't the case at all. He still startles when she calls his name, cowers when she raises her voice. Even outside the house, sudden sounds always make him flinch, and he still plays his stupid game with reading people just because he can't afford to break that habit. God damn it. He's always going to be afraid, isn't he? How stupid is that? He took down a government official, stood his ground against the world's greatest assassin, and from there, he proceeded to lay waste to dozens of incredibly powerful and dangerous men and women across Japan. Yet it was his own demon mother that he couldn't stand up to. The person that raised him is the one thing he can't bear to face. What FING joke? He weighs the letter in his hand. It's still got that weird, solid disc thing inside it. It doesn't feel like a bomb, though a small part of him doesn't care all that badly even if it is. The blankness of the envelope seems to mock him, along with the scarlet seal. He peels it open. Indeed, there's some sort of tiny, digital device lying on top of what looks like his letter, silver and gray and suspicious all over. There's a small, blinking light right in the center that reminds him of a UFO or something. It almost looks foreboding. Confused, Nagisa sets it down on the desk. Within a few seconds, the center blinks red a few times, flashing incessantly, and then a beam of some sort of white light pours out of it, extending up to the wall in a pyramid shape. Square in the middle of where the light ended up being cast is an image. No, not an image, a video. Is this a holographic projector? It has to be, or the image in front of him wouldn't be translucent and moving around. I am here as a projector. Jesus Christ. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. On the screen being projected onto the wall, a behemoth of a man had his face right in the camera, with the biggest, widest, and creepiest smile Nagisa had ever seen. Not even Korosensei held a candle to this giant. At least his teacher was otherwise so silly-looking that his emoji face of a grin didn't come across as unnerving. This guy's face, on the other hand, was about 35% teeth, and the rest had the honor of looking so strained that it was almost laughable how utterly fake it obviously was. What's All Might doing here? Isn't this a video about his test results for UA? So why is the symbol of peace of all people showing up in his message? It doesn't make sense. I know what you are thinking. Why is All Might in my result video? Among other things, yes. Well, young Shioda, you're looking at the newest faculty member of UA Academy. Hold up. I know, crazy, right? No, he can't have that. The symbol of peace in the same school as Nagisa, the professional assassin. There was a recipe for disaster, 2 cups of chaos, 1 pint of catastrophe, and a tablespoon of a death wish. Collecting information on the heroes and students of the school was supposed to be not easy per se, but not this hard. A new development like this should have been sent directly to Nagisa. After all, many assassins are sent near frequent updates on their targets before going on their mission. Any change whatsoever could prove to be fatal. Outliers are too dangerous to be ignored. Shifts in their schedule, unforeseen circumstances, any little thing that could affect the hit, They were always made aware. But a curveball this extreme. He should have been informed. So why wasn't he? Could it be because of the nature of his mission? Collect intel, they told him. Such a vague objective, now that he thought about it. What kind of intel could they possibly want? Information on the quirks of the students and teachers? A rundown of any weak points in security? Do they just want him to sniff things out, or will he have to find something in particular? It made no sense. Why now of all times they wouldn't tell him anything about the target? Then it hit him. He didn't have a target. He was to spy, not kill. Thinking about it, it seemed obvious. Of course they wouldn't tell him. They don't even know when stuff like this happens. That's pretty much the whole reason he's being tossed into this. Like a mongrel being dropped into a dog-fighting ring. They had nothing to give him. That's his job to figure out. He is their test run, the demo of infiltration missions. A man on the inside. In all the rest of his missions, Nagisa had informants that would usually make him aware of any possible setbacks by their own means. In this situation, however, he is the informant. In other words, he's going into this whole thing blind as a bat. All Might at last stepped away from the camera, drawing himself up to full height, and wow, that has to be at least 7'2". Let's cut to the chase. I am pleased to say, young Shiota, that you managed to pass your written exam. Thank God. He hoped that he would at least do good on his written test, but he hadn't been so sure after the way he had a near breakdown halfway through. After all, most of the material was stuff he had learned about with Kora Sensei. Had he failed there, he'd have disgraced the one person he wanted to make proud. Several of the teachers noted that you looked rather, for a lack of a better term, astoundingly stressed during this part of the test. They also noted that you didn't seem to be able to focus whatsoever. The mere fact that you kept your wits about you even while you were overcome with such anxiety. That, my boy, is the mark of a true hero. Really? He wouldn't thought that being so distressed during the easier part of the exam would have cost him some points, not earned them. Well, one good thing came from it. If he did worse than he normally would, then he has less of a chance standing out in a proverbial crowd. Better to shoulder the burden of being ignorant than let all those around him know what he really is. He never thought he'd see the day where he'd be happy to have low grades, and yet here he is. All Might continued. Let's move on to the practical exam. Young Shiota, I am pleased to say that you seriously shocked the observers with that display of speed and intellect. You are certainly something special indeed. Crap. He hadn't meant for that. He was so used to being overlooked throughout his life that he didn't see the need to use any different sort of method to trash the enemies. More or less, he figured that the other examinees would get more attention than he would, thanks to all of them having flashy quirks and training. He'd gone a little wild without thinking. Well, even so, it was still salvageable. It's not like he stood out too terribly. He just needs to be more cautious. You managed to gain 40 villain points on your own. I have to say, that is most impressive for someone of your caliber. For someone of your caliber? Ah, he must mean quirkless. To think, a quirkless boy stepping up to be a hero. Truth be told, I would have thought it impossible once upon a time. After all, it's tough in the hero business. Yep, he knew this would happen. Adults think that saying things like how he's so smart and reliable, and how impressive it is for someone like him, and only barely managing to leave out the "for a quirkless boy" part. In the end, it's all nothing more than misguided pity and condescension, dressed up in pretty little compliments and wrapped up in false kindness. No matter. It's not like he cares anymore. I'm sure that you'll do a great job, my boy, despite any setbacks you may have along the way. That he doesn't care at all. I am proud to say that all on your lonesome, you managed to rack up 40 villain points. Not the highest score, of course, but enough for you to pass the test. Congratulations. For ya? That's a good number. Enough not to fail, but nowhere near the top. Just as it should be, right? A kid like him would naturally be near the bottom of the pack, and his score reflects that. But wait, there's more. There were other factors in play, after all. Wait, what? What kind of school would this be if we turned away those who helped others? Hang on. All of a sudden, the screen flickered. A couple of seconds of static was followed by what looked like surveillance footage. Immediately, Nagisa recognized the buildings and streets, but more than that, he recognized the debris scattered on the ground. The testing grounds. All Might's voiceover permeated through the lack of back noise. Despite the risks to yourself, you went out of your way to save other examinees and help them out while you were in the midst of a test yourself. One by one, different clips within the same time frame popped up. Each one was of Nagisa himself, and each time he appeared on screen, he was helping out. Most of which he could barely remember at all. He vaguely recalled protecting Midoriya from a one-point robot, but past that point, honestly, it was all kind of a blur. He surmised that his blackout PRD was probably the result of an adrenaline high, since while he doesn't remember any of the specifics, he does remember being far more clear-headed and focused than he'd felt in a long time. But what did saving other test takers have to do with his own score? Initially, Nagisa had assumed that rescuing the other examinees would give him some sort of extra credit. Maybe they'd take him anyway regardless of his score. To be frank, it was a bit of a coin toss, and he decided to just trust his instincts. He's not surprised that his instincts went ahead and betrayed him. Okay, so maybe he looked out across the battlefield and saw the faces of his old classmates from last year, depending on him to watch their back and bail them out if they ever needed it. Maybe he took longer than he should have to realize that he was taking a test, not playing a training game with Karma and Sugino and his other best friends. Maybe the idea of watching someone die again made him feel nauseated. Maybe he was tired of taking lives and decided to try saving them. The examiners counted 10 rescues. A splendid job, if I do say so myself. You even went out of your way to save the same person twice, isn't that right? And as a result, you've gained exactly 60 rescue points. Hold on. Not only does this mean you've easily surpassed our expectations, but I'm very proud to say that you, young Shioda, are this year's first place, with a top score of 100 points. No, this is all wrong. My dear boy, welcome to your hero academia. There was a heavy whirring sound, like when a computer shuts down, and the projector's light faded and died as the device turned itself off. The screen disappeared, and there was nothing left but still silence. Nagisa couldn't bring himself to do or say anything. He kind of wanted to scream or something, but that was too far out of his reach. Instead, he sat perfectly still. His chest felt hollow and empty, like how you would feel after you just got done crying for hours and you've exhausted all your emotions. Yeah, that's accurate. He knew he should be feeling something, yet at the same time, was too tired to feel it all. Don't stand out. Blend into the crowd. Hide yourself in plain sight. Use others as your camouflage. Don't kick up the dust. Keep your head down. Don't stand out. Don't stand out. You are this year's first place. But all his years in middle school being bullied, ignored, swept under the rug, he wanted nothing more than for someone to notice him. For a chance to be given to him to prove himself, prove that he was valuable, he was more than just some background character. Karma gave him that for a little while. But in the end, it led to disappointment. Even today, he's not sure why Karma gave him a chance, only to decide that it wasn't worth it. Obviously, the red-headed boy wasn't fond of Nagisa's quirklessness as a whole, or maybe just didn't see him as all that remarkable. But if that was the case, then why would he reach out in the first place? Either way, he'd been so hurt when he lost his chance to stand out from the crowd. Then he became an assassin, and he realized just how much of an asset this was. Nobody notices him, nobody gives him a second glance. And because of that, he can get in close, nobody looking his way, and go in for the kill. Once it's done, he blends into the mob, leaving everyone else tripping over themselves in confusion. But now, he just lost his greatest asset. He's this year's top scorer. He's no longer ordinary, or part of the backwall. He's special now. His last defense. Gone. He pulled out his phone, hands trembling for no discernible reason, and sent out a text in a group chat. Nagisa, hey guys. I'm so sorry about not being in contact recently. I've been really busy, and I guess I neglected to check in. But that's all gonna change, starting right now. My new school is gonna take up a lot of my focus, but it won't come before you guys. He waited a few seconds, then before anyone had a chance to respond, typed in another message. Nagisa, I missed you. Not even a moment after he clicked off his phone, there was a notification. Then 2. Then 4. 3 more, then 5 more, then 8 more. He turned his phone back on and quickly scrolled through the messages. Karma, he lives. Sugino, at long last. Keano, hi, Nagisa. Glad to see you're doing okay. Karma, finally decided to come out of hibernation? Keano, it's been like years. Sugino, I don't think it's been that long. Kataoka, some of us have been a little worried. We're happy to know that you're alright. Also, don't worry about being too busy, we completely understand. Isegai, don't worry about it, man. Life happens, and sometimes we have those PRDS in time where we can't always socialize. Don't neglect your schoolwork in favor of us, though. Yada, we missed you too, Nagi. Terasaka, about DM time you said something, we all thought you died. Keano, Terasaka. Hazama, even if he did die, I could just perform a seance. Yada, please don't. Hazama. Maha, dude, I'm so glad to hear from you. Itona, indeed. It's been far too long. Nakamura, don't think you can avoid me, Nagisa. I'll hunt you down. Okuda, hi, Nagisa. It's so relieving to hear from you. Kenzaki, yes, it is. Keano, laughing face. Nakamura, see, the girls are all over you and all you did was show up. Keano, no. Lucky. Tano, shut up. Karma, degree. Tano, Karma, I swear. Sugino, let's not fight, guys. Nagisa felt his whole world tilt on its side a little, but not in a bad way. Once again, his hands were trembling for reasons he couldn't understand. A warm sort of feeling bloomed in his heart, filling the gap that had been left by the acceptance letter. The void disappeared, and left in its wake was a flurry of embers, warm and lighting him up from the inside out. There was a tightness in his chest and throat, and since he was alone at the moment, he didn't mind letting the tears fall as he shakily began typing in more messages about recent events to his beloved friends, his family, his comrades. Izuku nervously peered up at the door to his new classroom, which reached all the way up to the ceiling. It was so tall. He supposed that someone with a certain type of quirk would probably need a big doorway to get through. 1A was printed on it in huge, bold red letters. Despite everything he went through just to get to this point, he almost didn't want to step foot in the room. His mind flashed to Kaken, who would certainly waste no time singling him out, and that strict boy from the entrance exams that made him look like a fool in front of all those people. Not that he needed anyone's help to look like a fool, but still. Then he remembered the aqua-haired girl from the exam, the one that he saw again and again on the beach, and the brunette one with the cutesy face. The two that saved his life as he was free falling. He still wasn't sure what the blue-haired one did exactly. The pain made him a little unaware of his surroundings, but he was faintly aware that she was under the effects of the brunette's quirk. Maybe they could be in his class too. As for Kaken and that other kid, maybe they're not in his class. Yeah, they could be in class 1B instead. Take your feet off of that desk now. Huh. Izuku kicked himself mentally. It's the first day, and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin. You're kidding me, right? Did your old school put a stick up your butt, or were you born with it? Just as Izuku was debating whether or not he should run away while he still had the chance, he took a step backwards and nearly bowled someone over. Luckily, the person was able to sidestep in time to dodge him, and they positioned themselves so they were standing right beside him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine. They reassured him, and Izuku paused. It was her. She still had the same, somewhat jagged haircut from when they last saw each other, the one that made him wonder if she did it herself. Still, it looked as silky and fine as ever, falling over her eyes which were of a similar color. Her smile was mild but cute, pale cheeks tinted with rose. She only stood about an inch or so below him, but was so wispy and fragile looking that he wondered how on earth she manages to do all that crazy stuff in the exam. Dr. Ryukuen? Midoriya-kun. Crap, he's staring at her. He ignored the way his face was heating up. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I swear I didn't see you there. God, he's such a stuttering mess. Why can't he properly talk to girls? The girl made a small sound that was somewhere between a dry laugh and an amused sigh. It's fine really. It happens more often than I'd like to admit. Oh. Still, sorry about that. He already forgot her surname. Even though he distinctly remembers her given name, Nagisa. He can't call her that right off the bat, but if he asks after she already gave it, she might think he's forgotten it on purpose and is ungrateful or rude. She gave him a pitying look. It's Shiota. Izuku sputtered. How did she know? I prefer to be called Nagisa though. She smiled a little wider, and a small glint of mischievousness sparked in her eyes. And before you ask, no, I didn't use a quirk to read your mind or something, I just have good intuition. Izuku was pondering where he heard that phrase before, when suddenly he heard a pair of rather loud footsteps make their way over to the two of them. He almost flinched. It was that scary guy. He looked over at Shiota. No, Nagisa? Holy crap, he's mentally calling a girl by her given name, remembering the last couple of times the two of them had encountered the glasses boy. He recalls feeling a strange emotion when she stood up for him, twice, without anyone prompting her. Never once in his life has anyone done something so nice for him. And maybe that's why the emotion was so hard to pinpoint at first, but it didn't take him long for him to know that it was thankfulness. Though right now, he was less thankful and more concerned with Nagisa going on the defensive. Again, she didn't seem like an aggressive person, but he knew firsthand that she can be scary when she wants to be. He shuddered at the memory of her coldly forcing the glasses boy to sit down with nothing more than a command. Despite her seemingly quiet demeanor, there had been a forcefulness in her voice that sounded both natural and unnatural. Right now, though, Nagisa seemed to be keeping her face carefully neutral, the brightness in her face never leaving her features. Izuku couldn't tell if she'd forgiven the boy in front of them or if she was just being polite, but nonetheless she kept silent as they were approached. Hello. Oh wow, he's tall. My name is Tenya Ida. I am from Semi-Private Academy. It is very nice to make both of your acquaintances. He bowed in such a way that his body was at a perfect 90-degree angle, his glasses nearly falling off. Likewise. Nagisa responded curtly. She bit her lip, looking away a bit shyly. I apologize about the exam. No, it is I who should be apologizing, announced Ida, who abruptly began making swift chopping noises with his hands. You two saw something else to the exam, correct? Izuku frowned, his face still a bit red. I did not see until the test was over. You two. Truly, you are the better men. Men? Izuku looked over at Nagisa, bemused. Nagisa had a similar look on her face. Ida backtracked. Oh sorry, men and woman. And suddenly, the brunette's face faded into a deep scarlet. She struggled to speak for a few seconds, yet at the same time attempted an awkward smile. No, you were right before. I'm a boy. Pretty much the whole class, who'd been drawn to the conversation at the front, let out reactions that were varying degrees of surprised. Some of them looked outright shocked, like a girl at the front that was entirely pink, for some reason, and the boy next to her who let out an exaggerated gasp. A couple of them looked a little apologetic and guilty, like the pretty dark-haired girl sitting at the back. One guy in particular, a blonde kid with a dark streak in his hair, shouted, "Damn it," and slammed his fist on his desk. Even Kaken. Nope, Kaken quickly began to glare daggers at Izuku again. Wait a minute, he thought he was a girl this entire time. Unbelievable, he actually made such a humiliating mistake. Oh god, Nagisa must be feeling so awkward and embarrassed, he has to do something. I'm so sorry. Izuku bowed his head as deeply as he could. As did Ida, who once again did a perfect 90 degrees. I should have known better than that. I just thought you were a girl and not that I'm calling you girly or anything. No, it's fine, said the blue-haired boy. Once again it happens more than I'd like to admit. Izuku noted the strange, unidentifiable mix of emotions swirling around in those ocean eyes. Eyes that seemed to hold way too many secrets, secrets never to be revealed to the world. Hey, it's you too. They both turned around to face the doorway. Sure enough, A girl, at least Izuku hoped this one was actually a girl, with neck-length brown hair and bright eyes came bounding into the classroom, and Izuku nearly resisted the urge to give himself a scolding smack on the head when he caught himself staring and taking note of how good she looked in a uniform. I can't believe you guys are both gonna be in my class. Ochako Uraraka, as he remembered, was jumping up and down excitedly and talking a mile a minute, the air around her thick with infectious enthusiasm. Freckles guy, that punch was totally amazing. I've never seen that much raw power before. It was like, wow, what the heck, you know. Too close, she's too close. Keep your mind out of the gutter, Izuku. Thanks I guess. And you too. She rounded on Nagisa. You were so fast and cool. I saw you zipping around the battlefield a few times and you were killing it. And thanks for helping me when you did too. She got right up in Nagisa's face as well, not at all seeming perturbed when he flinched and took a step backwards, his face dusted over in light pink. He seemed to be trying to thank her for all the compliments, but really couldn't get a word in as she rambled on and on about his accomplishments during the exam. The girlish-looking boy looked faintly like he wanted to run away, generally giving the impression that he wasn't used to being spoken to by someone so lively, and Izuku felt incredible empathy for this kid. If you're just here to make friends, you can go home now. Izuku spun around to face the owner of whatever voice had just spoken, but he looked out into the hallway and saw no one at all. Until he looked a little bit down and was forced to suppress a startled yell when he saw some sort of banana caterpillar thing resting at the foot of the classroom door, and it took him a few seconds too long to notice the scruffy, bleary-eyed face that was sticking out of one end. What? Who is this guy? That was what he was wondering because there was just no way this guy was. No, impossible, he couldn't be. I'm your homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa. The man, Aizawa, took out a squeezable applesauce packet and SED on it. No way. The whole class seemed to think simultaneously. Aizawa heaved himself upright and slowly unzipped his sleeping bag with a look of unbelievable impassiveness on his face as if someone had needed to drag him here, and honestly, it would not have been too surprising if that were the case. He pulled out a cobalt-colored tracksuit with red and white markings designing it. Put these on. He droned tiredly. Unbeknownst to the rest of the class, who groused about the appropriate time to go out and do training when there was supposed to be an opening ceremony, the lone boy that had moved to the back of the class without anyone noticing was eyeing their new teacher and nervously chewing his lip, a worried frown lining his otherwise gentle countenance. Too bright. Today is way too bright. But Shoyuta wasn't at all focused on the sun, which was incessantly burning the skin that had paled from years of working at nighttime exclusively and never leaving his house. Otherwise he's not a shut-in, he's antisocial, but rather, the two students that had most caught his attention during the entrance exam. And he very quickly found himself wondering which of them was going to be the resident problem child of the year. When he first announced the physical exam, Shiota, unlike the rest of the class, had his lips pressed together in silent contemplation. Shoyuta initially assumed that his physicality didn't support any sort of harsh straining, since most of what the pro hero saw in the practical exam were precision strikes and stealth-based sneak attacks. Then he had announced that they would be allowed to use their quirks, and while the rest of the class practically cheered like this was some sort of game, Shiota was clenching his jaw and staring at the ground in a resigned manner, and it was then that Shoyuta realized that the boy had somehow guessed that this would be a test of quirk strength rather than physical strength. Honestly, Shoyuta wasn't sure where to stand with the kid. He had a crazy amount of potential to be something, though that something had yet to be determined. A hero though? Impossible. His own quirk levels out the playing field and gives him a fighting chance at the very least. But a quirkless boy will have basically no defense against any type of quirk, whether it be the type to affect a person physically or mentally. Skilled or not, he's better suited for. Well, he wasn't sure exactly what Shiota's skill set would be used for, but certainly not in any sort of hero work. The kid's fighting style was probably the most vast issue Shoyuta would have to deal with if the boy went pro. When Shiota turned in his application, which included a series of questions, some that were practical, some that were probably meant to be interpersonal, and many that were irrelevant, he described his hand-to-hand combat skills as scrappy at best, bordering on sloppy, his goal during a villain fight as being immediate takedown, and the greatest asset in his style being one shot, one kill. In short, the boy was a stealth operator, much like Shoyuta, but didn't have the necessary backup tricks like Shoyuta did with his martial arts training and capture tape. Though in all fairness, the Hagakure girl was pretty much the same in that aspect, having a stealth-based approach to heroics and being kind of frail for someone who managed to make it to the hero course. But well, to put it bluntly, at least Hagakure had a quirk to fall back on. But Shiota? Nothing. A glass cannon, only good for one use. Speaking of which, there was also the issue of Izuku Midoriya. He reiterates, a glass cannon that's only good for one use. Specifically his quirk. Not once in his whole career had Shoyuta ever seen a quirk work like that. Almost as if his body and his quirk had never been used in tandem before, which was odd, to say the least. But more than just being odd, it made the boy utterly useless in battle. He could, feasibly, handle himself in hand-to-hand as well, and fire off his quirk as a last result. But if he misses, or if it just plain doesn't work, then he's incapacitated, broken. In the end, Midoriya simply can't be a hero if he's only capable of being a liability. Sorry boys, but some pills, no matter how painfully bitter, just have to be swallowed. Between Shiota's fragile build and the Midoriya boy's volatile power, he fully expects either one of the problem children to come in last place, whether it be Shiota lagging behind in terms of where he should be physically, even the Hagakure girl could probably beat him in an arm wrestling match, or Midoriya breaking his body halfway through the test. What he didn't accept was what would happen after the rules were set in place. Anything goes. You may use your quirks. He repeated to the class. And to his surprise, he saw Shiota actually light up at his words instead of withering like he did before. He saw a calculating look in the kid's eyes, like he was piecing together a solution from scratch. The first test was a 50-meter dash. As Shoyuta tallied down the scores, a small part of him couldn't help but mourn the loss, the non-lethal sort of loss, of the unlucky BSRD that was either one of the two kids who had put on such a show at the exams. Then Shiota's turn actually came. He was paired up with Midoriya, as irony would have it. It was almost poetic in a way. He supposed that this was a good way to compare them with one another. Already he could see something similar about them, though he couldn't tell what. Physically, they didn't have much in common, aside from being rather short and unassuming, yet there was something there, something he couldn't quite put his finger on, that made the sight of the two of them next to each other a bit of a challenge to look away from. Shiota took a second to observe the trial in front of him, and promptly kicked off his shoes, much to the confusion of his companion. Right as the timer was about to settle on 1, Shiota bent low to the ground, grasping the dirt between his delicate fingers. When he took off, Shiota pushed off the ground with much more force than what could be reasonably expected. He dashed forward swiftly, his chest leaning forward so that he was practically bending over while he ran, his arms folded in as to reduce drag. When he skidded to a stop, he seemed to lose his footing, only to do a sudden roll on his side to avoid falling on his face. His time said 5.24 seconds. Anyone else would overlook this because of course they would. It's nothing when compared to his classmate Ida running fast enough to blur as he moved, or the next two, Yaoyorozu and Bakugo, who used their respective quirks to get some of the best times right below Ida. And yet he couldn't help but notice it had been faster than his own time when he had taken a similar test in his years of high school, 6.37 seconds. Midoriya, naturally, only ended up getting barely slightly above average. He was patted on the back by Shiota, which only marginally improved his mood as he sulked. Something was off. That much he could tell. The next test was the grip strength. Shiota still hadn't put his shoes back on, and Aizawa quickly found out why. No sooner than the test had started, the brunette stuck his foot inside the area where one's hand would go and positioned the bottom of the device against the wall. He held it in place with both hands and pulled, pushing his leg inwards towards the wall so that his foot pressed the lever down. The result was 56.1 kilograms. Then was the sidestep test. The boy's natural precision and speed won him an ideal score, even compared to the others that used their quirks. Thankfully, he put his shoes back on for this. The long jump. This one, Shiota excelled at as well, gaining more height and distance than a person his size would be able to. But Shoyuta quickly caught on to the fact that it seemed like Shiota had done this before. Not that he's done a long jump test before, but how he seemed way too accustomed to jumping long distances. He didn't ignore the nagging questions eating away at the back of his mind. Nor did he ignore the way Shiota seemed to be staring when he thought that his teacher wasn't paying attention. Then, it was the ball throw, and Midoriya was up once again. Shoyuta felt a little bad for the guy, who was so far out of his league at the moment that it just wasn't fair. But it's better to dash his dreams now than wait for it to happen down the line. He can't ignore the inevitable. Midoriya'd better shape up or he's going to be the one going home. Ida lamented to Uraraka. Huh. Oh god, the Bakugo kid again? Shoyuta can't help but find the brat especially grating, specifically his voice and overall attitude problems. He has potential, of course, with a strong and versatile quirk, but his vulgar, boorish, and generally unpleasant personality is bound to hinder his progress. Though what he says next, Shoyuta can't help but take note of. Of course he's a quirkless loser. That gets the attention of Shiota, though it's nothing more than a side glance. He doesn't look upset, just intrigued. Tell me, he interrupts, his light voice low and calm, is he a loser that happens to be quirkless, or a loser because he's quirkless? What? Bakugo rounds on the smaller boy. Why the hell do you care? Just wondering. He shouldn't be here. Bakugo barked in response. Sparks began to fly from the blonde's palms, as he's all but snarling at this point. He's a goddamn useless nerd without a power. All he does is talk to himself like a creep and write in that stupid but notebook he always carries around. The commotion was enough for Midoriya, who'd been locked in his own thoughts, to snap out of it and turn to watch out of concern. He was standing some meters away, but Bakugo's lack of an indoor voice meant it wasn't hard to listen in to what was going on. Shiota barely reacted to Bakugo getting up in his face. I see. Do you mean, I see, you little sheet? There's nothing to see. He's nothing but quirkless, which means that he is worthless. The fact is that he can't. A shock wave of hot air washed over the area, catching everyone's attention at once. Shoyuta turned on the spot, his blood running cold at the idea of what he thought just happened having happened. But it wasn't. Rather than his whole arm being nothing but bruised skin and splintered bones, Midoriya was fine save for the horribly swollen index finger he was nursing. It looked half destroyed, but it was only his finger. Shuta's eyes widened as he let himself break out into a grin. This kid, he muttered, exhilarated. Off to the side, Shiota made a comment of his own towards Bakugo, who was staring at Midoriya in wide-eyed shock. Worthless. Later, as Shoyuta was preparing the test results, he contemplated what to do about Shiota. He'd managed to get 14th place on his, which was quite a fair amount better than expected. Midoriya, meanwhile, fell all the way to last, despite his obscene score on the ball throw. He might have gotten higher than Shiota, but the injured finger obviously hindered his strength, so he bombed the remaining tests. But despite that, Shoyuta knew that the kid had incredible problem-solving skill, minimizing the damage while maximizing the power output. In spite of his other shortcomings, he could, theoretically, become a great hero. Shiota he was still unsure of. He didn't quite end up near the bottom like he should have, but the fact remained that he has no quirk. He managed to rack up a good score during the practical, but the practical, Shoyuta knew, wasn't a very accurate representation of a student's potential. Some quirks are only effective against mindless enemies without a thought process. Others don't even work on machinery. As for the brat, he was quick on his feet, efficient, and brutal. A pragmatic fighting style, but not one that is suited for heroics, especially when the idea was to capture the villain alive, not kill them. Mystery Racerhead. If it weren't for years of practicing the ability not to give anything away on his face or in his body language, he probably would have tried to tackle the brat on sheer instinct. He whipped around, coming face to face with a mildly surprised Shiota, who had separated from the others to come talk to him. Sorry, sir. He tucked a lock of hair behind his ear. The teacher gaped. How did you know? That you were Eraserhead? Shoyuta nodded weakly, and the boy gave an airy, nervous chuckle. It's the scarf. He pointed to the wrappings around his neck and shoulders, hanging off his frame rather loosely. It's obviously capture tape, and you're best known for using that during battles. As a weapon. Also, no one could really recognize you, even though you're a pro hero that teaches at UA, so I figured you had to be underground or something. Okay, color him impressed. The pipsqueak actually has some deductive reasoning skills. It's not enough to make up for his lack of a quirk, but with his brains, he could maybe be a detective or something. He regained his composure. What do you need, Shiota? Nagisa. The boy said, seemingly on reflex. I prefer Nagisa. He thought for a moment, then added, please. Shoyuta shook his head. What is it? I'm aware of the fact that you do not approve of me being at this school. The bluntness of the question floored Shoyuta almost completely, so much so that he nearly dropped the projector in his hand. Why would you think that? He asked sharply, even though he more or less knew the answer. Generally speaking, I'm used to people looking down on me. You're not really the first, sir, and to be honest, I kind of doubt that you'll be the last. Not once did Nagisa's shy and tentative expression falter, as if he were politely asking to use the bathroom. It was bizarre, watching such a small, meek kid make such cutting statements like they were facts, and they probably were. None of his body language or anything else gave the impression of a boy who was intolerant of authority figures. He wasn't meaning to be disrespectful, he was simply saying what needed to be said. Shoyuta felt a sense of familiarity in those sky-colored eyes. He decided that being direct with the boy was the best course of action. You have no way to defend yourself. I'm not sure where you picked up the tricks you did, but they're not enough. You can't be a hero with nothing but your wit, as much as I wish that were possible, and I genuinely do. Do you know why Midoriya thought to use just his finger? He asked mildly. This question caused him to be caught off guard for a third time. No. Well, when I was in the locker room with him, Nagisa purged on with feeble but determined conviction. I told him that he had the potential to become a great hero, but his broken body will be of use to no one. I mean, he backtracked. Of course, I didn't really phrase it like that, but I figured that you would say something similar. You know, minus the great potential part. The hero wanted to say something. He did, but he didn't know what he could possibly say, so he didn't. I knew someone as, for lack of a better term, utilitarian, as you would want to throw him out if he couldn't prove himself. He sharply essayed some air in through his teeth. But if he ended up proving you wrong, well, then you'd be forced to look for someone else to make as a scapegoat. And the next best thing would be the quirkless kid, isn't that right? Shoyuta was stunned, too stunned to register fully what had just been said. And then he did, and he felt even more stunned. This kid had him figured out from the very beginning. He knew either himself or Midoriya would be singled out due to their performances on the practical exam. Specifically, Midoriya would be singled out for his obliteration of both the zero-pointer and his own body, and Nagisa for coming in first despite being quirkless. Then he ascertained that one or the other would be locked down on as an example for the kids who weren't going to take this seriously. But despite that, he'd still made sure Midoriya would have a chance of outperforming him in some way. All because he thought that his friend had the potential that Shoyuta had apparently missed. He'd thought the brat was just as cocky as the rest of them. But no, far from it, he's more than just perceptive, he's practically clairvoyant. Clairvoyant. And selfless too. Shoyuta determined that this kid should not, be thrown out. Because more than just being curious about him, the teacher wanted to know just who this boy was, and where he possibly could have come from. Nagisa bowed his head apologetically and walked away to join his peers. Once the result were announced, Shoyuta watched as Midoriya froze with shock and despair, his tiny friend wearing a similar expression for the same reason. The shorter of the two went over to provide some comfort, until they heard the next part. And I was lying, no one is going home. The class, of course, was baffled. Shoyuta wasn't able to stop himself from grinning like a madman. That was just a rational deception to ensure that you gave it your all. He didn't miss the way that Nagisa threw him an extremely dirty look out of the corner of his eye. You know what? Why the hell not? One of Shuta's favorite pastimes is to give grief to some of the more uppity teens of his class. Why do you look so upset, Shiota? You had nothing to worry about, I'm sure, since you made first place on the practical exam. Those words worked like a magic spell. Everyone, literally everyone, snapped their heads towards the now flustered androgynous boy, some wearing the expressions of potential new fans, others seething with sudden jealousy, like the Bakugo kid, whose disgruntled expression changed to one of sheer outrage, and the Todoroki boy, who glared coldly at the kid. And Nagisa could only shrink in on himself in discomfort and give a betrayed look to Shoyuta, who merely smirked triumphantly in response as the boy was mobbed. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the class, please. Yukimura-sensei encouraged him lightly. It was his first day after being sent to E-class, and he already seemed to be fading into the background. Not that it was surprising. Everyone seemed to skim him over, giving him an appraising look before ignoring him. Well, at least this'll probably be not as bad as the teachers made it seem like. Though, that could change the second they learn about him. Hello. I am Nagisa Shiota. Nice to meet all of you. He didn't look anyone in the eyes, just kept his gaze on the back wall. No one batted an eye. That is, until a kid. Seated next to a large window nearby, dark blue eyes widening with recognition, shot up from his desk hard enough to knock his chair over. Oh, hey, I remember you, Nagisa-kun. You were in my English class, right? I only remember 'cause you were the best in that class. Nagisa jumped in surprise, not just at the boy's loud voice, but because he wasn't at all expecting anyone to know him. He knew who this strangely friendly boy was though. Tamahito Sugino, though he only knew because the guy had been a huge baseball star for the school team before getting swiftly booted out, and was also infamous throughout the school for being overly informal and personal, addressing people by their first names and such. Though at least Nagisa wouldn't have to correct him about the naming thing like he did everyone else. Half an hour later it was lunch, and a lot of people were starting to crowd him. They were keeping their distance out of respect, but they still surrounded him, and it made him more than a little uneasy, because he wasn't used to this kind of thing and won't they just back off, please? It's like being surrounded by street thugs, except he couldn't just run away without making things worse for himself. Mostly though, he was dreading that one question. So what's your quirk? Fear it is. The boy who had asked was taller than him, as all people were, and had sort of orange-blonde hair. He seemed like another of the friendly types, but as Nagisa knew all too well, that'll probably change at the drop of a hat. He wondered if there was a way to dodge the question. The kid, Maihara he thought someone called him, only interrupted him. Mine is just called attach. I can stick two things together like glue, including myself and something else. It's not much, but it lets me crawl on walls and stuff like Spider-Man. Cool, right? Nagisa let himself smile just a little bit, but even he could tell it looked incredibly fake. Yeah, it's really cool. Mine's night vision. A pretty girl with a ponytail chirped from behind him. But I have to wear sunglasses when I'm outside all the time, even when it's cloudy, so it kinda esses. He kept up his smile as all the people around him listed off their quirks, ending on a shy, bespectacled girl timidly stating that her quirk made her blood and saliva venomous like a poisonous frog. And finally, when the slightly European-looking girl with strawberry blonde hair asked him what his was, he knew there was no getting around it. He bit his lip, I don't have one. He kept his gaze on the ground, not wanting to look up and see their pitying gazes, their eyes filled with sorrow that was well-meaning but also insulting. At the very least, he wanted someone to say something about him being pathetic or worthless or weird just so he didn't have to deal with this. Honestly, he'd rather be ridiculed than pitied. He'd actually rather be accepted than anything else. Someone in the back made a noise that sounded kind of like a laugh or a scoff, and he couldn't stop his shoulders from falling a little, both out of disappointment and relief. Hey, that's fine too. It's totally cool. Maihara laughed sheepishly. His head snapped up. He couldn't help it, he thought he had misheard. He had to have misheard. It had to just be wishful thinking making him misinterpret things, right? Sugino's hand clamped down on his shoulder, and he flinched, but nothing else happened. You're fine, dude. Promise. The same person in the back actually did laugh this time, and it was cold and ugly. Shut up, Terasaka. The blonde girl snapped at the perpetrator. Your quirk gives you alligator skin, so don't laugh. Excuse me? The newcomer of the class couldn't speak for a while because his throat was tight and there was a strange something in his stomach that was both painful and pleasant, but very unfamiliar. He had to carefully school his features as to not give anything away, but inside of himself, a whirlwind was taking place, and for the first time in so many years, his heart was soaring. Being mobbed was definitely not a happy feeling. Nagisa wasn't sure how to deal with such a thing, considering it hadn't happened to him before. Even in E-class, no one ever closed in on him in such a way. It was like he was being blocked on all sides. Wherever he turned, there was a new person there to block his path. And even worse was that this is a school of heroes. Before, he had blended well into the background because he was a misfit just as much as the rest of the class, but now he's in a room chock full of potential heroes, and he doesn't fit anywhere in that equation. He's not a hero, he's an assassin. You got first place? Wicked. This is too ironic. Hell, there's even another blonde guy that reminds Nagisa greatly of Maihara. Maihara was a good friend, but he was rather lacking a little in the brains department. Aizawa practically had to lend him brain cells. Not to mention the blonde was kind of a womanizer, a little too casual about most things, and always tended to go with the flow. He got the same vibe from this guy with the streak in his hair, right down to the brain cells having to be lent to him. This time it was a girl with tapered earlobes, and somehow he could already tell about his perverted tendencies. Guys like that always stand with their friends, facing the general direction of the closest pretty girl. He made a mental note to keep an eye on the little troglodyte. "No way dude, that's so manly," said a redhead with a wide smile. He reeked of T-Estern, but other than that he seemed like an okay person. His wavelengths were bouncy and fast, so he must be one of those perpetually happy guys. Great. Also, he knew what a real redhead looks like, and this guy is most definitely dyed. Can't fool him. I wonder how he did it. A girl named Tsuyu put a thoughtful finger to her lip. She too liked to be called by her first name, since he didn't use his quirk during the assessment. Whoop, here we go. A school of heroes, so of course they'd want to know about his quirk. Well, the reverence being directed towards him was fun while it lasted. He noticed that Midoriya, who was right next to him, had suddenly pulled out a small notebook. Nagisa hadn't left his side since the end of the test. The boy with the explosion quirk, Bakugo, had seemed really set off. When he saw Nagisa staring at it, he quickly stuffed it back into his bag. A weird warmth filled his chest when he realized he had something in common with someone in his class. What is your quirk anyway, Shiota-kun? Nagisa. He swiftly corrected. Alright, Nagisa-kun. So, is your quirk non-physical? Does it only work when you're fighting an enemy? What the hell? No. Nagisa said, suppressing the urge to grin. So, why didn't you use it? Nagisa kept his face in neutral. Because I'm quirkless. He'll admit that he said it just to see the looks on their faces, if only for a moment in time. Uraraka had told Izuku how Nagisa had saved both him and herself during the test. Of course, he'd already seen him in action during the first part of the test. Just as he was about to be crushed by a giant robot, a blue blur streaked over him, and the robot was down before he could even blink. The tiny boy flashed Izuku a quick grin, then ran off before he could even get a better look at him, and he couldn't help but stay and watch for a few brief seconds. Though he hadn't been able to catch more than Nagisa running off to find another enemy, but he was mesmerized by how swift he was on his feet. When the zero-pointer came out, unlike Izuku who had pathetically frozen in fear, Nagisa didn't even hesitate to save Uraraka, who had been trapped. But when he collapsed on the pavement, battered and exhausted, somehow the green-haired boy knew that he needed his help. Even from a good several meters away, it was easy to tell that although the injuries themselves weren't that bad, there was a myriad of them in various places, and the pain had slowly accumulated into something terrible. His mind went back to all the times the boy had helped him, smiled at him, been so kind to him. The first friend, the only friend he's had in so many years. And he simply couldn't leave him to his fate. In a way, he had Nagisa to thank for helping him discover the power of one for all. But right now, Nagisa's face was flat and still. Not emotionless exactly, because those bright blue eyes were so full of life and mystery no matter what face he wore. Somehow though, it looked like he was very accustomed to keeping a poker face. So, why didn't you use it? Izuku asked, hoping he wasn't prying. If Nagisa managed to earn himself the top spot in the hero exams, he must have a great quirk. It could be greater than Kaken even. Nagisa merely frowned innocently at the question. Because I'm quirkless. Some sort of explosion took place as all the air left his body. Could almost feel himself gawking at the boy, his head swirling with a strange mixture of disbelief, empathy, reverence, and the pain of bad memories. It was dizzying, and he thought his legs would give out any second. Around him, everyone else has similar expressions of shock and sympathy. All eyes were on the quirkless boy that wasn't Izuku for once, and he felt the irrational urge to step in and shield him from. Oh no! He spun around so fast that he nearly gave himself whiplash. Sure enough, Kaken's eyes were blown wide with both shock and raw, seething rage. If the anger had been directed at Izuku, then he would have been running away screaming in sheer terror. Hell, just watching him be this set off at another person made him feel sick with dread. He's seen his former childhood friend mad before, but this seemed to be on another level. Even when he'd been charged by the blonde earlier, he didn't seem nearly this angry. Knowing it was probably futile, Izuku tried to step in. Kaken, please. He didn't get another word out. There was a fiery blur as some sort of bomb went off, smoke trailing in the air. In less than a second, Kaken had Nagisa by the collar and was pinning him to the wall, absolutely frothing. Everyone immediately tried to jump to the quirkless boy's defense, but they were all cowed by the glare that was thrown their way. Uraraka looked both horrified and angry. The boy he thought was called Kaminari cowered behind his friend with the tapered earlobes, and the pink girl named Ashido was close to trying to break them apart, along with the spiky red-headed boy next to her. Nagisa, for the most part, looked bemused. Why you little goddamn. He was so mad he couldn't even speak. How did you get first place? You worthless piece of shit. You're quirkless. You're nothing. So how? Why the F did they let you come here? I bet you cheated your way here, you little brat. There's just no way. Izuku doesn't know what came over him. It wasn't every day those words weren't directed at him. Quirkless people are so rare these days, after all. He was used to being called worthless, useless, pathetic, loser, all of it. Up until recently, he thought that would be all he was, his whole life. And yet, he proved that he had what it took to all might of all people. All might. He wasn't worthless just because he lacked a quirk. He could be a hero. But hearing all that be directed to another person, someone that wasn't him, it made him feel something he didn't know he could feel at all. He stood up to Kaken for the sake of others before. He felt many things when he did. Fear, resolve, humiliation. He'd been forced to feel small, alone, scared, all those things. But this was the first time he felt this. Pure, vindictive, primal rage. Get away from him, Katsuki. Kaken turned his head at the unusual use of his first name. Once he saw it was just Izuku though, his scowl turned into a sneer of contempt. Teeth, makes sense you would defend him, Deku. Why don't you punch me, huh? Punch me with the quirk you've been hiding from me, you snake. Enough, Bakugo-kun. Ida had noticed the commotion and was now trying to break it up. Such actions and words are unbecoming of a hero. I will alert a teacher if this continues. Iveb Kaken wouldn't risk getting thrown out of hero school on the first day, so he let go of Nagisa begrudgingly. The tiny boy merely smoothed out the wrinkles in his now crumpled uniform, still looking calmly puzzled. Kaken stuck a finger in Izuku's face, his voice low and dangerous. Don't you dare get in my way, Deku. I'm gonna be the #1 hero, no matter what stupid quirk you've been hiding. He rounded back on Nagisa, and everyone tensed, though the boy himself only seemed mildly surprised. He did flinch when Kaken roughly grabbed his collar again, though it appeared to be out of reflex. That goes for you too, quirkless little pipsqueak. You can't stand in the same league as me without a quirk. If you try, I'll kill you, got it? Izuku isn't sure what happened, but at that moment, something happened. The atmosphere changed around the little brunette. Kill! He muttered. What was that, runt? Kill! Speak up! Without warning, the temperature in the room seemed to drop by 20 degrees. Some people even looked over to see if Todoroki had done something, only to see that the half-and-half boy had already left the classroom. What really sent a chill down everyone's spine though was the small, airy laugh that sounded more sinister than it had any right to. Izuku shuddered, feeling like his heart was caught in his throat. Nagisa looked Kaken dead in the eye. Ruby orbs met cold sapphire, and for the first time ever, Izuku could swear he saw a hint of raw, naked terror in the eyes of his former friend. When the smaller boy spoke, Izuku could swear that he heard it overlap with a rattlesnake's hiss. I doubt you would have the stones to kill me, but I dare you to try. Everyone in the vicinity shivered in fear. Kaken dropped the boy's collar like it was hot iron, taking a good 3 steps backwards. And just like that, Nagisa was back to normal. His expression had been almost entirely unreadable before, and then it had morphed into one of sadistic iciness, but now there was a hint of dazed shock, and maybe some regret? The smaller boy muttered an apology and quickly exited the classroom, the door slamming abruptly behind him. Izuku found himself following the boy without thinking. Uraraka said something that he didn't hear very well, and he ran off in the direction he saw leavin. How is that kid so fast? He made his way down the hall, descended the stairs, and past the lockers before spotting the blue-haired student walking towards the front gate, shoulders fallen. Is Nagisa-kun. Nagisa abruptly stopped walking and turned to face Izuku, who was panting from having sprinted down the halls so fast with a raised eyebrow. Apparently, his state of exhaustion didn't go unnoticed. Is something wrong? Should be asking you that. He wheezed in and out for a few seconds, trying to catch his breath, until he could finally talk normally again. The bearer of One for All straightened up. What on earth happened back there? And are you okay? I know Kaken can be a little. Nagisa interrupted him. Kaken? We used to be friends all the way back in kindergarten, but... Let me guess. He drifted away. Yeah. Because of his quirk, right? Izuku sputtered. How did you know? Nagisa merely shook his head, a faint smile forming. I guess that kind of thing happens a lot these days. In all the ensuing chaos, he almost forgot about that tidbit. The quirkless thing. Can I walk with you? He isn't sure why he says it, but he doesn't regret it. At least, he doesn't feel as nervous as he normally would when trying to make a friend. Is that what he's doing? Making a friend? It must be, because he's rewarded with a nod of consent. Sure. I think my place is close to your place. I mean, I assume so, considering I kept seeing you at the beach. Oh, good, he doesn't have to be the one to bring it up. Izuku was wondering if they were ever going to address the beach, mostly because he wasn't sure it had even been real. It didn't feel real, or maybe that's just because Nagisa hadn't felt real at the time either. But seeing him here at school, it was such a sharp contrast to that first moment near the shore. Nagisa was more real than ever. Oh, why? I can walk you home? ESCKS at this. For a moment, he swore that he could see a small hint of a frown on the small boy's lips, but then the corners turned upwards. I wouldn't want to be a bother though. You wouldn't be. I go out on late-night jogs all the time, so I know my way around the city pretty well. Is he being too annoying? He doesn't want to drive him away. Nagisa sighs and laughs at the same time, like he did before. Izuku suspects he might be trying to figure out what to say to him. Really, I insist. Please don't reject his help. Please don't reject his help. Please don't reject his help. Why is he being so insistent anyway? He never went out of his way to make any friends in middle school. For obvious reasons, of course, but still. Why is Nagisa so different? Another airy chuckle. You know, you don't have to go out of your way to be my friend just because I'm quirkless. If Izuku was flustered before, he felt like dying in a hole now. Shame crept into his stomach. Was that what he'd been doing all this time? Of course it was. He spent so many years friendless and alone, he automatically assumed that the next quirkless person to come along would be the same way. But who's to say that Nagisa doesn't have other friends outside of school? He felt like such a hypocrite. Years of being treated like he was different, and all he ever wanted was for other people to accept him. Now here he is in front of Nagisa, acting like the guy couldn't even go home by himself. He hoped his face wasn't as red as it felt. I didn't. I'm sorry. that sighing laugh again. It's fine. I'm used to it. Somehow that didn't make him feel any better. But still, Nagisa had saved him during the exam. He's more than just a helpless kid without a quirk. And Izuku wanted to know him beyond his status as powerless. Then, could you tell me about all those weapons you used during the exam? Or maybe show me some self-defense moves? Upon hearing that, the petite schoolboy lit up like a Christmas tree, his eyes sparkling with near-manic joy. The next day was hectic, to say the least. Toshinori Yagi stood outside the door to the hero classroom, where his disciple and that other boy were. He didn't know why, but he felt anxious. It had to be because of Shiota Shounen. Not even 2 months ago, the boy was crumpled in a heap at his desk, coping with the aftermath of his and his peers' captivity at the hands of the world's second most dangerous villain. The same one that blew up the moon until it was only partially there anymore. The moon had miraculously been replaced in the time that it had took to destroy it in the first place. No one was sure why, but Toshinori had a feeling that whoever was responsible wasn't doing it for the sake of altruism. It made him feel on edge just thinking about it. Regardless, he arrived on the scene as All Might to try and rescue the kids being held captive, only to find that they had taken care of the situation themselves. All of them seemed to be in a state of listlessness and grief, curled up at their seats with broken expressions. The one who had dealt the final blow, one Nagisa Shiota, pointedly avoided looking the hero in the eye. His hands noticeably shook when approached. All Might attempted to provide some words of comfort, but it seemed to fall on deaf ears. I know what you had to do was rough. I can't imagine, and I'm sorry I couldn't arrive in time to save you from that. But you did a very brave thing, and now you can live in peace knowing that you'll never see that monster again. But he only seemed to make the whole thing even worse. It got to the point where one of Shiota Shounen's friends had to walk up and tell All Might point blank that he wasn't helping in the slightest. The poor boy. Forced to take a life at such a young age. It had to be horrible. And the #1 hero himself was incapable of protecting the young students, so much so that they had to do it themselves. He felt like such a failure, both as a hero and as an adult. And yet Shiota still insisted on becoming a hero. Despite what he's gone through, despite his lack of a quirk. He threw the door open. I am here, he yelled, entering the classroom like a hero. The teens all lit up with reverence and awe, their eyes sparkling. As All Might, Toshinori loved bringing kids joy when he showed up on the scene. He spotted his disciple, Midoriya Shounen, seated near a window, and he too had stars in his eyes. Even though he's seen All Might every day for the past year. But a small movement behind his little protege caught his attention. He didn't even realize there had been someone in that particular desk. There was a moment where the hero's blue eyes locked with the student's blue eyes. And then the boy turned away, averting his gaze and directing it towards the desk in front of him. All Might felt his stomach clench with guilt. Since that day, the students of that school have been hailed as heroes, but all Toshinori can think about, both in costume and out of it, is how much he failed each and every those children, and how he wishes he could apologize to the broken kid in front of him. What would it take for this child to feel joy again? Nagisa was buzzing with joy. Because he shamelessly based his hero costume off of the gym uniform they'd been given midway through the year. Military-style vest shirts and cargo pants, both a pale grayish blue and lined with fireproof and bulletproof material. A pair of sturdy army boots with thick soles. A thin, long-sleeved black unitard underneath, and a wide hood. He's sure that it looks a little suspicious that he already pre-planned his costume, but he didn't care. All he really did was send in the uniform and ask for a few upgrades to be done. Like his boots. They were already pretty clunky, but he requested that some iron be added into the toes. Also, he figured that he was going to need something to account for any change in terrain, so aside from making the soles even thicker and changing them from leather to rubber, now when he double taps his heel into the ground, several tiny spikes shoot out at the bottom. Now he essentially has a pair of cleats. Also his belt. Before it was just a belt, but now it's got loads of utilities and can store many different weapons. He has a compartment for his pistols, which contain tranquilizer darts and plasma bullets, because he's not stupid. His knives took way too much paperwork to convince the school to include those in his equipment, his tasers, low voltage of course, and a couple of smoke bombs and flash bombs. He doesn't think it's fair that he doesn't get to have real grenades, considering Bakugo literally has an explosion quirk, but he said nothing about it. Also, a length of rope and a grappling hook were secured under his jacket, completely out of sight. He'd never been so thankful that Cyberpunk Industries went out of their way to make their equipment as light as possible, otherwise he'd have trouble just moving. As he peeled off his school uniform in the locker room, he felt a couple of the guys eyeing him strangely. He didn't get it at first, thinking maybe they were just interested in his costume. However, the boy he had come to know as Eijiro Kirishima abruptly tapped him on the shoulder, which startled him so bad that he physically had to restrain himself from accidentally walloping him in the head or something. "What is it?" He tried to keep his tone as friendly as possible, despite that brief moment of total panic. Kirishima was the kind of person who smiles all the time. Nagisa can't help but dislike people who do that, so it was a bit jarring to see the redhead with such a concerned frown on his face. "Are you okay, dude?" the much taller boy asked. Nagisa didn't understand. Why wouldn't he be okay? Is it because of his lack of a quirk? No, it's not fair to assume that everything he doesn't like is because of his quirklessness. The guy waited for an answer, and there was a distinct moment in which they both seemed to realize that everyone else was listening in on the conversation. They both shifted uncomfortably, the shorter boy awkwardly rubbing his bare arms. "Excuse me?" he asked when he finally gave up trying to figure out what was so concerning. "It's just..." Kirishima stumbled over his own words. "You have, like, a lot of scars, you know." Nagisa pulls up his best smiling face, the one that was full of reassurance and fake promises that everything was okay. "That it's from when I was a kid. I fell off my bike down a ravine. Kinda had to go to the hospital, but I'm perfectly fine now." Despite being an assassin, he's never been one of those people who can come up with a good lie on the spot. Generally speaking, he tries to use half-truths and misdirection, so that he's not technically lying. But even so, he's practiced this particular lie so many times that it comes far more naturally to him than any other fib he's told. He's still not sure exactly how believable it is. Some of the scars are still in various stages of healing, but no one's ever questioned it before. This seems to be a good enough answer for Kirishima, and by extension, the rest of the class. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices Midoriya changing in the corner, looking rather subdued. Nagisa made his way over to the green boy, but said nothing as they both finished putting their costumes on. A couple of times, he felt someone watching him, and he would look over his shoulder to see a pair of heterochromatic eyes quickly shift away as their owner pretended that he wasn't staring. He needs to focus. Combat simulations. This will be a good way to examine how the hero course best trains its students for real-life scenarios. Furthermore, he'll get to see how the students effectively use their quirks in a less restrained setting. Yesterday, he'd taken the liberty of watching the other students as closely as possible to try and memorize their quirks and overall physical stats. He'd memorized the rankings of the physical and scribbled them down in his notes, and then tried to associate their names with their powers, but he felt as though it wasn't enough. He needed to know how these people would utilize them in a situation where every little thing counted towards the bigger picture. He also may or may not have hacked into the UA files to get everyone's results on the entrance exam, just to see who was the bigger threat and who held the most potential. So far, he's concluded that Bakugo had a lot of untapped potential in terms of power, but the least of it in terms of heroism. As for Midoriya, he obviously held the most potential in both power and heroism. Looks like Nagisa knows who to look into. That it felt dirty, he'll admit. It was dirty. But he has a mission. He can't let his coworkers down. He can't afford to be hindered by scruples and personal attachment. This is an E-class. When they made their way to ground beta, a couple of people quietly marveled at his equipment. Cyberpunk Industries was known for their quality over quantity. Resources and production was hard to, legally, fund, and too much funding can and often does result in suspicion. He was sure he was being silently judged too, and that was confirmed when he pretended to be concentrating on loading his guns while he eavesdropped on the people around him. Where do you think he got all that? Probably some fancy schmancy support company. So he really is quirkless? Is it really okay for him to participate? Quirkless or not, I'm not gonna hold back. He could feel Bakugo glaring at his back, but made no attempt to call him out on it as he made his way over to Midoriya, who was talking to the cute brown-haired girl named Uraraka that he saved from the zero-pointer. Although her sheer optimism and lack of respect for others' personal space made him someone wary of her, a small part of him couldn't help but he reminded of Keano, with her upbeat personality and go-getting attitude, her cutesy mannerisms and cheerful demeanor. It wasn't surprising that she was gluing herself to Midoriya. Midoriya's hero outfit was a bright, mint green jumpsuit with a hood that covered most of his face and greatly resembled a rabbit with the ears. He still wore his bright red sneakers, and Nagisa couldn't help but wonder why he'd chosen such weak material for the cloth. There was also a mouthpiece hanging around his neck that looked suspiciously like a wide smile. Awesome. Another All Might enthusiast. Uraraka seemed to have gone for a more stylish approach. A skin-tight bodysuit, black and cotton candy pink, with high-heeled boots that looked like they were made of pure styrofoam. She also had a white helmet with a pink visor, making her look like a sort of astronaut in training. He supposed that was fitting for a girl with her quirk. She brightened up when she saw Nagisa approach, her already round eyes growing wider. "Wow, your hero costume is so cool," she yipped. "You look so military." He laughed. That was the idea, after all. Suddenly a greenish blur flashed in front of him, and he found himself staring into a pair of emerald eyes, which were ablaze with curiosity. Midoriya was looking him over head to toe, focusing primarily on his weapons and tools. "Amazing! The material is nothing like I've ever seen." He was talking a little under his breath, so it was hard to hear him. "Fireproof, waterproof, insulated. And those knives, they could probably cut through metal. Everything is meant to support a stealth-based fighting style, the illusory bombs, the practicality of the..." "Midoriya?" "Yes. Personal space?" Sure enough, the hero geek turned a shade of red brighter than Karma's hair and promptly backed up. Nagisa laughed again, his shoulders loosening a little as the tension faded. Uraraka was the most talkative of them, as was expected. "But isn't Deku's costume super cute?" Nagisa frowned. "Deku? Oh, just a nickname. Doesn't it give you can do it vibes?" "Not really. Considering the only other person to call him that had been Bakugo, who was about as friendly as a rabid dog, he wasn't sure that such a name was a compliment. Maybe it's just him though. Back in middle school, the students and even teachers would use derogatory terms to refer to him and his lack of a quirk. He was fairly certain that they invented multiple slurs that didn't exist before. Aside from things like crip and special, they also coined the term baby fawn, which sounded cute, but was really a way to refer to someone that's completely helpless, like a newborn deer that couldn't stand properly. Even the word quirkless itself was used as a slur, usually against people who had useless or boring quirks. He didn't say any of this out loud though. He merely shrugged. "I guess so." Just then, he heard someone creep up behind him and quickly spun around to face them. He was met with someone dressed head to toe in a suit of armor, looking like a cross between a white knight and a transformer. He gaped for a few seconds, trying to discern who would choose that for their outfit and why, before a rigid voice rang out from inside the helmet. "Excuse me, Shioda-kun. Ida, please, could you call me by my given name?" "That all right, Nagisa-kun. Forgive me, but I've been informed that you happen to be quirkless." And here we go again. Trying not to let his frustration show, he nodded slowly. "Are you sure you are a good fit for the hero course? Forgive me for being so blunt, but I just want to be sure. How is it any of your business?" The words tumbled out of his mouth way before he had the sense to stop them. He instantly wished he could take it back, wished he could erase it from existence, but the damage was done. Damn it. Although he couldn't see Ida's face, Nagisa felt the armored man's wavelengths spike with surprise and wounded pride. "Now, how could you be like that? The hero course is dangerous in nature, and I merely want to make sure everyone here is taking it seriously." "Don't say that." Both boys turned around in confusion. Midoriya was standing closer to them, his shoulders hunched with anxiety, but his face set in stone under the mask. He looked close to throwing up, and yet determined all the same. "Don't say that about Nagisa-kun. He's just as strong as the rest of us. Probably even more so. He got first on the practical, remember? Nagisa resolved to buy this kid all the all-might merch he could afford once school was out. Nagisa was excited for this exercise. Because he and his classmates used to play a very similar game for assassination training last year, where a team would take over a base and the opposing team would have to sneak in and complete any given objective. The main difference is that Chorus Sensei would fly them to an actual military base. It was rather awkward for Karasuma, and there's multiple factors that one would have to think of in such a game. He and Karma were almost always put on opposing teams because, to quote Mai Hara, it's not fair for the other team if you two are put together. It was one of the few gym exercises that Nagisa always beat Karma in, solely because his team usually let him go off on his own and do his own thing. Once, he even managed to score his side a perfect win through careful planning and misdirection. Good times. All Might explain the rules. A 15-minute time limit for the heroes would be set, and the villains would get a bomb to defend. If the heroes capture all the villains or get to the bomb, they win. If they fail to reach it within the time limit, or if the villains capture the heroes, then villains win. Nagisa was fairly certain that he'd only need 6 or 7 minutes to capture the opposing team or make it to the bomb, but only if he were able to go off on his own. But with a partner in tow, he'll have to make use of the other person's skills instead of relying on himself. One by one, everyone broke out into intensive questioning. "Sir, will you be the one judging us?" asked a tall girl in a skimpy red outfit. "How much can we hurt the other team?" Bakugo demanded, eyeing both Izuku and Nagisa. "Do we have to worry about one of us being sent home like earlier?" Uraraka piped up nervously. "Will you be pairing us based on chance or comparative skill?" Ida inquired with his hand raised. "Isn't this Cape Très Magnifique?" Nagisa bit his lip to keep from laughing. He had to bite it even harder when the #1 hero of Japan ended up pulling out note cards. Seriously, even Chorus Sensei. He shook his head when the thought brought a heaviness in his chest. No teacher will ever be like Chorus Sensei. He could barely stand to look at All Might solely for the reason that he reminded him so much of that yellow octopus. With his height and that perpetual smile, the resemblance was enough to cause a pang in his stomach. All Might told them that he would be pairing them up by random chance, which seemed like a really bad idea, but Nagisa was too preoccupied to argue the point. He ended up paired with the tall, dark-haired girl from earlier. She seemed like the straight-laced type, similar to Ida, but with an air of naivete that told him she was inexperienced, if intelligent. Weirdly enough, she stared at him with a rather intense expression, like she was holding something back. He smiled at her, but made a point to keep his distance. Partly because standing too close to her meant having to crane his neck in order to look her in the eye, and he was determined to look her in the eye, no matter how much trouble he had with eye contact or how risqué her outfit was. Her quirk was the best thing he could ever ask for by far. As long as he had her on his side, they were sure to win. He already knew how. Momo was having a hard time focusing on the task at hand. She normally had laser focus and a razor-sharp mind. Her grades and status as a recommendation student reflected that. Granted, her parents had connections, but she still passed the special exam with ease. Regardless, she liked to think that her intellect would be her greatest asset in the hero course, since her quirk relied on her knowledge of complex molecular structures. But right now, there was just no way for her to focus. Because of Nagisa Shioda. He had already requested to be called by his given name, and she obliged. She couldn't help it, just like she couldn't help her lack of concentration. Because he was just too gosh darn cute. And it was taking a lot of self-restraint in order to act normal around him. He's just so tiny, and his smile is a burst of golden sunlight. Those pretty blue eyes remind her of a kitten she found on the street when she was little, but wasn't allowed to take home because her parents had deemed it filthy. His small, lithe frame further emphasized the resemblance, and when he shyly asked if he could call her Momo, with his adorable face dusted in light pink, she had to fold her arms behind her back in order to keep from petting him on the head like a puppy. "So I have a plan, Momo. Do you want to hear it?" "All right, they're in the middle of their training exercise." She scolded herself for getting distracted at such a time and attempted to continue prepping the bomb. Alright, Nagisa-kun. What's the plan? He smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. On anyone else it would have looked impish, but on him, it served to make him look even more kitten-like. Adorable. Could you make me a 5-pound bag of salt, a pair of ice skates, and a small to medium-sized flamethrower? And just like that, Momo immediately began to fear how this would go down. Since Toshinori was taking the kids for a round of training, Shoyuta decided to answer a few of his own questions. While he didn't entirely trust this man to be left alone with students, it's not as though the underground hero had a choice in the matter. At the very least, he can take his own mind off of worrying whether or not the big oaf even knew how to work a projector by doing some definitely not illegal investigating on one of his students. Nagisa Shiota is a huge bag of mysteries, wrapped in an enigma and tied up in a ribbon of secrecy. The kid has skills that the teacher has never even seen before, along with some others that he's only ever seen in the most advanced of the underground agency. And if that wasn't bad enough, being quirkless on top of it meant something else. After all, most quirkless kids are treated worse than garbage, and most heroes are all about marketing. If a quirkless kid is trying to be a hero, there must be some motive. Hey kid. Shoyuta latched on to the tiny boy's shoulder as he tried to walk out of the classroom. The student flinched so violently that Shoyuta took a step back out of surprise, unsure of what he did. He looks even smaller than before, his body curled in on itself as though bracing for a hit, arms drawn up to his chest. However, a few seconds pass and nothing happens, so Nagisa slowly relaxes, the tension in his shoulders almost visibly releasing. What is it, sir? He said meekly, trying to pretend as though nothing happened. Shoyuta decided not to press it for now, but resolved to look into it later. You do realize that you can't bend the rules like that all the time, right? This is a hero course, not a game. You need to take things seriously. Sir, I am taking things seriously. The boy shifted uncomfortably, looking down at his feet with a resigned look on his face. Listen about the physical exam. You said, anything goes, and then said, you may use your quirks. What you should have said was, anything goes as long as you use your quirks. Only then would I have done anything wrong. This brat. Far from being his usual batch of unruly students, this one was a total oddity. He knows exactly what rules he can bend, and just how much he can bend them before they break. He's always looking at things from a different angle than most others, and his sheer skill and technique is probably the best in the class, maybe even more so than the recommended students. He's intelligent, not extremely so, but he did get 15th overall in the written exam. But some things about him just don't line up. His jumpiness, for one thing, as well as his timid and shy personality. A kid like him should be either a social gem like the Yayarosa girl, or withdrawn and high and mighty like Endeavor's kid. But instead he's naturally kind towards others, but still has walls around him, as though he's afraid of something. His whole existence is an oxymoron. So here he was, sat in the teacher's lounge and cyber-stalking a teenage boy like a creep. He's aware of how suspect he is, but a teacher's got to do what a teacher's got to do. It turns out that tracking Nagisa down online is way harder than it looks. The kid is nearly non-existent on social media, and any friends he has go out of their way to not mention him unless it's in a group thing. He managed to locate a photo of him sat in what looked like an elementary school classroom, tutoring a little rose-haired girl while the taker of the photo put heart emoji stickers all over it. Unfortunately, that didn't really help him at all, since the caption only mentioned his given name and nothing. So, looks like he's going to have to go even deeper. He'll need to look at the boy's personal files. Technically, all teachers should have access to it, but it might look rather invasive if he's suddenly looking into a student's past, so he'll have to make sure he comes up with a good excuse, just in case anyone catches him. Whoever this kid is, Shoyuta has a feeling that something's gotta give soon. Shoto looked over at his partner for the exercise. Shoji had created a plethora of small ears on the tips of his fingers and elbows, and they were swiveling back and forth like a sonar. They were still standing outside the building, but Shoto didn't mind. This round will be over soon, he's sure of it. He met the Momo Yayarosa girl at the recommendation exam. His shitty old man insisted on it. Apparently her family is well respected among the hero agency, and got a good grasp of her quirk and personality. Overall, she's clever, very clever, but lacks the ability to stay calm in a tense situation. Instead, she panics, and then makes decisions before thinking about them. Still, if she were up against anyone else, she'd most definitely have a good chance, but unfortunately she's not. As for the quirkless kid, well, need he say more? The boy is weak. His scores in the physical should have been higher, but instead he has the average strength of a girl his age. But more than that, his lack of a quirk is nothing more than a liability. He's got good technique and has a good grasp of basic weaponry, but that can only get you so far when facing against someone far more powerful. Shoto would crush him in an instant. Stand outside for a little bit, he told his partner. This'll be over soon. He summoned his trusty ice power, and all at once his blood ran cold throughout his body. The familiar surge of adrenaline mixed in with the frigidness in his veins, and he felt the temperature around him drop as he entered the building. When he took a step on the hard concrete, frost blossomed from his right foot and began to spread, and it kept spreading and spreading. The walls began to look like glass. Shoto sighed in a breath, but winced when the frozen air stung his lungs. It seems that he's not immune to his own cold, but at least the sudden attack likely left both of his opponents frozen to the ground by their feet. Even if they manage to escape by removing their shoes, there's no way they can fight barefoot on ice. He's already won. He smirked and puffed out the air in his body, which created a cloud of mist in front of his mouth. Ice, he mused, is such a fickle element. It's just sub-zero water, but it has so much effect in so many different scenarios. It can change the flow of any fight no matter how it's used. Mess up the terrain for your enemy, injure them by freezing their limbs, or even just distract them with the irritating change in weather. And yet, it's less fickle than his accursed fire. When in the hands of man, it can create, but when left to the throes of nature, its only capability is destruction. Given the choice, he'll take ice. In his hands, ice is the most powerful force on Earth. Crunch. Shoto halted mid-step. That was a footstep, and it definitely was not his own. It came from behind him. He turned around, wondering if Shoji had followed him into the building, and yet he saw nothing. No Shoji, no anyone. His blood ran cold again, but this time it had nothing to do with his quirk. He looked down and realized that he had stepped on a wire, which had snapped in half. Panic rose in his chest as he threw himself forward, and was promptly blasted off his feet. The world tipped for a dizzying moment, his entire being in a state of paralysis as he was helpless to stop himself from tumbling on the slippery ground. He grunted as something hot tickled the back of his neck, most likely heat from the blast. He couldn't see well at all, yet out of the corner of his eye he could just make out the wall he was about to slam into, which was lined with a wooden panel that had spikes and nails protruding out of it, ready for him to impale himself. His heart dropped to his knees and he instinctively raised his arm and created a glacier to halt his tumbling. Shoto slammed into the pillar of ice, his frostbitten shoulders stinging painfully. When the ringing in his ears stopped and his blurry vision cleared, he looked at the entrance and realized that the explosion had caused some thick sheets of ice to fall off the ceiling in front of the door and collapse, blocking his escape route as well as sealing him away from Shoji. And those ice sheets were thick, so it'd be a nightmare trying to get past them. Shoto scoffed. Oh, those two are good. The crunching noise from earlier was most definitely a footstep. Right next to the blocked-off entrance, the door to a random room was ajar. He creeped closer to the room, but kept his right arm at the ready. This is likely a trap, that much he could tell, but if he could set off any rig they may have set up, but from far away, the person waiting for him will be frozen to the walls in less than a second. Then he'll force them to take him to the bomb. A rattling sound made him jump and spin around. Something small and cylinder-shaped skittered across the ground. He growled and kicked it as hard as he could, then created a wall of ice between himself and the object, wondering where the hell it came from. No one was behind him when he stopped himself from being skewered on the wooden panel. It occurred to him too late that he just blocked himself off from advancing to any higher floors. Damn it. It's only been about 3 or so minutes and he already got outsmarted. But his opponents didn't know his quirk. Yaoyorozu had seen his ice ability in action during the recommended exam, but she didn't know about his left side. He vowed never to use this side in battle, but as long as he's not actually directly fighting anyone, it shouldn't matter. They likely thought his ice would only melt naturally, so they'd never see this part coming. Once he finds those two, he'll freeze them solid for this. But when he reached out to touch the wall of ice, he heard another crunch. Shoto turned around just in time to see a small brown sack of something flying towards him. He didn't even get to react properly before the bag burst. Even as he tried to throw up another ice wall, it did him no good as his vision was filled with white smoke. He felt himself being pelted by what felt like sand, for it was just as grainy and heavy. His eyes stung as the white cloud obstructed his view, but he only made it worse when he tried to rub them. Another rounded object flew into the air. This time, he was ready. He created a spike of ice that knocked the ball to the ground, and it burst a couple of meters away from him. The result was a small explosion of smoke that was a much darker color than the white powder coating his body. The sickly gray fumes billowed down the hall he was trapped in, seeping into the mysterious room, but nothing happened for a long while. Just as he was about to turn around and try melting the ice wall, there was a shift in the dark cloud as something began to move around. Click. The world fell into fire. A few minutes earlier, Nagisa fiddled around with the final trap, adjusting the angle so that it was less noticeable from a normal view. The string was meant to be stepped on, but if he hopped right over it, there's a small chance that he'll instead step on the small pressure plate. Either way, this trap is essential to the plan, so if it fails, Yaoyorozu will have to deal with Shoji on her own. Not that he doubted her, but she might be overwhelmed if it doesn't go according to plan, especially with how weirdly distracted she was earlier. Where did you learn how to do this? Yaoyorozu asked him nervously. He grinned at her reassuringly. I saw it in a movie once. Technically not a lie. He saw it in a movie once, and then asked Kora-sensei to teach him how to set it up. Of course, the big yellow octopus monster was ecstatic to teach his most enthusiastic student how to make a death trap. What is his life? Are you sure this'll work? His partner asked, biting her lip anxiously. He gave her another smile. Don't worry, Momo-chan, I've got this. And just like that, she relaxes. He cheers internally. Girls like Yaoyorozu don't have a lot of friends, something he can relate to, though in her case it's likely because of her sheltered upbringing. He distinctly remembers reading about a group of heroes that came from the exact same bloodline, so he wouldn't be surprised if she grew up in one of those rich family houses. Addressing her with familiarity, calling her by her first name and all, and she'll trust him in no time. Maybe he'll give her a cutesy nickname to speed up the process? No, that's too forward. In any case, being her friend might help him find more about the Yaoyorozus. God, who is he becoming? Making friends for the sake of using them. Maybe after all this, he'll meet up with his actual friends from his old class. Karma has been talking about that new sushi place. Focus right now though. He turns to his partner and tells her about the plan. The idea is to force him to corral himself in, he explains, by taking advantage of his reflex time and natural reactions. The first set of traps will be on the ground, so he'll be unconsciously watching his step, whether he realizes it or not. That means he won't notice when the final trap goes off, or if he does, he'll notice too late. What if he sees it coming? She points out. That's where you come in. The ice skates will let you move fast so that you can set off the remaining traps without him catching you. And the salt. Rock salt contains a solute that melts ice like a blowtorch. Since the costuming agency has yet to provide him with chemical bombs, he's having Yaoyorozu help him. It's a little something he picked up from Okuda. Admittedly, science was never his favorite subject. That's not to say he was bad at it, he just found it boring. Okuda, on the other hand, taught him all an assassin would need to know about chemistry and physics. Turns out there's a way to move silently on ice. You just slide across. Go with the flow, so to speak. Regardless, a bleach bomb or two should be a good backup plan if he gets cornered. He wrapped up the little brown sack that was stuffed with ingredients. A plastic bag with a mild explosive, surrounded by the pound or so of ground salt that they didn't use to cover the floor around the weapon. The result was a salt bomb, which functioned virtually the same as a sugar bomb. The powder would provide a smoke screen, and the salt would negate his quirk. Of course, a good assassin always has a backup plan. He adjusts his jacket. He'll show Todoroki what an experienced killer is capable of. The icy hero boy was quickly drowned in a sea of fire as the flamethrower blasted him with heat. He threw up some ice walls to protect himself, but because of the stupid salty stuff, they weren't as thick as he'd have liked. Everything hurt. He cried out when a burst of pain pounded into him, the burns spreading throughout his body. Everything stung like crazy, even as he jumped out of the line of fire and fell into a melted puddle. The cold water soothed the burning, but it still felt like agony as his skin started to blister and turn red. He groaned and tried to stand up, but his energy was shot. The injuries were too much, loath was he to admit it. He tried once, then twice, then a third time, but each attempt ended in failure as he slipped on the watery floor and fell back down. He heard footsteps. When he opened his eyes, someone was standing over him. Despite the burns, his insides froze. Those eyes. They were nothing like he had ever seen before. Cold and blue, hypnotic like a snake's, darker and lonelier than the deepest ocean, yet also brighter than the most dazzling stars. They were alight, not with malice or triumph, not with hatred or sorrow, but with a combination of two unexpected things. The first was a sort of innocent, childlike excitement, like a little kid riding a thrilling roller coaster. Sparks of pure joy lit up Shioda's wide eyes, the sheer adrenaline flushing his cheeks. And the second? He couldn't even tell. It might have been something that Shoto was too inexperienced to fully understand. But he was wide open. Without thinking, Shoto's right foot shot out. In seconds, the smaller boy's boots were encased in ice, and Shioda was stuck to the ground, unable to so much as take a single step forward. Surprisingly, the boy didn't even blink. Shoto was no idiot. He knew the kid had a method to escape the frozen prison, whatever that method might be. The smaller of the two was staring at his own trapped feet with a sort of curiosity, like he was more interested in the ice itself than he was in actually freeing himself from it. He must have some sort of plan, maybe to be enacted when Shoto leaves him be. Where's Yaoyorozu? He pulls out his roll of capture tape and walks over to the villain. Shioda is tiny, so Shoto has to look down in order to properly speak to him. I underestimated you. He admitted. I had no idea you would have so much up your sleeve. His face was stone as he grabbed Shioda's wrist. But in the end, it was over the second you let your guard down. A quirkless person can't afford to be careless, even for 1 second. It's a shame, really. You put so much effort into getting here, but it's useless in the end. Useless. Shoto nearly jumped as the blue-haired boy's free hand latched onto the taller one's shoulder. He kept his expression neutral though, staring into those strange, vivid blue eyes. The smaller boy spoke, but his voice was calm and serene. Todoroki, I always knew that I could never beat you in a fair fight. And you know it too. Of course Shoto knew that. It's only common sense. No quirkless person is stupid enough to fight head-to-head with someone of his caliber and skill. Even if the sheer power didn't overwhelm them, the combination of strength and strategy would end the fight in seconds. Which is why. Shioda's wrist was pried from his grasp, and he felt a hand snap onto his forearm. But it's too bad for you. A warm smile spread across his face. I don't fight fair. He unzipped his jacket, revealing a short necklace with a bomb hanging from it. There was a small click, and the world fell away into an explosion of light. What just happened? Uraraka shouted, panic written all over her features. Izuku's stomach clenched in fear. The cameras were nothing but static, and his friend was still trapped by Todoroki. He saw the half-and-half boy in the quirk assessment test, and he was a natural at using his power. He almost thought that Nagisa didn't stand a chance, but then he reminded himself not to count out the quirkless boy. When the ice fell over the tiny boy's feet, Izuku couldn't help but sag his shoulders in disappointment. He'd really been rooting for Nagisa, but he wasn't naive enough to think that he had a way out of the situation. Until he noticed Yaoyorozu peeking out from behind a corner, watching the exchange go down. She didn't look like she was watching, but rather, like she was waiting for something specific to happen. The look on her face, however, was a mixture of guilt, fear, and internal turmoil, and her hands shook as she dug something out of her pocket. And then after that, The cameras went to static as some sort of blast of light went off. Now they were all staring at empty screens and listening to white noise. All Might, who had been monitoring the situation closely but hadn't said anything at all in the past 6 minutes, jumped out of his seat and started frantically yelling into the mic. Young Shiota. Young Todoroki. Do either of you copy? Young Yaoyorozu. Kaminari, who was standing in a corner with Jairu, looked over to her anxiously. What do you think happened? How should I know? She griped. It looks like a bomb went off, but we can't even see what the hell is going on right now. Kirishima gritted his teeth. I didn't like how unmanly all those cheap tricks were, but I don't want Nagisa-kun to be hurt. Izuku was beside himself with worry, though he tried to keep himself tempered as he stared desperately at the screen. He pleaded that whatever had happened, his friend was okay, and that Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were all right too. He can't lose the first real friend he ever made. Not when he was finally starting to have something in common with someone else. Kaken merely glared at the ground. Just then, as the tension in the room grew like a fungus, the screen started to come back. It flickered a few times and everyone waited with bated breath. All Might spoke into the mic. Are the three of you all right in there? The screen came back. The students and teacher all saw that Nagisa and Todoroki were lying in a heap together on the ground, neither of them moving. They both seemed at least semi-unconscious, but stirred when they heard All Might's voice in their ears. Yaoyorozu was standing a few paces away from them, looking pale and shaky as she slowly creeped towards her exercise partner. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she quickly created a roll of capture tape with her quirk, and then grabbed Todoroki's wrist and tied him up. No one could believe what just happened. The villain team wins. Shota felt the universe implode on him. He couldn't believe what he had just discovered. He quickly pulled out his phone and went to the contact that said, Smiley-faced idiot. Also known as one Toshinori Yagi, who happened to be the #1 hero of Japan. He tried not to let his fingers shake as they flew across the keyboard. Aizawa, when you get the chance, tell Nagisa Shiota to meet with me in the principal's office to talk. He thought about it for a long minute afterwards, but before he could type anything else, a message popped up. Smiley-faced idiot. What's this about, Aizawa? Shota quickly typed in his answer. Aizawa. He's one of the 28. He tasted metal and heat. Pain flooded his senses. Each step was even harder to take than the last, yet he couldn't bring himself to stop. But it was unbearable, so terribly unbearable. He supported himself against the wall as he moved, and tried to ignore how his eyes were burning and vision was slowly starting to blur. Crying meant weakness, just like boss always said. Just like mom always said. But God, did it hurt. Every part of his body ached and stung, his ligaments tight and sore. He bit his lip to keep himself from screaming, hard enough that the blood pooled in his mouth. His lungs were being stabbed, but he swallowed as much air as he could. He was lightheaded and dizzy and so very tired, but he could not give up. This is who he is now. He has to accept it. He has to keep going. Just then, a voice echoed across the hall and attacked his senses. 10 more seconds until the next check. Said the intercom. No, please not another check. He can't take any more of those. But no one cares about what he thinks, so sure enough, when 10 seconds passed, the steel walls in the room lit up with white light. He didn't have time to process what would happen next. Every last fiber of his being shrieked as the shock ran through his body. If he could have screamed, he would, but his voice didn't work when his mouth shot open. His very soul was being set on fire, and he feared his heart had stopped. No, he hoped it stopped, because then it wouldn't hurt anymore and his muscles wouldn't be seizing up so painfully. And why God, why does this have to happen to him? And just as quickly as it had started, it was over. He collapsed to the ground, twitching and buzzing with residual electricity, and he begged someone to just kill him already. Yesterday's training was brutal. Nagisa still had some bruises and burns, not to mention a wound on his lip that his teeth had given him, but those minor injuries paled in comparison to how stiff he was. Electroshock training was by far his least favorite, even if it happened rarely. Even now, his nerves were still on fire and his brain was a foggy mess. It's no surprise he wasn't able to make it home in time to get any sleep. Thankfully, He's fully prepared for situations like these. He usually leaves a note for his mom saying that he's going to leave for school early in the morning. Although mom likes to be in control of every minute of his life, there's little she can do after he's already left, and his teachers were always there to cover for him if she ended up calling the school. Although now that he was in a different school altogether, it got a little more complicated. His sleep schedule was as erratic as ever, though. Between his night job, his normal studies, his social life, and avoiding his mom, he basically got about 3 hours of sleep every night on average. It usually depended on the assignment, whether it be an assassination or just a long night of training. A hit could take anywhere between 20 minutes to 6 hours, and stakeouts, infiltrations, or reconnaissance missions usually took up his entire night. Training was usually saved for after-school hours, but if he called in late to work for whatever reason, it'd get pushed into the night hours. Boss was never happy with having to do night hours, so evening training was always particularly merciless. His cover of being a maintenance man pseudo-intern at Cyberpunk Industries made sure few questions were asked, but, well, things don't always work out, and lately he's been getting less and less sleep. Last year, as in about 2 months ago, his teachers had been aware of his situation and made sure to cut him a lot of slack as a result. No one said anything when he dozed off in class, or when he turned in an assignment a day too late, or even if he showed up late or had to leave early. Of course, his classmates, bless their hearts, would worry about him in silence, but they seemed to understand that the situation was something he was unable to share, so their initial flurry of questions didn't take long to die down into quiet wishes of good luck and health. Not that they didn't show concern in other ways, usually involving hovering over him like 24 guardian spirits. It was usually only small things, such as asking if he was okay to partake in the most recent assassination attempt, or being particularly mindful of when and where to ask him to hang out. Even after he got used to his new sleep schedule and started guzzling coffee every morning, they always looked at him with a fiery defensiveness in their eyes. None more so than Karma, who spent most of his time attached at Nagisa's hip. The redhead was a guard dog in man's clothing, fitting enough for his quirk. Every spare moment was spent at the side of his best friend, and what little free time he had left in his day was usually filled up by Karma's casual insistence that they needed to buy that new comic book together or he just had to try out that new ramen place. And whenever they spent time together around their friend group, Karma would act as a metaphorical barrier between the smaller teen and their well-meaning inquiries as well as a physical one that blocked the prying eyes of strangers. One time a group of small children threw a rock at their general direction and Karma's response was to shoot them a menacing sneer that would make most serial killers wet themselves. Those poor brats ran away screaming, and Nagisa didn't blame them. If looks could kill, Karma's insane stare could send entire empires to hell. In any case, when he makes it to UA, there's already a couple of reporters waiting outside the front gate despite it literally being the crack of freaking dawn. They're each armed with their camera crew, notebooks, and myriad of intrusive questions like Spartans with swords and ballistae. He suspected there would be more arriving pretty soon, so he made use of his inconspicuous nature and casually slipped by, sliding right underneath their notice as he made his way on campus. It helped that he was wearing his heavy black overcoat, which covered up his school uniform. Once he was inside the building, he switched out his shoes and peeled off his coat, roughly shoving it into his backpack. But rather than going straight to class like he normally would, he made a beeline for the principal's office, all while ignoring the knot of anxiety coiling around his heart. Yesterday, after the earlier debacle with the stun grenade briefly sent him to the nurse's office, he got a 10-minute-long lecture from Recovery Girl about how reckless he was and how he'd better not do something that dangerous again, to which he could only respond with sheepish silence since he didn't want to lie to her by making a promise he knew he wasn't going to keep. He decided not to mention how it wasn't the first time he'd done something like that, and back then he wasn't wearing an outfit made of bulletproof fabric. He also doesn't mention how he's capable of taking the full force of a Mach 20 tentacle slamming into him like a bullet train. Once Todoroki returns to full consciousness, the two of them return to the training grounds. The dual-colored boy is silent the whole trip back, dragging his feet and trailing behind a little bit, but Nagisa can feel him glaring daggers into the back of his head, and his hand mindlessly wanders to his utility belt out of instinct. Before Todoroki can either burn holes in his skull or outright attack him, the door crashes open and Yaoyorozu descends upon Nagisa like a condor. She reminds him a little bit of Kataoka for a brief moment, what with her doting and reliable nature, reminiscent of a kindly older sister. It's almost kind of nice, since the only person in Nagisa's life who ever properly took care of him was the same woman who made his life a living hell. Mom needed him, that much he knew, but that didn't change the fact that his house had become little more than a living nightmare. Yaoyorozu squeezes him until he's sure he's about to die of suffocation. I can't believe you would do something so insane. What on earth were you thinking? She realizes that he's almost a foot off the ground and carefully sets him down. I thought you were dead for a split second. I wasn't sure what to do. I don't am so sorry. I should have been more help or... Her voice is slowly rising in pitch, and judging by her wavelengths, she's about on the brink of tears. Nagisa panics, and not knowing what else to do, he gently squeezes her shoulder in some attempt to provide comfort. Don't worry about it, he reassures her. I came up with the plan, didn't I? I knew what I was doing. And you were a big help, by the way. Her eyes are glistening with unshed tears, but she nods, cheeks red and eyes puffy. They all make their way to the rest of the class, where everyone is waiting. Some of their classmates look at Nagisa with apprehension and concern, like they're not sure if he's crazy or just too stupid to be alive, which is fair. On the other hand, the rest excitedly run up to him with sparkles of reverence in their eyes. That was insane, dude. I can't believe you pulled that off. It was so freaking manly. You looked like a total boss. Are you sure you're okay, Karo? So crazy. Such a heart-stopping display, monsieur. But man, I thought you died. Nagisa-kun. Too much noise. Too much. He couldn't see, couldn't breathe in this mass of erratic waves, waves that were drowning him. When he opened his mouth to speak, nothing came out, just like last time. People were surrounding him from all sides, grabbing him, pushing him, trying to get a hold of him, but he fought furiously, throat raw from screaming in terror and rage, because he would not die. He refused to die here. A hand anchored him back to earth. He looked to his left. Yaoyorozu was standing there like a pillar, gaze bright but gentle, her dark eyes quietly telling him to calm down. She carefully locked her fingers with his and gripped him tightly, tight enough that it almost hurt, and yet somehow it still didn't. For a moment he saw Karma, but the image quickly faded. He felt that her wavelengths were nice and steady, and tried to even out his breathing to make his heart rate mimic hers. He could feel himself trembling slightly, but with each passing second, the torrent of panic in his chest evened out, and only now did he notice the heat behind his eyes and realize that he had been on the verge of tears. God, how pathetic was he? Yaoyorozu quietly led him away from the pack of students, who trailed after him with questions but no longer surrounded him at least. When they made their way over to the other half of the students, his exercise partner looked at him expectantly, as if waiting for an answer to a question she never asked. He didn't know if he was ready to let go of her hand yet, but nodded anyways, and she carefully released him and went to stand near Todoroki, who was staring at him. God damn it. He caught a glimpse of Midoriya and trotted over to his side, partly because he wanted to be close to someone that felt familiar, at least in comparison to everyone else, and partly because he didn't like the way Bakugo was eyeing him, a sadistic sneer curling around his lips. That sneer dropped as soon as the blonde caught sight of Nagisa, in favor of twisting itself into a savage glare. Nagisa paid him no mind. He's got nothing on Karma, after all. Despite being taller, Midoriya seemed to use this as an opportunity to hide behind him, while Uraraka bounced up and down excitedly, apparently oblivious to what was going on right beside her. Once he had everyone's attention, All Might's voice rose over the quiet. Chitter. All right, boys and girls. That was quite the battle we just saw. I think today's exercise deserves an MVP nomination. Can anyone tell me who that is? Nagisa thought the answer was pretty obvious, so he was the first to answer. It was Yaoyorozu. Once again, everyone stared at him as though he had lost his mind, which confused him. It was the truth after all. Yaoyorozu in particular seemed particularly stunned, followed by the pinkness in her cheeks blooming into rosy spots of fuchsia, like cherry blossoms in the spring. This confused him again, but he figured she probably wasn't as confident in her skills as she should be. She did allow him to take the lead during most of the planning stage, after all. Karo, a short, frog-like girl with long dark hair, who Nagisa knew to be named Tsuyu Azui, tilted her head and touched a curious finger to her lip. Nagisa-chan, I think it would be you, since you did that crazy bombing stunt. All Might opened his wide, smiling mouth, and if he was going to explain it to her, then Nagisa beat him to the punch. All while also ignoring the nostalgic twinge he felt in his chest. Tsu had a rather nasally voice, but if it were clearer and higher-pitched, she'd sound just like Keanu. Our strategy would have been shot if I didn't have her by my side. Most villains are nothing more than common criminals on the street, but there are some with heavy access to resources like a supply chain or underground factory. The fact that I had access to resources was what made my plan go off without a hitch, given how few options I have against someone with Todoroki's quirk. He took a breath. The fact that I'm quirkless means I have to rely on my brain and whatever assets are available to me. Also, the nature of my attack was a suicide bombing. In short, it was reliant on the fact that she would survive the blast and capture Todoroki. Had I been alone, I would have failed. Basically, the only reason the plan worked as well as it did is because of her. Once he finished his explanation, everyone stared at him. He bit his lip nervously. He was used to people giving him funny looks, but not to being the center of so much attention. He turned to Yaoyorozu, feeling heat creep up his neck. She looked even more shocked, but weirdly, it only lasted for 1 second. Then she turned to the rest of the class, cleared her throat, and spoke up with far more confidence than he had seen in her during the exercise. Be that as it may, after reflecting on the fight, I believe Nagisa should gain the MVP title. Hold up. I hate to say it, but despite having seen Todoroki's abilities beforehand, Nagisa remembered that both she and the Ice Boy were recommended students. I underestimated him, I have to admit. While I did have my own thoughts about how to take him down, I see now that they wouldn't have worked at all. Nagisa managed to carefully and accurately predict and read our enemies' movements and created effective traps to counter them. And anyways, regardless of who does what, it can be argued that the most valuable player of any match is the tactician. Didn't disagree, but still. She was the one who did all the work, wasn't she? He basically gave her orders and then jumped in once all the harder work was already over. So why was she giving him all the credit? It didn't make any sense. All Might looked a little lost, apparently unaware that his students could answer the question, and although Nagisa had resolved to stop comparing him to his old teacher, he couldn't help but think that Koro-sensei would have at least had the decency to look a little less surprised that his students were smart enough to understand something without having it be explained to them first. Then again, regardless of his facial color, Koro-sensei's expression never changed from smiling emoji, so maybe he was just biased. Argagahem. Yes, of course. All Might sputtered. Well, if it were up to me, you'd both be given the MVP title, but according to the algorithm, the title goes to Shioda Shounen. Nagisa. Nagisa Shounen. Yaoyorozu gave him a smug grin, to which he responded with a pout. Next to him, Midoriya had stars in his eyes. Way to go, Nagisa-kun. The smaller boy just sighed, and brought up a tired grin. To be honest, it hadn't occurred to him until after the exercise that the whole suicide bombing thing would make him stand out more than he already did. Being nominated MVP was just the cincher, but Koro-sensei always told him to give everything he had 100%, and he swore to never forget anything Koro-sensei ever taught him. It's the least he could do after what he did. He had to. After class had been dismissed for the day and he had vowed to murder Bakugo after the sheet he pulled during his turn of the exercise, he reread the review he was given several times over, and was asked to provide an ORL report as to the intricacies of his strategy. Generally speaking, he thought the person that did the best on the assignment was given less homework, not more, but he supposed it was par for the course for a hero school to encourage their students to be overachievers. Plus ultra and all that. He remembered something Karma had said to him once. If I have to hear someone say, plus ultra, one more time, I'm going to lose my FNG mind. No one in Class 3E was a very big fan of All Might. He dwelled on these thoughts as he ascended the stairs, until he had finally made his way to the door of the principal's office. The possibilities running through his head were doing nothing to allay the swirling cyclone of ice-cold dread in his stomach. He had a feeling he already knew what this was about. It was over, that much he had to accept. It had only been 3 days too. 3 days in and he was already outed. What could have possibly blown his cover? Wasn't he careful enough? Apparently not, since he was being called out on his lies. Less than a week into his undercover mission, Boss was not going to be happy. A stern man's face, cold and furious, flashed through his vision, followed by his overworked body burning, smoldering with phantom pain in his tendons. There's no guarantee that he's been discovered yet, right? Pulling in a shaky breath, he knocked on the door 4 times and waited. A moment passed, and there was a soft clicking noise. He stepped into the office. What was he looking at? The answer was that he didn't know. His eyes scanned the small white thing in front of him. It looked to be some sort of oversized rodent, like a mouse or rat. But it was white and had strangely large paws and a tail and a scar over its eye, and he didn't know how to approach the situation, wondering if he should have brought a treat or a chew toy or something. In any case, he resolved himself to his fate and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He tried not to feel nervous at the way the door automatically locked shut, telling himself that it would look really bad for UA if someone was murdered in the principal's office. He'd been so bewildered by the weird rat dog mink thing that he almost failed to notice that Aizawa was also in the room. The man looked more disheveled than usual, and the bags under his eyes were darker and more prominent than usual, like he'd failed to take his daily dose of serotonin. Initially, the pro's no-nonsense attitude and stern approach reminded him of Karasuma-sensei, but it only took a few hours of being in the presence of his newer teacher to realize that he was nothing like the military man. Aizawa was, to put it bluntly, rather slovenly, which was a sharp contrast to Karasuma's clean shave and the immaculate uniforms he always wore, washed and pressed to perfection. Not to mention the hero also happened to be a lot more lackadaisical in regards to his students and their education, apparently seeming to think that heroics were more important than the other subjects they had to learn. It was admittedly rather hilarious to see Ida blow a gasket over the importance of time management and personal appearance after being rubbed the wrong way one too many times. Karasuma, on the other hand, went out of his way to oversee their training went well for them. He was strict but fair, expecting the best out of everyone only in regards to what he knew they were capable of, always nudging them outside their comfort zones but never pushing them too far. In spite of his loaded schedule, he was patient and always considerate of his charges, treating them not as children, but as equals and as comrades. Nagisa reminded himself that it was only a week into the school year, and so Aizawa still had plenty of time to prove himself. Then he remembered that he wouldn't get that chance, seeing as Nagisa was no longer going to be attending UA High. Aizawa seemed to be staring at him with a morose look in his eyes, and the teen wondered if his teacher, soon to be former teacher, felt some sympathy for his plight. Maybe he could use that to avoid getting the authorities called on him. The oversized rodent suddenly shot up in his chair, standing on it so that he was closer to Nagisa's eye level. "Welcome." The rat thing had a strangely familiar voice, but the assassin decided not to dwell on it. "My name is Nizu. Am I a dog? A bear? A mouse? The answer is that I am the principal." Nagisa tried not to grimace. Aizawa spoke up from his spot next to the desk. "I don't have time for these frivolities, so I'll cut to the chase. Nagisa Shioda, do you know why you're here?" It hit him then. It hit him that he was about to be revealed, shown for what he truly is. His heart begins to race a little, either out of mounting anxiety or out of the sudden sick feeling in his stomach, and he wants to kick himself. He fed up, didn't he? He'd allowed himself to enjoy his life here a little too much, hadn't he? He'd been looking forward to being a hero, even if it was a fake one. A phony. But therein lies the issue. He's not a hero, not one bit. That must be why he was outed as quickly as he was. You can't fake the heroic resolve that comes with the hero industry. The righteous path of justice and hope that everyone admires for reasons he himself can understand but not fathom. He's not a hero, he never will be. He's an assassin, and now everyone will know that. Had he shown too much? Slipped up somewhere? He must have. He let his guard down, and it ruined his entire operation. He was a failure. Worthless. Vaguely, he found an image of Midoriya swimming before his eyes. Midoriya with horrified tear stains on his freckled cheeks, brimming with odium and hatred, appalled by what his friend really is. A murderer. A monster. He shakes his head. No, sir. Aizawa sighs. Kid, don't lie to us. Nagisa presses his lips together and stares hard at the ground. Eventually, Aizawa grew tired of his silence and cleared his throat. We read some of your files. More silence. Nizu cuts in, sounding oddly strained. Apologize deeply for invading your privacy, but please understand that we have a duty to this school to keep it and the students that attend it safe. That also includes you. He's apologizing on behalf of the school? Why would he apologize for kicking out the undercover assassin? And why would he apologize to the assassin anyway? Something isn't adding up, that much is clear. Is this a trap? Maybe a ruse? Aizawa mutters something, but Nagisa doesn't hear it, or if he does it's forgotten in the conversation following it. Kid, listen. We know who you are, and we know why you're here. Here it comes. The moment everything he worked towards is taken from him. His heart shouldn't feel this heavy, and yet it does, and that painful, crushing weight stopped hurting a long time ago, but he can still feel it and it still makes him want to cry because he just wishes he knew what Koro-sensei would tell him to do at times like this. We know that you're one of the brave 28. What? Frankly, it was a little too easy to find your information. It was kept a secret from the media, but your involvement in the takedown of the god of death is far from secret in the world of underground heroics. For your sake, I'm working on digging that info a little deeper. Wait. Apparently the shock on his face is clear for all to see. We understand why you might be alarmed, Nizu chirps, but you don't have to fear your secret being exposed to the rest of the staff unless you specifically wish for it. Aizawa shakes his head. The details on your captivity are shaky at best, but just know that there's a reason this is being kept secret. If word got out that a gaggle of middle schoolers took out the most dangerous villain in the world, there'd be public outcry of such massive proportions that you'd go dizzy at the sight of it. People will start to question why a bunch of children had to do the pros' jobs for them, and some will deem you as potentially dangerous for having killed a villain and want you locked away. He pulls in a shaky breath. It looks like he's been stressing about this conversation for a while now. In any case, we have our suspicions about what happened that day, but you don't have to answer any questions just yet. Nagisa felt like his brain was restarting, trying to process the current situation without actually understanding what the hell was going on. But Aizawa seemed like he wasn't in the mood for stalling the discussion any further. In any case, you shouldn't have had to deal with any of that before you even entered high school. We're going to institute some private therapy sessions with Hound Dog, the school counselor. Of all the things, that's what his mind seems to lock onto the quickest, and so he scrabbles to say something, anything at all, in a desperate attempt to maintain control of his functionality. Akarmaya, wait. He splutters, sounding rather stupid in the process. Sir, my schedule is busy enough as it is, I can't afford to add counseling sessions into it. His fluffy principal folded his paws in a polite manner. Oh, we have been made aware of your after-school job, but you claimed it wouldn't interfere with your schoolwork. Actually, the teen meekly argued back. I said it wouldn't interfere with my hero training. Not anything else. Unsure of what he was trying to accomplish, he added, that's sorry, just because it seemed appropriate. Nizu raised his eyebrow. Or at least it sort of looked like he did, since he didn't seem to have eyebrows at all. Then he looked down at an open folder on his desk, grabbed an assortment of papers stapled together, and flipped through it a few times. That's so you did. Without warning, the rat creature threw the papers over his head and behind his chair, causing Aizawa to indignantly sputter something about properly handling students' personal documents. Well, I suppose it'll just have to be postponed. We'll discuss a rescheduling at a later date, Nagisa-kun. He nodded numbly. "Mk. All right then. Just so you're aware, All Might has also been informed of this, but he could not attend today's meeting because he had personal affairs to sort out. Be prepared to be pulled aside for a lengthy discussion in the near future. Nagisa stared dumbly. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, any words he might have been planning to say melted and died in his throat. Eventually, he choked out, "Yes, sir." "Very well, you are dismissed." "Oh, but please, Nagisa-kun, go see the nurse." "I didn't want to say anything, but you seem to have limped your way in here, and earlier you were swaying a little." He's honestly not sure if that last part even registers to him. He just gives a vague noise of assent and realizes that his legs are more or less carrying him out of the room without asking his consent first. There's sweat on his brow that he tries to ignore despite it traveling down his face. The door unlocks for him, and he slowly, shakily, shuts it behind him. He doesn't go anywhere at first, instead staying frozen in front of the door, probably looking like some sort of demented statue. It takes a moment for his racing heart to calm down. It takes another for him to wonder what the hell just happened. Izuku thought Nagisa was an enigma. By all accounts, his friend was normal, at least compared to some of the other students in their class, but when looking at a different angle, he couldn't help but be a little concerned. They hadn't spent much time together with Izuku's general friend group. He has friends now. That's absolutely insane, even though the disciple of All Might found himself spending most of his free moments with him. The weird thing is that most of the time, Nagisa seems very natural, if a little shy and introverted. He doesn't speak up much during group discussions, stands a little apart from the group sometimes, and would often demur from getting too physically close to someone, like he was embarrassed to be in such a lively group. Izuku supposed that much was perfectly reasonable, given his personality, but other, smaller things would catch his attention. Sometimes, when they were all merely talking to one another, Nagisa would get this strange, melancholy look upon his face, like he was reminiscing about better times. Izuku thought it resembled a soldier thinking about his time in the war, both good and bad. Such as yesterday when they were talking about their favorite things to do in the summer, and Uraraka mentioned mountain climbing. Nagisa had the look on his face after she had brought that up, but it only lasted a second or two. Then the expression quickly faded away, and was replaced by a warm smile, bittersweet and content. Izuku later asked if he was okay, but the smaller boy just gave a simple nod and a reassuring grin. He'd also flinch away at loud noises or sudden movement. He usually stood at least 2 feet away from Ida, who had his voice at class monitor volume at nearly all times and would often gesticulate in a greatly exaggerated manner for no apparent reason. While he seemed to like the taller student at least a small amount, at the same time, it was obvious that Ida made him wholly uncomfortable. And oftentimes, Nagisa would tiredly stare at Kaken, whose volume could go from 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye, and it seemed that the blue-haired boy wasn't very appreciative of that fact. There are a lot of other, smaller things that worry Izuku a lot, but they're usually so minute that he can't really place it, at least accurately. But there wasn't much to be concerned about, was there? Izuku knew firsthand that quirkless people are frequently bullied as children, so it's only natural his friend would be cautious around people who were a bit more expressive than most, let's say. Yet the rising concern in his stomach multiplied rapidly when Nagisa didn't show up to class until after the alarm went off. At first Izuku panicked a little, an alarm saying that security had been compromised and a friend that wasn't present combined with his anxiety equals overthinking things to the extreme and assuming the worst had happened. Thankfully, Nagisa had merely been late to arrive. When he came into class, he looked to be slightly limping. It was marginal enough that it wasn't noticeable to the others, but Izuku knew what a hard workout regimen could do to the body the first time it was put into action, so he could recognize cramps, stiffness and strained muscles when he saw them. At the very least, it didn't seem too bad, but it was still worrying. After Ida had thoroughly berated his tardy classmate about the importance of being on time, Izuku stepped in and asked if he was okay. Nagisa gave him a wobbly grin, and it was right then that the emerald-eyed male noticed the faint dark shadows under his friend's tired eyes. "I was with Recovery Girl," he explained calmly. "I pushed myself a little too hard yesterday. I guess now that I'm in UA, I have to work a lot harder." He bit his lip sheepishly and stared at his desk. "But I might have gone too far, apparently." "Oh dear," Yayarosa gasped softly. "I do hope you're okay. You didn't injure yourself seriously, did you?" Nagisa turned backwards to address her. I'm fine really. Actually, I tried to go straight to class, but Aizawa caught up and told me to head to the infirmary before he dropkicks my butt straight to detention, as he put it. Izuku chuckled nervously. It does seem like something that Aizawa would say, although the flat expression Nagisa wore indicated that their teacher might have been dead serious. Which also wasn't very out of character, to be honest. Please be more careful, Nagisa-kun. Izuku managed to force the words out of his mouth somehow. And no one wants you hurting yourself. You're one to talk, nerd. Kaken grunted. Nagisa looked like he wanted to say something, but decided against it and merely leaned back in his seat, clearly having exhausted most of his energy long before arriving. Izuku felt bad for his friend, but there didn't seem to be anything he could do at the moment. Except, Nagisa's hands were laying upon his desk, folded neatly with delicate little fingers woven tightly together. And they were shaking badly. A gentle feeling of concern and care prompted the freckled boy to carefully reach out exactly what he was planning to. He wasn't sure, but he didn't get the chance when Nagisa pulled his hands off his desk and stuffed them in his pockets, letting his shoulders fall with a weariness that Izuku only ever associated with men over the age of 20. He returned to his seat. After classes ended for the day, everyone packed up for the day to head home, but before Izuku could question Nagisa about the earlier ordeal. But once again, he didn't get the chance before his friend's phone suddenly started buzzing from an incoming call. The tiny boy excused himself and quickly ran off to the bathroom to answer the call. Izuku considered following him for a brief moment. But that would be invading someone's privacy, wouldn't it? The green-haired boy had this gut instinct telling him that the phone call was somehow related to Nagisa's silent distress, but even so, it wasn't right to eavesdrop no matter how you look at it. No, he'd find a better way to help him. And hopefully soon, because upon his return, Nagisa walked in dragging his feet, looking somehow even more spent than he did before. Izuku ran up to him, feeling as though he should be there to catch him if he suddenly fell asleep mid-step or something. It seemed like a silly notion, but anyone who looked at the quirkless boy would share the sentiment. Nagisa-kun, you said something about wanting to get stronger, right, Midoriya-kun? Izuku paused, unsure of which direction this conversation would be heading. Weiss, I did? Nagisa frowned, eyes skimming over the slightly taller boy appraisingly, bleary blue eyes suddenly sharpening as though processing information like a computer. After about a minute of awkward silence, a decision seemed to be made, and those same blue eyes hardened with resolve. I have a day off next Sunday. Could you meet me by the entrance to the school when that day arrives? Izuku knew, he didn't think, he knew, that Nagisa was asking this for a very specific reason, trying to shift the subject, most likely, but nonetheless, his face was set in stone, conviction lining his features like war paint. So Izuku merely nodded. Nagisa smiled that same smile, turned on his heel, and walked away. Chio was a patient woman. Keyword being was. Now that old age and that giant oaf that calls himself the symbol of peace have taken their toll on her, she finds that her once saintly patience is easily worn thin these days. Can anyone really blame her, though? Children these days are so very thoughtless. Still, she knows better than to take out her frustration on her young patients. She's a medical professional after all. What kind of person would she be if she lost her temper at some poor, innocent teen who needed comfort and treatment? She might do more harm than good. She cares about the kids that are sent her way, which is why she's eternally frustrated about that All Might constantly encouraging his pupil to break himself and do reckless things. The man needs a good wallop, or at least a few pointers on how to actually mentor someone. What a giant headache that man is. But patience and understanding do not prepare her for her newest customer. Little Nagisa Shiota sits in the hospital bed with his head down and his legs swinging back and forth, since he's too short for them to reach the floor. It's rather cute, but she doesn't say this. She instead focuses on the boy's bruises and burns, which are scattered haphazardly across his body in varying shapes, sizes, and colors. Sickly splotches of blue mixed in with reddish-black blemishes littering his arms and torso, some of them small and harmless-looking, others wide and large, and a few shaped suspiciously similar to handprints. They faded into the burns stretching up his legs and back, and while they weren't severe, they looked rather painful regardless. Oddly, they seemed to be electrical burns of all things. She knew there was another student in his class that had an electricity quirk, but she doubted he would do something like this to his peer, even in training. Exactly how he managed to gain such painful-looking injuries is beyond her. She knows that Aizawa works his students to the bone during training. She sent many complaints his way, telling him to stop injuring the students or her next patient would be him. But the child now sitting in front of her looks positively dreadful, and not just due to the mild wounds he sports. Tired shadows lay under his eyes, which held a certain amount of weariness that she's never seen in anyone under 20. He's quite a bit paler than what's healthy, and the heaviness he carries, both in his voice and in his sluggish movements, are far greater than anything she's seen in any pro. There are so many explanations for what could be wrong with this child, but she didn't want to make any assumptions until she had solid, concrete proof. But this was not something she was going to let go, unlike that Midoriya boy and his irresponsible mentor. She gave Nagisa a peck on the cheek, and instantly her quirk did its magic. He muttered a soft thank you, or maybe it was an apology, but it died on exhausted lips as he fell backwards into the sheets, sleep coming upon him in an instant. Chio sighed. She'd have to interrogate the boy once he woke up, but for now, she stood at his side and placed a caring hand on his shoulder, watching the rise and fall of his chest. He seemed restless, even in slumber, which was the complete opposite of his demeanor when he was awake, slow and encumbered by invisible weights. Now he seemed almost desperate to stay asleep, yet didn't seem to be having an easy time doing so. His breathing wasn't steady at all. His eyes were screwed shut. Occasionally, he would curl in on himself and shiver, whining in his sleep as though he were having a fever dream. If it weren't for her quirk draining away the last dregs of his energy, she doubted he'd have any success in resting at all. Thankfully, his exhaustion was successfully wrestling him into SB She'd have to look into his medical records soon. When they found out they were headed to a special training grounds designed for rescue, and with another hero supervising them, Izuku was ecstatic. While he knew fighting villains was going to be a big part of his hero career, he couldn't help but be more interested in the idea of actually getting to help people. The whole point of being a hero, in his opinion, is saving others. Apparently Nagisa had similar thoughts, because as soon as the field trip was announced, his previously fatigued-looking friend instantly sat up straighter. Or maybe it was the realization that he wouldn't have to battle his classmates again. Izuku couldn't blame him. That was hell on earth, especially since his luck took a turn for the worse and decided to pit him against Kaken of all people. It feels like a miracle that he even survived, let alone emerged without any permanent damage done. When Izuku emerged out of that fight, battered, broken, and probably half dead, he'd gone back to class some time later to find both Todoroki glaring daggers at Nagisa like he was personally offended by the smaller boy. He might have been, what with the quirkless thing, but it's rude to assume, isn't it? Anyways, his eyes, one sharp, icy blue, the other a cold, lifeless gray, were locked onto the quirkless boy like an animal staring down its prey, and frankly, it made Izuku feel like he was treading on dangerous waters just by being nearby. Nagisa, for the most part, didn't seem intimidated or even fazed. If he noticed Todoroki staring at him, the probability of which was rather high, he gave no indication and merely focused on trying not to nod off in class. The boy looked more tired than ever, though it was disguised well. The green-haired boy imagined that the redness in Nagisa's face came from him pinching his cheeks to induce the color, and the fact that he was keeping his head down being a way to hide his shadowed eyelids. He also seemed to be trying to kill Kaken with his gaze alone. Though it wasn't as obvious as Todoroki, nor was it as frequent. Whenever the explosive teen made any rude comments or directed his perpetual glare towards Izuku, Nagisa would briefly glance in his direction with murder in his eyes, and then look away just as quickly. The first time Izuku witnessed this, it scared the shit out of him, so much so that he only barely managed to bite back. His gasp. He never imagined someone so cute and tiny could look at someone so menacingly, but Nagisa was pulling it off like it was his day job. The irony of the image would have been amusing if the sheer venom in his gaze wasn't so dim and scary. The gaze wasn't even directed at him, yet he could feel the malice radiating from those sapphire orbs of his, the constriction of his pupils only serving to make the intensity of the hue stand out more. Kaken seemed completely oblivious, though the freckled boy imagined it was mostly because the glares were so quick that he didn't get the chance to notice. Not to mention any time the blue teen would catch either of them staring in his direction, he'd merely give them a soft smile. Izuku is willing to admit that he sometimes forgets that Nagisa isn't a girl, and therefore is usually incredibly flustered when these looks are sent his way. Thankfully, he's able to remind himself before he ends up doing something embarrassing. But something odd happened. Nagisa suddenly received a phone call again, and this time he seemed to tense up at the faint buzzing sound like it was carrying his prison sentence. He checked to see if Aizawa had heard, he hadn't, and promptly left to answer the call. When he returned, he looked paler than ever, but there was a strange resolve in his eyes. He picked up his costume from the assigned cupboards and was swept away in the sea of men who were eager to wear their own costumes on the trip, in spite of what their teacher claimed about wearing costumes to the location site. Izuku, whose costume was still being repaired, watched the others put theirs on with intense fervor, minus Todoroki, who was as stone-faced as ever, but wasn't able to locate Nagisa until they had all gotten changed. By the time they were preparing to board the bus, Nagisa looked more tired than before. Yaoyorozu, who seemed to have taken on the role of Nagisa's mother hen, told him that he'd better say something if he doesn't have the energy for training. He responded by waving her off with a stern hand and a bright smile that didn't match the dull look in his eyes, which only made the girl worry more. Nevertheless, they were sitting next to each other on the bus to the training grounds, Izuku debating whether or not to try and convince his friend to take a nap on the way, when Tsuyu makes a rather jolting statement. Midoriya-chan, your quirk is similar to All Might's, isn't it? The pressure of talking to a girl was bad enough, but as soon as he was hit with this question, he instantly found himself stuttering like a fool. What? No, it's not. Nagisa suddenly perks up a bit and straightens his back so that he's exactly eye level with Izuku, though he avoids making direct eye contact. It's almost a little unnerving how in tune Nagisa is with other people, especially Izuku himself. Is that why you always yell, smash, during your attacks? Hadn't thought of the implications of that. Because of course he didn't. Why would he? He's been so busy trying to emulate the kind of hero All Might would want him to be, he accidentally started to copy All Might himself. If that wasn't crazy suspicious, he didn't know what was. Izuku tries to think of a plausible lie. I really admire All Might, so I took some inspiration from his special attacks. This time, Nagisa did look him in the eyes. There was an indecipherable emotion shining in them as he stared, and the student of All Might felt his very soul being plucked apart like a turkey as Nagisa scrutinized him slowly. He swallowed thickly, feeling like a defendant awaiting a judge's sentencing. Finally, the tiny boy turned his attention down at his boots and bit his lip, looking as though he wanted to ask something. But whatever question he intended to ask was swallowed back as he seemed to come to a decision. He shifted the subject and addressed the rest of the class. His quirk isn't much like All Might's, he stated firmly. He wouldn't break his bones otherwise. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. He's right. He sighed. So you seem to concede the point. I guess you're right, Nagisa-chan. With that, Nagisa turned away from the others, though Izuku didn't understand why. The small boy wasn't one to try and ignore others, but seemed to be trying his best now. Kirishima joined in. Yeah, All Might's quirk doesn't hurt him at all. Although to be honest, simple strength-enhancing quirks are totally cool for a hero. He demonstrated his own quirk by turning his hand into a jagged limb of stone. My quirk is too simple, to be honest. Izuku shook his head. No. I think it's a great quirk. It's perfect for a hero. Kirishima grinned. Thanks, man. Aoyama chimed in. My quirk is flashy and powerful, perfect for a pro. Ashido responded by patting him on the back. Not if it gives you a stomachache all the time. Aoyama didn't stop smiling, but his gaze darkened. Though if you want to talk quirks suited for a hero, Kirishima jumped back in, I think Bakugo and Todoroki. And then Izuku understood why Nagisa dropped out of the conversation. Kirishima and Tsu followed the green boy's shamed look over to Nagisa, who was zoning out slightly. Kirishima spoke up. Dude, I'm sorry I didn't. But the blue male shook his head and flushed. And no, don't be sorry please. But really don't. He turned his head away. Look, I don't feel upset about not being able to participate in a discussion about quirks. You guys have them, I don't. It's not something I can change, so it's not something I want to dwell on. Everyone looked a little guilty at this. Seemingly sensing the dampened mood, Nagisa's face brightened a little. But if we're talking about heroic quirks, I think that Bakugo's explosion is more suited to someone with a better personality. Izuku nearly had a heart attack. Almost immediately, Kaken shot up from his seat, while poor Jiru had to lean away to keep his voice from making her ears bleed. What did you say? The blonde barked. I'll kick your butt, you quirkless pipsqueak. Nagisa was unfazed. Case in point. Everyone else took turns jabbing at Kaken, who seemed to grow steadily angrier with each passing second. It wasn't every day he was poked fun at, so he seemed to have trouble getting used to it. Meanwhile, the greenette next to him was stewing in guilt. Of course, he himself would always be open to quirk discussion even as a quirkless child, but he didn't realize that someone else like him would be uncomfortable with the subject. There aren't a lot of quirkless kids in the world, but still. He supposed that it was a given he might not be able to understand other people that didn't have a quirk. The 20% of humans without a quirk were mostly elderly, and not to mention they were spread out across the world. Aside from that, Japan had one of the lowest quirkless rates of any country, so the actual ratio of quirkless children in Japan was actually more like 0.001%. 1 in every 100,000. And that's not even getting into the quirkless suicide rates. Either way, he's never come across a person like him in his life, aside from some people in the nursing home close to his house, but at that age, they're not doing that much anyways. He dreamed of meeting one, of course, because he'd always desperately wanted someone to talk to, who shared his struggles. But really, it's not the same for everyone, is it? And yet, Izuku was presumptuous enough to believe otherwise. He remembered a short conversation they had the previous day. Is it hard? He had asked the tiny blue boy. I mean, it must not be easy, being a quirkless kid in this society. He already knew the answer, but he had wanted to hear the response. Of course it is. Nagisa had shrugged, but I try not to think of it when I don't have to. It's not like being quirkless defines me or anything. Oh. Then who encouraged you to go about being a hero? At this, Nagisa gave him a long, hard stare. And then he shrugged shyly and gave a light chuckle. No one really. I guess I'm just hoping that I can do the impossible. Izuku himself had let his condition define his whole life, really. So hearing that come out of his friend made him feel almost inadequate in a way, like he'd failed a test of some sort. This person sitting next to him was already so much stronger than he'd ever been. Izuku spent his whole life wishing that someone would tell him that yes, he can be a hero. But this small boy, this tiny thing right here? No one had to come along and tell him that he could be a hero. He'd decided that on his own. Even if it was impossible, even if no one ever believed in him. The bus came to a halt. A few minutes later, the space hero, 13, Izuku can't believe they're training with 13, UA is amazing, and entering the USJ. Just like Universal Studios Japan. Someone comments. Offhandedly. Next to him, Nagisa chuckles. This place has a variety of different biomes and natural disaster simulations. Floods, city-wide fires, landslides, hurricanes, 8.0 level earthquakes, you get the idea. It's meant to train heroes for natural disaster rescue training, but also, it's meant for emergency survival training as well. Izuku is impressed. You really know your stuff about this place. His friend paused for a moment, but then shrugged. I do my research. Unsure of what that meant, the one-for-all possessor merely turned to try and catch on to the conversation ahead of them. Aizawa looked rather annoyed about something more so than usual, anyways. That used too much of his power. 13 was saying. They held up 3 fingers as they spoke. 3? Are they talking about why All Might isn't here? That would explain why they were using the number 3 as a secret signal. Something didn't feel right. But what? A few minutes into the lecture being given by 13 about the USJ, Izuku felt Nagisa suddenly tense beside him. Izuku turned to look with concern, but began to feel unnerved himself when he saw the look on Nagisa's face. He was gritting his teeth, pressing his lips together tightly. His jaw was clenched so tight that he looked like he was trying to break his molars, and his sapphire eyes were narrowed, locked onto a single spot in the middle of the open space below them, right where the fountain was. Seconds passed and the smaller boy's brows were gradually knitting themselves together. Then he inhaled sharply, and all of a sudden, his head snapped up. "Nagisa-kun, are you Oka?" The freckled boy didn't get to finish. Something latched around his arm like a vice, gripping under his elbow, and he found himself being abruptly yanked backwards. A grayish-blue blur zipped past as he nearly crashed into Uraraka, who let out a shocked gasp. "Erase her head." 6 o'clock. Their teachers spun around at the shout, looking around for the perceived threat that he'd been warned about. At first, there was nothing at all, just the USJ, and nothing dangerous that wasn't part of the facility itself. Then there was purple smoke. As soon as Shoyuta heard his students shout frantic, breathless, strained with unbridled urgency, he was on instant alert. At first, he didn't see what the problem was, and was about to turn back around, when the first cloud of purple smog bloomed in the very center of the area below them, in front of the fountain. Something about it made him ache inside, for reasons he couldn't explain, but before he could properly pinpoint the reason, a person was stepping out of the smoke. He didn't even have time to react. The boy had suddenly planted himself in front of both Shoyuta and 13, having whipped out a long Bowie knife with a sharp-looking point from somewhere, then was one-handedly checking the magazine of his gun and wait, is that a real gun? Where did he? The villains below them were starting to gather, the leader babbling something about killing All Might. Honestly, that should have been at the top of his list of priorities to sort out, but at the moment he was simply trying to understand why his student had pulled out a genuine gun with actual bullets, rather than the industrial-grade tranquilizer gun that had been commissioned to him. Logically speaking, he knew Nagisa was a good enough shot to aim for the non-vital areas of a person's body, but that didn't explain how the kid is casually pulling out a shotgun from his cargo backpack. A shotgun. Shoyuta decides to take control of the situation. His students' lives are on the line, and as bothersome as they are, he's not about to let them get hurt. He's about to leap into the fray, ready to defend his students and take out every last one of those villain bastards, when suddenly, Nagisa is speaking. "Erase her head. I know what to do." A part of him is slightly impressed at how quickly his student slipped into using his codename at the first sign of danger, and the rest of him is about to tell the brat to get the hell out of the way before he gets hurt. The boy stands in front of him with his feet planted and his arms slightly splayed out, and only now does Shoyuta realize that the teen is trying to protect him. "What's happening?" Kirishima questions. "Is this part of the training? I thought we were just rescuing." The redhead takes a step forward, but before he can gain any momentum, Nagisa whips his head around and orders him sharply, "Stay back." Everyone in the vicinity is taken aback by the sheer authority in his voice. A couple of people flinch, mostly just the members of his friend group, who likely had no idea he was capable of sounding so commanding, and Shoyuta himself is all but stunned into silence. He turns to the space hero. 13. 13 is flustered, but quickly switches to the determined resolve displayed by all pros. "Why yes. Create portals that surround the other students. Tell Todoroki to create a ring of ice around himself and everyone else in order to protect each other." He stated it calmly and efficiently, with no sense of uncertainty whatsoever. "Right away." 13 confirmed, already in the process of creating their black holes. "There's a villain nearby with a warp quirk," he continued, "so be wary and ensure they don't get spirited away by him. Tell the electric student to use his quirk to contact someone from the school." He paused for a moment, assessing the situation below him, "and have the fastest student run to get help just in case. If he can open the doors, he should be able to escape no problem." Shoyuta wondered why he wasn't just using the students' names. He didn't seem like the type to forget his peers so easily, unlike the Bakugo brat. Could it just be the heat of the moment that was making him forget? But no, he seems like he's in complete control. Then it hits him. Codenames. The students had yet to choose their codenames, and Nagisa must be taking Measures to make sure the villains don't learn anyone's names or quirks. He wasn't too sure how this student, this small boy with still so little experience, still so far to go before becoming a hero, was able to take charge and remain calm in a sudden situation like this. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid, because he was. Shoyuda had seen enough newbie pros smother their fear in favor of keeping others in a calm state of mind, and this boy was no different. He was radiating anxiety, face ghastly pale, brow beaded with sweat, fists balled and shaking. And it was impossible to miss the haunted look in his eyes that were likely seeing something that wasn't actually there. No, more than just being scared, he seemed to be fighting off some sort of panic attack, which Shoyuda knew he would have to address at a later date. And yet, the boy was standing firm. He had drawn himself up to full height, however little that may be, looking more than ready to put his life on the line to protect not just his classmates, but even his teachers as well. Not only that, but he was thinking rationally, giving out commands like an army officer would. In spite of his obvious state of stress, somehow, he managed to also look perfectly at ease. "Erase her head," Nagisa hissed, careful not to take his eyes off the threat. "Why do you think they're here?" Behind them, they felt the air turn cold and the sound of something distinctly glass-like being ected, which probably meant that 13 was issuing Nagisa's orders to the other students. A couple of people shouted, and Midoriya could be heard yelling something to his friend, but the sound was cut off behind the thick wall of ice Todoroki had built. Shoyuda answered, "I'm not entirely sure, but I have a few guesses." "Such as?" "All Might was supposed to be here," Shoyuda muttered. "But he couldn't today because he had been doing hero work all day and is exhausted." "So they're here for him?" "Possibly yes." Nagisa cursed below his breath, and although Shoyuda didn't hear exactly what he said, he spent enough around teens to know when they're frustrated enough to swear, which is often. "What do you mean exhausted? Is he in bed?" "No, he just used too much power." Point 3. "What?" "Nothing, I'm sorry." Nagisa shook his head. This attack was obviously coordinated, so if they really think they can go up against All Might, they're either very stupid. Or have a secret weapon. The older man finished grimly. It did make sense from a logical standpoint, but the idea was too surreal to even think about. What thing in this universe could possibly have enough power to match All Might? The #1 hero himself? Loath was he to admit it, but the underground hero knew that in terms of raw strength, All Might was completely unmatched. So what, are these villains a bunch of overconfident morons? Okay, so I have a plan. There was a long stretch of silence. "Are you planning on telling me what it is?" Shoyuda prompted. His surprise, the brat shook his head no. "I can't. You'll know what I'm trying to do when I put it into action, but for now, I need your help." Why is this kid acting like Shoyuda is the rookie here? It's eerily similar to the way his internships went when he was still in school, and it's coming from a student. Is the teacher just losing his headspace? God, this is so DMN stupid. He shouldn't be worried about that right now, he should be trying to get his student to a safe place. "Listen, kid. You need to. I know what you're thinking yourself, Eraser." Nagisa turned to face him, and his once soft blue eyes were now as cold as death. "You want to fight them one-on-one?" Shoyuda was surprised. "How did you?" Then he blinked rapidly to clear his head. "So what if I am, kid? I wouldn't be a pro if I couldn't handle a couple of cocky crooks." "Eraser." "No, kid." Firmly, the man grabbed the child's arm, feeling bad when said child flinched at the roughness of the touch, but he wasn't about to apologize. "You need to join your classmates. Now." The boy stammered, face crimson with indignation and shame. He recovered rather quickly, however. "Sir, you need backup, however you want to look at it." "Not from a kid I'm supposed to be protecting." Eraser was getting more and more frustrated. "You're my student, and as your teacher, I'm telling you to stay back. You'll only last for 10 minutes before wearing down." His student stated simply, unbothered by the yelling. "And I'm not going to just let you die." That tone. The resolve in his voice was immeasurable. It should be impossible for one scared kid to be so strong in a situation like this. A kid with no experience, to boot. No, that's not it. Of course. This small boy in front of him, wasn't inexperienced in the slightest. He already knew how to handle a villain, how to protect others from them, how to take them down. Him and 27 others. Don't do anything stupid. Nagisa huffed out. That's my line. Just don't. With that, the pro hero gave his student a quick nod of affirmation. Nagisa's face brightened, his eyes alight with fireworks. He looks way too excited about this, show you the notes. Duck. From behind, dodge. To the left, block. To the right, counter. Duck again, destabilize their legs. Incoming kick, jump to avoid. Enemies surrounding. Tackle one, use them as a shield. When fighting a large group of people, the only way to survive is to use your surroundings to your advantage, and try and stir up some confusion by dodging and weaving around your opponents so that they trip each other up. It's the only way to avoid being surrounded and pinned. If necessary, go for cheap shots and weak points. Never before has Nagisa felt so many emotions at once. Once upon a time, he would shut off his feelings in fear of them being exploited. Once upon a time, he didn't allow anyone to see how he truly felt about things. Once upon a time, he thought having emotions was the same as providing people weapons to beat him with. His mother, the bully's boss. Even now, when he has yet to truly enter his assassin mode, when he needs to give his bloodlust more time to build up, he can taste every last bit of what he's had to suppress. The anxiety and fear of being in such a large battle. The rage and animosity directed at those who dare try and hurt his friends. The desperation of someone fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. The spike of repulsion when one of these evil bestiardists makes contact with his skin. The deep, deep shame of becoming a monster once again. But he shoves these feelings in the back of his mind, deep where he won't be able to sense them if he stops focusing on them. But there's the one feeling that is driving his very existence, one that he's not proud of in the slightest but one he couldn't control if he tried, one that he can't make go away, hell knows he's tried. Excitement. Desire. Each time he narrowly avoids death, he gets a shiver of joy. Each time he lands a good hit, good enough to knock someone out, he can't stop himself from smiling just a little. It's like a drag. He couldn't stop his heart from racing, though that might have been from the exertion. His cheeks were burning and his limbs felt lighter than they should have. Is this how karma feels when he beats up a thug at school? When he teaches a bully a lesson? Because if so, Nagisa is starting to understand why his friend has such a hard time keeping on the straight and narrow. It's because the thrill of battle, the addictive rush of adrenaline, is the only thing he can feel at the moment. And it's exhilarating. He doesn't see a villain aiming his bullet fingers at him until it's almost too late. But thankfully, no shots come out. A stream of cloth fastens itself around the neck of the man with literal finger guns. Finger guns has exactly 0 seconds to realize what happened before he's abruptly yanked into a female villain. The impact sounds painful, and it knocks both of them out like a light. Eraserhead gives a nearly imperceptible nod of acknowledgement towards his student before jumping back into the fight. The villains surrounding Nagisa quickly move to take care of the apparently bigger threat. Before, Nagisa forcibly dismissed the idea of Aizawa being anything like Karasuma. They have slightly similar personalities but not similar enough. Yet now, he looked on at his teacher as the pro-hero attacked mercilessly, quirks being rendered useless against his skill and impossible amount of brute strength. The force of each hit could be felt from many meters away, despite the boy not even being the victim. Each blow was bone-crushing, each step with a dancer's grace, impossibly fast and powerful. Nagisa is grateful to have someone at his side. He's tag-teamed people before, during his assassination jobs where he'd be forced to partner up with someone. Despite his size and comparative lack of experience, he managed to keep up just fine. Being trained by a man from the special forces of the military, a real-deal infiltration expert assassin, and as Keanu would put it, an 8-armed, 2-bit, emoji-faced peeping Tom, octopus monster who could move at Mach 20 meant you had far too much skill under your belt. The idea is this: Eraser tries to focus as much attention on himself as possible. Being a pro-hero, one that could remove quirks, others were bound to pay more mind to him than the small, weak-looking kid who had yet to reveal any sort of threatening quirk. Of course, some stragglers would stay behind to continue fighting Nagisa, but with their numbers thinned out, taking them out was a cakewalk. But there was an aspect to the plan that Eraser didn't know. The older man thought he was meant to defeat as many villains as possible while Nagisa focused on chipping away at the army from the outside. But the younger man had a different idea in mind. As more and more people congregated on the bigger threat of the two, Nagisa used the hero as a distraction. With all the enemies zeroing in on Eraser, the assassin was free to sneak past them, using the chaos as a cover to get closer and closer to the main boss. The one that was clearly the in charge, to a certain degree anyways, stood close to another villain who seemed to be acting as his bodyguard. The sight of the man instantly disgusted him. He looked like he hadn't taken a shower in weeks, greasy, unkempt hair that was powder blue in color, filthy dry skin with a grayish tint, black clothes hanging loosely over his bony frame. Probably the creepiest thing was the variety of hands. Severed hands, with one covering his face and the rest gripping various parts of his arms and legs in a death grip. Like they were cut off while their owners were still hanging onto her. Next to the man, the bodyguard sensed a presence, but Nagisa held his breath and darted sideways, and the thing looked away from the spot that he used to be. It was far easier than it should be these days, redirecting his presence. He was certain the methods he uses wouldn't work for anyone else in the world, yet they work just fine for him. It didn't make any sense. But neither does a yellow octopus thing. He almost couldn't take his eyes off the bodyguard person. He was obviously the main cause of the portals. He was literally just a mass of dark, violet-tinted smoke with a pair of sharp yellow shapes that resembled eyes hanging in the center. If you were to stare long enough, you'd notice that he also had some sort of neck armor made of metal. He has a plan now. Sticking low to the ground, he reached behind him into his backpack and pulled out a stun grenade. Time to draw out the beast. Earlier that day. Nagisa, I cannot be contacted in the middle of class. Unknown. This is important. Nagisa, what is it then? Also, why did you switch to direct messaging? Unknown. Anyone wishing to spy on you would listen for a voice rather than look for someone. Texting. Nagisa, fair point. Unknown. Have you gathered any useful information? Nagisa, depends on your definition of useful. Nagisa, I've already provided a list of all the pro heroes working in UA as staff members. Unknown, excellent. But we need more to go on. Unknown, bear in mind we will be processing any information you give us. Nagisa, I'll provide some information on the students. Nagisa, I'll forward a file of their names and quirks. Nagisa, going in order from most to least, I've determined the ones with the most raw power to be Shuto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku Midoriya, Denki Kaminari, and Ochako Uraraka. Nagisa, the ones with the most amount of comparative skill are Shuto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Ida, and Momo Yaoyorozu. Nagisa, the ones with the most versatile or pragmatic quirks are Momo Yaoyorozu, Tsuyu Azui, and Mizo Shoji. Nagisa, finally, the ones with the most amount of heroic potential are Izuku Midoriya and Shuto Todoroki. Unknown, anything of all might? Nagisa, nothing as of yet. I highly suspect he is at UA because he is trying to search for a successor, but I will need more time to confirm this theory. Unknown, interesting. Has anyone found out about you? Nagisa, not at all. A few staff members know of my relation to the Brave 28, but nothing else. I'm going to have an associate of mine destroy any other incriminating files. Unknown, good work. Anything else? Nagisa, today there was a break-in involving the press. Nagisa, UA has a very thorough security system, which makes the situation highly suspect. Nagisa, I searched throughout the files of UA during my lunch break while no one was looking, and found out we would be heading to the unforeseen simulation joint for training. Unknown, some of our associates has informed me that the League of Villains is planning an attack. Nagisa, tell me exactly when and where, right this instant. Unknown, I'm afraid I cannot, for I don't possess that information. Unknown, just know that they have an immensely powerful weapon at their disposal and are not afraid to exploit it in the slightest. Nagisa, what is it? How powerful? Unknown, It is an artificial being that is the result of human experimentation. Less human and more giant animal that's vaguely shaped like a human. And it also possesses multiple quirks. Nagisa, that is scientifically impossible. Unknown, are you doubting the corporation? Nagisa, no. My apologies. Unknown, good. Be on your guard. Unknown, great work today. Continue gathering intel. We will see you tomorrow night for an overview, and then you will be rewarded. Nagisa, my deepest gratitude. Izuku was in a state of panic. Villains were attacking, his teacher was off fighting, his classmates were riled up with fear, Ida left, and he has no idea where his friend is. Uraraka was gripping onto his sleeve with enough force to tear the fabric. Tsuyu and Shoji were both attempting to keep everyone calm. Yaoyorozu looked just as fearful for Nagisa as he was himself, and Todoroki was staring off into space like they weren't in the middle of a massive battle. 13 attempted to protect everyone, but when villains showed up, attempting to break through the barrier of ice, they ended up having to focus a big majority of their power on trying to SCK away the criminals. Some other students were attempting to help 13 with holding the line. Uraraka had floated some massive chunks of dirt that had torn out of the ground during Todoroki's attack and used those pieces to build a shield around them. Yaoyorozu was attempting to make an actual shield with her own quirk, along with several weapons, with Sato lending her his sugar cubes and candies for extra power so that she didn't pass out from malnutrition. Others like Kaken and Kirishima were trying to break out of the ice cage and fight the villains head-on, only to be abruptly yanked back by Tsuyu's tongue and then sharply told to stay put by Todoroki, who was focusing all of his energy into maintaining the ice wall. Explosions sounded throughout the whole building. Some minor tremors had a few students cringing in fear, but none more so than Izuku, who was terrified for his friend. It wasn't that he thought Nagisa was weak. In fact, his friend was stronger than anyone he's ever met. But the thought of him possibly being caught up in such a big fight with so many people ready to attack him was unbearable. The waiting alone was torturous. The endless possibilities, they were agony. He heard some very loud shouts on the other side of the wall. Something that sounded like a rampaging beast, even complete with a savage roar that didn't sound remotely similar to anything in the animal kingdom. More thunderous explosions. A scream of pain. A low-pitched but intense yell of horror. Both of those voices sounded horribly familiar. And Izuku saw red. Holy shit, what the hell is that thing? It's not human. He already knows that, but it didn't hit him until now just how inhuman it actually was. It weighed too tall and bulky. Its skin is a dark, navy blue that looks unnatural to the highest level. It's got big, meaty hands and a beak-like mouth with rows of sharp teeth lining the inside. Its brain is exposed, as are its whole eyes. The exposed brain. That's what he needs to go for. But not now, not when the thing has its eyes locked on him. Someone shouts. It's Eraser. He says something along the lines of, look out, or, get down. But Nagisa doesn't hear it properly because his teacher is minutes away from being turned into a living pancake by this monstrous creature. Nomu. A rough voice. A chilling, disgustingly soft voice rasps out loud for everyone to hear. Before we finish this brat, get rid of Eraser. Not another teacher. Not another friend. The only thing going though his mind is no 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 and oh as his body moves without his consent because he's not losing another one, not now and not ever again. Something solid. Makes contact with his outstretched hands as the momentum in his run knocks it forward. A second passes. It feels like an hour. Then, there's a sharp, indescribable pain in his back as he's launched through the air. Everything is black for a second, then white for the next. The air leaves his lungs in an instant as lets out a soft, involuntary gasp of pain. On pure instinct, he rolls onto his shoulder when he lands, but his messed up back means that he miscalculates the landing and ends up bashing the side of his head into the hard ground. Stars explode in his vision, the edges of his vision dark, and this time the sound he makes is less of a gasp and more of a shout. There's a high-pitched ringing that resonates in his ears, and he feels some warm and wet substance against the right of his face, and then down his neck and onto his shoulder. Everything is blurry like he's underwater, and it sounds like that too. He can't move. When he tries, A hot knife pierces his temple and sends a shockwave of fire down his bruised body, and his back screams in protest. He tries it anyways, reflex tears in the corners of his eyes as he bites back sobs of pain, until he's on his elbows and knees. Suddenly, his gut lurches, the back of his throat stinging. He turns his head and vomits. After spitting out the remainders of what little food he had eaten earlier that day, he staggered to his feet, his entire body still in agony. If the pain becomes unbearable, pretend it's not pain at all. Pretend it's strength. Either way, you cannot give up until you complete your mission. He pulls out the shotgun. His teacher is evading the monster with ease, yet he's growing slower and slower with each passing second, likely out of exhaustion and concern for his student. Of course. That's his job. The assassin pumps the shotgun. He takes aim. The creature hasn't noticed the extra presence yet. It's pinpointed Eraser as the main focus. Speaking of Eraserhead, he does not look happy. He's snarling at the thing, trying desperately to get around it and reach the man commanding the thing, while simultaneously whipping his head around for his student, eyes wide with panic. He doesn't see the boy standing just meters away, said boy having been knocked somewhat out of sight by the previous blow. Nagisa's legs shake from supporting his weight, but his arms and hands are completely steady. He feels another lurch in his stomach when the crusty boss man grabs Eraser by the arm, and sees his teacher's skin dry up and fade away into flakes, leaving nothing but bloody, exposed muscle underneath. The hero rips his arm away from the deadly grasp of the BSRD who grabbed him. The Nomu is still focused on Eraser. The recoil nearly knocks him over as he squeezes the trigger. There's a loud, spine-chilling shriek, and a shower of red blood and white bone splinters. Instantly, the hideous beast falls to one knee, the other having been blown out by Nagisa. Nagisa wouldn't notice until days later. How the creature instantly started to grow back its pulverized limb. Because at that moment, its head was down, and its brain exposed. He wouldn't remember what happened in that moment either, not until the next day. The memory would come back to him eventually though. The memory of the spray of pink and crimson brain matter, the shocked stare of Eraserhead behind those yellow goggles of his, the primal scream of rage from the villain boss. The look of absolute horror that the three adults gave Nagisa. The immense pleasure he felt at having put the beast down, while all the other emotions he had pushed back started to fade away into nothing without him noticing, like they never existed at all. And the smile he gave them, the smile of deep satisfaction and relief. The one that didn't leave his face even as he crumpled and fell, the world around him washing away into nothing. Tamura Shigaraki collapsed through the portal, landing face first on the hard wooden floor. His limbs screamed with molten fire flooding his nerves, blood pooling around his body. God damn it! He yelled in frustration. That stupid effing ARG. How the hell did this happen? The plan was flawless. They were supposed to kill All Might, and the Nomu was going to be their key. He spent the last 3 months going on side quests, collecting people with strong quirks in order to upgrade the Nomu for Sensei. They spent hours deciding whose power would go best with whose, which person's body would fit with which quirk. Their planning was meticulous, their selection careful, and everything was meant to go perfectly. Their Nomu was strong enough to take down All Might, and all his little school brats too. Hell, it was strong enough to take down the world if he ordered so. But apparently it wasn't, because some FING shrimp killed him with a shotgun. A shotgun? How? He was just a little kid. He didn't even use his quirk. But why would he just use a simple gun? There had to be a reason. There is a reason. Sensei? The screen above him flickered to life. You're upset about a boy that didn't use his quirk, right? As Kurogiri started to help up Tamura and seat him carefully onto a seat, the heir to the League of Villains huffed in response. Yes, sir. It was infuriating. We didn't get the chance to kill All Might or any of his precious students, all because of that one brat. He didn't even use a quirk, and he took down our superweapon. There was a long stretch of silence, but no one dared to interrupt it. Sensei was thinking hard about something, which usually meant that he was adjusting their long-term strategy to better suit new developments. Sensei was intelligent like that. He could adapt to the situation far easier than most. After what seemed like an eternity, The monitor made a strange noise that sort of sounded like a microphone being blown into. Tamura presumed that it was Sensei's version of a sigh. What became of the underlings? All taken out one by Eraser and the same brat as before. Sensei hummed. What did he look like? He was short, with a ridiculous haircut and these blue eyes that. Tamura had to suppress a shudder. Those eyes were that of an animal, a predator that had finally caught up to its prey. One wrong move, and the viper would have struck, faster than the eye could see. Those shining blue spheres of light were like nothing Tamura had ever seen. Yet there was something vaguely familiar about that way the bloodlust had crept around his neck and threatened to choke him, the way it had penetrated his mind, bombarded his head. The shackles that tied down his heart had been rattled by an invisible force, his very soul being invaded by a freezing cold wind. Had he dared make any sudden movements, he surely would have died, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It didn't make any sense, it just didn't. Especially how it reminded him of something he couldn't name. Interesting. Sensei chuckled. What else happened, Tamura? The brat wasn't like most heroes, sir. He was darker. Darker? That's the only way I can describe it. He didn't fight like a hero. He was ruthless, sir, and cunning too. He wasn't afraid to play dirty. I see. How curious. Tamura grunted. The pain in his limbs was starting to eat away at him. And also he knew the Nomu's weak point. Or at least he was able to guess it. More silence. The young man sat still as to not aggravate his burning wounds, unsure of what else was expected of him. He told Sensei everything noteworthy after all. Well, let's keep an eye on that boy. I have a feeling he's going to be very, very useful to us in the future. The student nodded vigorously, eager to please. Understood. That brat's going to pay for what he did to our weapon. He sighed, leaning over the counter in his bar stool. I hate it when random mini-bosses show up out of nowhere. His sensei laughed lightly, although it sounded pained, like it was torturous just to force it to leave his lungs. Just before he could say anything about it though, Sensei muttered something beneath his breath, something that probably wasn't meant to be heard. Nagisa Shioda. I have no doubt you will be useful. The monitor clicked off. Many nightmares flooded his sleep. A flock of large birds, ravens, magpies, crows, and hawks eat away at his skin, ripping his eyes out of their sockets, pulling his hair out, tearing off his nails. When they are done, and he is just a bloody, raw mess of meat and bone, vultures and buzzards descend upon him and take away what was left. And somehow, it's far more painful than the other birds, probably because they dig deeper into his muscle tissue. A pack of dogs surround him in the middle of a deserted bike trail. He tries shouting to scare them off, but one of them jumps on him, teeth tearing off his jacket, and knocks his bike away. The dog's fur is bright red, with sharp, amber eyes that seem to lack any life. The other dogs howl and snarl as they surround him, and he trembles and shields his head, curling up into a ball and waiting for the inevitable. Someone is holding his head under a trench of black water. It's filthy water, water from a sewer, and he can feel the slime sticking to his face as his lungs scream for air. He struggles desperately, but the hands holding him are too strong to fight, one gripping his head, keeping him in place, and the other encircling both of his tiny wrists and pinning them to his back. If he could cry, he would, but the tears are lost in the murky water, and soon his vision is starting to go black, his thoughts suddenly clouding, and when he finally can't take any more, when the pressure behind his temple is about to burst, he lets go. Bubbles surround his face as he sludge crawls into his mouth, down his throat and into his lungs, and he sputters, chokes, trying to swallow air that doesn't exist. He's lying on his back, a BLD over his eyes. He's shirtless, his hands bound together with rope that cut off the circulation, and he's unable to move. A person he can't see is standing over him. He can feel their presence, hear them shift above him. Then there's the sharp, scraping sound of a blade being taken from its sheath. Before he knows it, he panics and starts to struggle, shouting his protests, his tears being soaked up by the cloth over his eyes, and he screams as the person holds a knife over his chest and raises it. Mom raising her hand and striking him, shrieking at him, crying from anger and frustration. Why can't he just do what she says? Then there's light. Nagisa doesn't know when exactly he wakes up, since he doesn't register the act of escaping his horrid dreams and returning to the waking world. What he does register is a flash of bright scarlet out of the corner of his eye once he's fully conscious. Upon recognition, the small boy nearly shouts out in shock, but something blocks the noise, preventing it from ever exiting his mouth. He coughs violently, the pain in his throat unbearable as he tries to breathe without hurting himself. Once the hacking is over, Nagisa blinks a few times. He hadn't realized how dark it was. A faint blue glow emanates from his left, indicating light shining through a window. A much smaller, yellower light shines nearby, and he guesses it must be a lamp of some sort. The air smelled of cleaning chemicals and dying roses. This felt familiar. Probably because it's not the first time he's woken up in a hospital. His mother's fits, night training injuries, and Karma's tendency to go overboard during private sparring could often be blamed on bullies and street, which wasn't quite a lie since. DMN. You're not in a coma. His head subconsciously moves to the source of the voice. Hello to you too, Karma. He rasped. Karma Akabane smirked cheekily, sharp gold eyes shining brightly with their usual dangerous glint. His irritating grin showed off his razor-like incisors, pearly white and as deadly as ever. Redhead leaned down, and Nagisa summoned his willpower. With as much strength as he could muster at the moment, he lifted a ponderous right arm and flung it over Karma's neck. He nearly cried out as a white-hot dagger stabbed the side of his head and his lower back screamed in protest, but swallowed it down as his friend pulled him in for an embrace. Nagisa leaned into it gratefully, sinking into the warmth of the other boy. He hadn't realized how much he needed this. The other boy's scent, strawberry milk and greasy fast food, is strong enough to block out the hospital smell, but faint enough to not be overwhelming. When Karma finally let go, he did so slowly and gently, leaning Nagisa's body back on the bed with care that he didn't usually show for even the most fragile of things. Nagisa's hand groped for the recline controller. How long have you been waiting there? For some reason, his tongue felt heavy, so he had to speak slowly as to not slur. Couple hours. They told me when you'd wake up, but I wasn't about to take any chances. Karma grabbed the controller, which was apparently on the floor, and placed it into Nagisa's open hand. How long was I? 62 hours. So just over 2.5 days. Ugh. The bedridden teen adjusted his bed so that he was more level with his friend. Did you draw on my face or try to break into my phone or anything like that? Karma gave a mock gasp, pretending to be scandalized. I beg your pardon, good sir. I'm not so much of a monster that I'd take advantage of an injured person's condition. Nagisa raised an eyebrow. The redhead sighed exaggeratedly in defeat. Okay, maybe I started stacking saltine crackers on your face and played a one-man game of Jenga. Thought so. The others are on their way. Karma suddenly looked very serious. We saw the news. Scared the hell out of us, and now everyone's set off. Maybe that was to be expected. Wasn't the first time Nagisa had done something dangerously stupid and suicidal to further a mission and land in the hospital as a result, and it might not be the last. Granted, his classmates weren't aware of most of those other times, but still. They're only allowing up to 3 visitors at a time, if that. And they're not gonna release you until tomorrow, so have fun with that. The response the statement received was a dry laugh and an exhausted groan immediately after that. Nagisa reached out and caught Karma's sleeve. You'll stay with me, right? I can't handle this alone. Karma nodded. Sure thing. Turns out, the whole 3 visitors at a time thing only applies to immediate family members. Apparently, Karma lied and claimed he was an adopted brother of Nagisa's, which is how he got clearance to be in the room while he was still out cold. It sounded like something he would do, so Nagisa didn't question it further. By the time Nagisa had been given an examination from the nurses and deemed that he was okay to receive visitors, there was already a line forming. 3 hours in, and Kid Keano burst into the room with worry in her eyes. They locked straight onto Nagisa and she made a beeline for him, throwing her arms around his shoulders and causing him to recoil in pain. God, his head hurt. She gasped and backed off. Sorry. It's just that I was so freaking scared when I saw the news, and it mentioned that a student had to go to the hospital for his injuries. Ki-chan, slow down. I'm fine, see? He laughed at the way her face went as red as Karma's hair. Ever since everyone transferred high schools, they'd agreed on trying to use first names with each other as a way to remind themselves of their bond, a bond that would never break in their lifetimes. Admittedly, it was still hard for Nagisa to think of Keano as anything except for Keano, and Nakamura as Ryo, and Sugino as Tamahito, etc. Hopefully he'll get used to it one of these days. He remembered back in grade school he barely had any friends, and his teachers either hated him or felt sorry for him. He always requested to be called by his first name himself. Those who were nice to him, even though they weren't his friends, usually complied, while the ones that looked down on him used his family name, and the ones that bullied him just called him by various rude nicknames. But regardless, Nagisa himself wasn't very used to using a person's given name, solely because no one had ever asked him. Before Karma, that is. Karma didn't go out of his way to tell people to call him by his first name, even though Nagisa would later find out that he preferred it over his surname. Maybe it didn't actually mean anything, but when Nagisa first greeted him with Akabane, and after a moment of brief hesitation, the redhead casually insisted on Karma, it felt like the world had shifted. Because before that moment, Nagisa never imagined that he would have friends. Nor did he imagine he would soon gain a family. A real family. Keano lightly punched his arm. You JRK? How could you make us all freak out like that? When Kanza Yukiko called me and told me to turn on the news, I was terrified cause her voice was shaky and she sounded like she was about to cry. She hit him again. How could you make us cry? Nagisa gave her a contrite look. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Karma, who up until that point had sat in the background and stayed silent as to allow the visitors some time to talk, chose this moment to step in. Lay off him, Kid-san. You can kill him later. Her temper successfully abated, Keano pouted indignantly, but sat on Nagisa's bed and rested a hand on his knee. Don't do stuff like this, please. She looked on at him ruefully. We don't like to see you hurt. Nagisa wasn't a good liar, nor did he ever make promises that he knew he couldn't keep. So he merely sighed deeply and muttered, I'll try. Thankfully, this seemed to be enough for Keano. Did Karma tell you about the thing? Thing? What thing? The what? Karma scowled, looking irritated. No, I didn't tell him about the thing yet. I was waiting for the right opportunity. What thing? Nagisa was getting irritated himself. What on earth were they talking about? And why did they feel the need to call it the thing like it's some sort of secret that they have to be vague about? His friends weren't the type of people who hid stuff from one another, so this has to be serious. Keano winced and turned to him with an apologetic smile on her face. Sorry, we can't tell you until you get discharged from the hospital. But we promised to tell you then. Well, that wasn't ominous in the slightest. The next visitor happened to be one Izuku Midoriya. According to the nurse, Midoriya had broken a finger during the USJ whilst trying to defend his fellow classmates. It was healed the second recovery girl had gotten to him, naturally. Still, everyone was so utterly exhausted from defending themselves that he collapsed almost immediately out of sheer fatigue and was handed off to the paramedics just in case. When Midoriya came into the room, he gave a look of pity that made Nagisa feel sick for a reason he couldn't quite put into words, but knew in his heart. It was a sick feeling that he'd felt plenty of times before, but could never quite name properly or speak out loud. Thankfully, that's what Karma is for. Don't stare at him like he's some filthy stray cat that someone picked up from off the street. Karma's voice was casual, but his eyes held an unspoken threat. Midoriya squeaked fearfully. Sorry. Nagisa decided to offer some mercy. Don't worry about him, Midoriya. He's a human geohazard, and just as pleasant. Karma looked impressed. That makes zero sense, and yet I've never heard a more accurate description of myself. Well done. I do my best. Poor Midoriya just spluttered in confusion and bemusement. He recovered quickly enough for the pitying expression to come back. No, wait, it's different this time, thank God. Instead of being pitying, it's closer to being an expression of pain and guilt. Nagisa-kun, I'm really sorry. Nagisa blinked. For what? Just for this happening and for. Quit feeling sorry for me, please. A sigh escaped him. I don't like it. Something indiscernible crossed over Midoriya's face. It looked like a form of sympathy, maybe even empathy, which didn't make much sense to Nagisa, but was better than the pity that gave him nausea. Still, it was strange. Nagisa read the wavelengths Midoriya was giving off. Interesting. The greenette was about to say more, but his gaze kept flickering towards Karma, who was nonchalantly checking his nails as though this were just another day. Typical. The tall boy stepped forward with a smirk on his face. The name's Karma Akabane, though I mostly go by Karma. And before you ask, my quirk is called Alpha Wolf. I have the senses of a wolf, as well as the fangs and claws. And just like that, Midoriya's anxiety evaporated. It was like a switch was flipped. 1 minute he was nervous and guilty, and the next his eyes were bright and fervent, with a curious, almost hungry spark to them. He leaned forward enthusiastically. Really? That's really interesting. I've rarely seen a mutation-type quirk that didn't make any obvious changes to the person's physiology. Without warning, Midoriya suddenly whipped out a small, tattered notebook and began scribbling away in it with red pen. Is your internal physiology different from a regular human's, or is it just those few things? Is there anything else your quirk allows that is unique to itself? Why a wolf, anyways, and not a fox or a cat? Karma was the type of person who had a brazen response to everything, and his ability to backtalk someone was nearly unrivaled. Seeing him freeze up and look almost flustered was a nearly unheard of phenomenon, and if Nagisa didn't know why it was happening, he would have laughed out loud. But Nagisa was well aware why Karma was suddenly so tongue-tied, and it wasn't any laughing matter. So, he took the liberty of changing the subject. Midoriya, you write notes? His freckled classmate stopped writing, and the anxiety was back, if more muted this time around. I like taking notes of quirks and heroes. Is that weird? The blue-haired boy merely shook his head amusedly. He looked around the room until he spotted his book bag, which was sitting uselessly in the corner of the room. He then glanced up at Karma, who understood what was being asked of him and went to retrieve the bag. Once he had his bag back, Nagisa quickly reached into the front pocket, rifled around for a few seconds, and pulled out a worn, frayed pocketbook. Midoriya looked like his head was about to explode. Aizawa was next, followed by All Might. Looks like being the #1 hero got you clearance for these kinds of things. Both men glanced expectantly at Karma, but were surprised to see him do the exact opposite of leaving. Instead, he crawled into the bed and pulled Nagisa close to himself, arm around his small shoulders. Nagisa gratefully tucked himself into his side until he found a comfortable enough position to be in. The statement was very clear: he's not leaving. Evidently, the redhead's distrust towards authority figures was rearing its ugly head today. Aizawa merely rubbed his eyes tiredly. So, problem child. As your teachers, we have a few questions for you about the USJ. All Might flashed a smile that Nagisa supposed was meant to look calming and benevolent, but it was so wide and very obviously fake that the only thing it achieved was causing him discomfort and prompted Karma to pull his friend even closer, shielding him. Seems like Karma never forgot about the incident from graduation day. Well, good, 'cause neither did Nagisa. All Might didn't notice, or if he did, he gave no indication. Young man, let me be the first to formally apologize on behalf of UA High School for putting you in a position like that. You never should have had to fight for your life the way you did, especially due to your unique situation. Unique situation? What does that mean? And why did he pause before he said it? Like he meant to say something else. Karma caught on before the giant man could continue. The F, do you mean by unique situation, huh? Is it because he's quirkless? All Might sputtered, No, that's not at all. You're just. Aizawa stepped in before Mr. #1 Hero's foot could indefinitely get caught in his own mouth. Because of the events of last year. Both boys tensed. Karma tightened his grip. Look, I understand if neither of you want to talk about the position you were put in. I'll be having a talk with Tadami Karasuma once I get the chance, but all things considered, Karma interjected roughly, our past is something we don't want other people bringing up as though it's any of their business. Aizawa's eyes suddenly took on a sharp crimson glow, his glare cold enough to freeze hell. Look here, kid. While I can sympathize with your position, you being an uncooperative brat isn't going to do you any favors. All Might coughed. Aizawa, I don't think that. But Karma was never one to take sheet lying down. He got up on his knees and pointed a finger at the teacher with murder in his eyes. I am this close to pressing the call button and having both your buttes kicked out of this hospital. Just try me. All Might looked nervously at Nagisa, who silently tugged on his friend's shirt as a silent warning to calm down. He didn't trust himself to speak without gagging on his own words. The warning was heeded when Karma sat back down and placed himself defensively back at Nagisa's side. No one said anything for a long time. It felt like an eternity that Aizawa and Karma stared each other down, the former not wanting to cause a scene in a hospital room but no less annoyed, and the latter likely debating the pros and cons of trying to kick a pro hero in the teeth. Finally, All Might tugged at his collar. Why he was sweating so profusely was far beyond the two teens, since he could instantly end any conflict just by flicking his finger, but he cleared his throat rather loudly, and Aizawa broke the stalemate they were locked in by glancing concernedly to the side, an air of understanding surrounding him. It seemed like the two of them were getting more and more anxious the longer they stayed. Nagisa offered a compromise. Guys, I'd rather not deal with this right now. We can talk about this at school once I get back, all right? Karma didn't look too happy with the arrangement, but deemed that it wasn't worth the hassle, because he merely shifted to lean back against the bed. The two adults nodded in consensus before turning to walk out the door. All Might seemed in a hurry to leave the room for some reason. Right before he left, Nagisa was reminded of Midoriya for some reason and caught a glimpse of his wavelength before he left the door. What? He was snapped out of his own thoughts when Aizawa paused just before the hallway and turned to face Nagisa. For what it's worth, kid. You did a good job out there. Thanks, I guess. The last visitor of the day was someone he wasn't expecting in the slightest. It wasn't a welcome surprise. The moment she walked in, Nagisa felt his lungs collapse and his stomach shrivel up and die in his gut. Hiromi Shioda calmly sauntered into the room, her black heels clicking loudly against the hard white tile. From the looks of it, she'd just gotten off work. Her outfit gave an office worker vibe, with a crisp, navy-colored blazer over a pressed button-up shirt and a pencil skirt. Her purse was in hand, and in her iron grip, it looked remarkably like a weapon, at least to Nagisa. He wondered how she'd managed to get past the hospital staff, because her face was the picture of silent rage. A carefully neutral expression was blocking the simmering hot anger like a dam holding back a violent river. But the DMN had cracks in it, because Nagisa didn't have to read her in order to sense the boiling point and the fact that she had reached it long before she'd arrived at the hospital. But she was nothing compared to Karma. The expression on his face could make Satan himself go white with terror and burn a hole through steel. He wasn't even trying to hide his animosity, which radiated from his body in waves. It made his friend, who was sitting right next to the source of the fury, choke with fear. He said only one word. Leave. This only seemed to fuel his mother's fire like kerosene. Instinctively, Nagisa felt himself reach out, driven by the reflexive need to quell the flames before they spread out of control, as he always did with his mother. But one swift, homicidal stare from the woman made him flinch back as though her wrath had physically burned him. His fear took over, he recoiled, and before he could understand what he was doing, he found himself retreating behind Karma, who was on the verge of doing something that would get him a life sentence in jail. Mom's voice was deadly calm. Am I not allowed to see my own son? You don't have the right to be anyone's mother. Karma spat, his own voice low and dangerous. Hot tears pricked the back of Cyan's eyes, but no. He refused to cry. But Mom wasn't going to leave. He's been in the hospital for nearly 3 days straight. I have a right to. No, you don't. The scarlet-headed boy bit back at her. The only reason your head isn't split open right now is because I'm not dumb enough to do that in front of cameras. Now get out. Is that a threat? She wasn't yelling just yet, but her voice was climbing steadily, which usually indicated that something would be thrown within the next 3 or so minutes. whether it be objects or punches. I can have you arrested for that, boy. And I can have you arrested for child abuse. How dare you? Shrieks easily collapsed the walls that Nagisa had quickly ectet around himself, and a sudden, piercing migraine invaded his senses. Against his will, he let out a small, weak whimper, and he wrapped his thin, fragile arms around the one solid thing he had, which was Karma. Mom wasn't finished. Who the hell do you think you are? He's my son. I can do what I want with him. That's not abuse, and I will have your head for suggesting such a thing. Get the F out of here. Karma now threw away any sense of control he had and shouted right back at her. Somehow, it didn't hurt Nagisa's head quite as much. You little punk. I won't have my son cozying up to some delinquent. What does he even see in you? I said to leave, you beach. You no good brute. A stab of guilt hit her son square in the chest. He always tried to avoid things like this happening, but he can never do anything, can he? He just brings messes with him wherever he goes, like Mom is always saying. The guilt grew stronger and his entire body gave a violent, involuntary shudder. Karma distractedly reached his arm around in an awkward position to grab Nagisa and huddled the shorter boy into his side, his gaze still locked furiously on the woman before him. Your banshee shrieking is attracting the security guards, he warned her. His devilish grin put his canines on full display. Unless you'd like to explain this to the nurses, you'd better leave. Apparently, Mom wasn't angry enough that she was so willing to potentially get arrested for causing a disturbance in a hospital room. She collected herself and straightened her blazer, still fuming but willing to let it go for now. She addressed Nagisa, her voice taking on a sugary sweet tone. Darling, listen to me. Don't speak to him. Karma interrupted her. And wipe that fake-ass smile off your face, you two-faced skank. She threw him a nasty look, but ignored him. Sweetheart, you know I want what's best for you. But all of this hero business has to stop. You really expect to be able to save people when you're as weak and powerless as you are? Listen, son. If your mother ever tries to get inside your head, just nod politely and block her out. Don't listen to a word she says, understand? I told you something like this would happen inevitably. You didn't want to listen, did you? Think about things that make you happy. Try and repeat something you've got memorized. Now look at the trouble you've caused everyone. Your friends are all fussing about, your teachers have to deal with the backlash, the hospital has to treat a quirkless boy, and I have to pay your medical expenses. Just whatever you do, don't make the same mistake I did. Don't let her fill your head with lies and fears. All you ever do is cause trouble for the people around you. But as long as I'm around, I'll make sure nothing bad will happen. I promise. With that, she walked out the door and slammed it shut. Karma was seething. He turned and pulled Nagisa, who was frozen in place and trembling all over, into a tight hug. He wanted to cry. He didn't. So he decided to focus on something else until he could figure out what to do with himself. Karma? What's the thing you mentioned? 3 cracked ribs, a concussion, 2 sprained vertebrae, a dislocated shoulder, and heavy internal bleeding. Honestly, the only thing that really surprises me is how you're still alive. Nagisa tried not to squirm under Lovro's scolding gaze. It was hard. The man had a stony face with very sharp, rock-like features that rarely changed expressions, but his eyes could convey any number of intents. Right now, he's pretty upset. I'm sorry, sensei. The wind howled mournfully and ruffled Nagisa's already unruly and sloppy hair. The rooftop was deserted. Not a soul in sight, and considering the position he now found himself in, he considered that fact to be more comfort than what was normal. Aside from the sounds below them and the sharp whistling of the air beating at his face, the evening was quiet. Hosa City was a surprisingly violent place at night for those who lived on the, let's just say, wrong side of the tracks. It wasn't a poor place, not by a long shot. No big city like this was. But the people that inhabited it weren't exactly morning birds, and their jobs made this aspect of their lives practically a requirement. The population was made up of society's rejects, those with quirks deemed as weak, villainous, abnormal, or all of the above. Aside from that, there were the people on the run from the law due to an accidental incident of illegal quirk usage, charged with manslaughter or any form of homicide, theft, or something relating to drugs or gun usage. Most people who run away to this place are involved in something shady one way or another, and the few people that aren't usually end up dead during the holiday season. Nagisa always took to the shadows when visiting Hosu Down Under, as some like to call it, because it's just as dangerous to spend a night here as it is to spend a day in the outback of Australia. Maybe even more so. At least wild animals knew when to give up the chase. The same can't be said for a drunk man too used to walking all over others and too inebriated to control himself. Not a safe place to be for a small teen that looks like a girl, so rather than taking the sidewalks, Nagisa travels by rooftop. Hopping from building to building used to freak him out. It's hard to parkour when you're afraid of heights, but once he got used to it, he couldn't help but feel attracted by the way the wind whipped past his face and how he could get anywhere he wanted, whenever he wanted. Apparently, Lovro has similar feelings, because he often accidentally runs into his mentor, which is convenient during distributions like this. The man is exasperated. The death of the Nomu might draw more attention to you than what's necessary. My boy, you mustn't do these outrageous acts when you can avoid it. Thought I understand. He did, it wasn't a lie. He truly did, but that didn't mean he agreed with it. Truth be told, the thought hadn't even crossed his mind during the incident. Because all he could think of at the time was that Midoriya was a friend he cared about, and Aizawa was a teacher, and they were both in danger, and he could use his skills to help. And if he couldn't protect them or ensure their safety, then what was he even good for? It's not like I was planning on getting injured. Or even killing anyone. Lovro sighed, and it dawned on him that the League of Villains might have had a few moles that informed someone about the attack. That would make sense, right? What's the plan for today? Usually boss summons me directly for joint hits. His mentor pulled out a small object that vaguely resembled some sort of tracking device. Our team should arrive at any second. Right about. There was a dull series of thuds off to the side. Now. Nagisa turned. Without warning, he was smothered in a hug tight enough to make his very core yell in protest. Nagi-chan. A bright, high-pitched voice squealed. A girl his height with blonde hair tied into two top buns squeezed him like an orange, crushing his delicate, recently healed bones until he was almost certain they would break a second time. Toga-san, he wheezed out. A lower, calmer voice said, "Don't hurt him, moron." Another person slowly stepped out of the shadows, materializing from the darkness with the casual but dangerous air of a sleeping leopard. "Ah, sorry Nagi-chan." Toga released him, allowing him to better see her face. Her shining gold eyes and cat pupils were alight with a currently mild but feverish bloodlust. The sight made him want to instinctively move away from her, only to realize that her bared teeth was just her smile. "You're just so cute, I couldn't help it. And I haven't seen you in a while." "He's been busy, Toga." The other person rolls his eyes. A man stood a few paces away, annoyed but also slightly amused. His skin was heavily burnt in many places, the ruined flesh held together by painful stitches. The shaggy mess of dark hair on his head flipped back and forth in the wind, obscuring the turquoise beads that were his eyes. "Dabi-senpai." Nagisa greets pleasantly. "I take it your vacation ended? Don't get fresh with me, brat." The young man snaps. He's not exactly young in the sense that he's underage. He looks to be somewhere in his 20s, though where exactly isn't clear thanks to his disfigurement. Still, he's clearly in his prime. Nagisa raises his hands in surrender. "I'll shut up now." Toga clings to the arm of the youngest male. "I already told you to call me Himiko, Nagi. And by the way, we heard what happened at the USJ. You were so cool." "Enough of this." Lovro intervenes. "We need to focus. Since we already know the finer details of this mission, the only thing left is to decide on code names. Low-profile assassins never use the same nickname twice. One can never be too careful in a life or death situations like this one, lest someone overhear them or tap into their communication systems. I decided on one." Toga exclaims. "My name for tonight is Vamp, 'cause I'm super hot and I drink people's blood." "How charming." Dabi snarks. Lovro nods. "That'll work for tonight." And you, Dobby? The man shrugs. It's just for tonight, so it doesn't matter all that much as long as I can remember it. I'm going with Ash. Everyone nods in approval. Lovro turns to Nagisa. And you? Nagisa never cares what his codename is. It's like Dobby said, they only last for one night, and then you have to throw them out. But the punishment for not being able to come up with your own name is being assigned one, and he's had enough experience with that to not trust anyone else with the naming process. Gender was bad enough that one time, but it only got worse once he was allowed to work with adults from all walks of life with wider vocabulary than middle schoolers. Placebo, he says with confidence. Lovro almost looks impressed for a spell, but his stony glare is back before they know it. I'm going to be Phoenix. And no, I did not choose it for any reason in particular. Are we ready? Everyone nodded firmly. The targets tonight are a pair of heroes by the name of Hana Tachibana and Kei Hariba, better known as the Insect Hero, Butterfly Girl and the Crafty Hero, Swindler, and Ryu Tanaka, a businessman that co-leads a company called Tanaka's Costuming Agency. The hit was requested by a crippled man in the hospital whose family was killed in a villain fight due to the heroes and their negligence. The man lost his legs during the accident and spent nearly 3 days trapped under rubble with no way to get out, sobbing over the corpses of his wife and 3 young daughters, before being rescued by an unknown individual after losing consciousness. The man happened to be the very rich head of a very shady corporation, and therefore had quite a lot of connections. Normally, a request like this would be denied. But the man offered to pay an obscene amount of money for the hit, and promised to provide resources now and forevermore. The assassination industry was low on resources in certain areas of Japan, so a deal was struck. As for Tanaka, his outfits have had an alarming effect on the quality of hero costumes. Fabric that's harder to cut or shoot through, designs that allow the wearer to better utilize their quirk, and the like. Recently, a hero known as Sir Night Eye has been prowling around local meeting spots for assassins. The higher-ups suspect that he's onto them, and it's only a matter of time before he decides to ally himself with companies such as Tanaka's in order to improve the efficiency of the heroes working at his agency. Tonight, Tanaka dies, but others will follow. But fear of discovery is only a secondary motivation. Therein lies a much deeper purpose to this hit. Tonight, a dinner party and exhibition is going to be held for business contractors that run companies that sell hero-related products. From support gear engineers to toy marketers, everyone is going to show up to try and form deals. A couple of rising heroes will show up as well. The newer agencies are on the prowl for potential sponsors, and the banquet is the flock of birds or herd of deer needed to start the hunt. Tanaka will show up, as will both Butterfly Girl and Swindle. Butterfly Girl's quirk is exactly what you would think it is. She has butterfly wings, specifically that of a blue morpho. She happens to have a secondary quirk that involves her nails being coated in a very dangerous toxin. Her aerial combat ability is rivaled only by the number 3 hero, Hawks. Her wings are strong, but unsurprisingly, very fragile. Though they can take the damage of blunt force trauma, they're about the same thickness and durability as a sheet of cotton fabric, which will make them easy to cut through. Should her nails get broken in battle, her secondary quirk will be useless. Her main weakness is her lack of awareness of her surroundings, which is primary reason behind the widespread destruction that caused her death sentence in the first place. Swindler's quirk is simply swapping 2 objects of equal density, regardless of their size or material. A building-sized block of styrofoam could easily be replaced by a small pile of bricks, so long as they weigh the same. The object being swapped can be chosen at will, so long as it's the correct weight, but the problem with this quirk is that the objects being swapped have to come from go somewhere. If he were to swap several thousands boxes of cardboard for a steel beam, for example, the nearest steel beam would likely already be attached to a building, which would cause the whole thing to come crashing down. As unlikely as this scenario is, similar things have happened in the past, causing trouble for civilians. His biggest weakness is the injury on his left that he received recently that is likely to still be healing. Will probably slow him down by a lot. Ryu Tanaka has a weak levitation quirk, but always walks around with a pair of bodyguards. The ones he's taking tonight both have quirks that allow them to create small, force field-like shields in front of them. The shields are small, not hard to shoot around, but on the chance that they have good enough reflexes to block the bullets, drastic measures will have to be taken. The party will go from 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. and will be hosted by the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot. Crimson Riot's quirk allows him to create iron spikes all over his body, which makes him resemble a metallic hedgehog. Too dangerous to engage with directly. Phoenix's quirk, Bird's Eye View, allows him to instantly see and understand the exact layout of any location from top to bottom, which is very, very useful for a situation such as this one. He provides a map with so much detail that it looks to have been crafted by the construction team and interior designers themselves. But he gives them only a minute to look over the mansion that the party is being held in. The 4 floors, first floor, second floor, attic, and basement, are absurdly complex but not incomprehensible, like a maze meant to be solved. Multiple sharp corners, long hallways, empty rooms, and instances of needless furniture placement provide them plenty of spaces to hide from security cameras. The vents are big enough for both Vamp and Placebo to crawl through, while Ash will wait outside for his signal. Vamp, Placebo hisses into his earpiece. How many trips around the world left? Over 3. She giggles back softly. I'll be with you shortly though. Over. So she only has 3 minutes left with her disguise. Hopefully she can make it. Good. I have your potion waiting. Over. Sitting next to a security guard with a slashed throat, Placebo causally adjusts his swivel chair and fiddles around with some wires, watching as the footage on the monitors turn to static one by one. He pulls the hard drive out of the side of the system and kisses it, silently giving his thanks to his digital friend Ritsu. He goes back to his earpiece. Ash, do you copy? I copy, was the gruff response that he received, and is all this speaking in code bullshit necessary? Over. Ask Phoenix, he's the one that made it up. Over. I'm not doing it, it's effing stupid. Placebo rolled his eyes and promptly switched off some lights downstairs. The security should be headed towards the basement any minute now. Ash, are you in position? Over. Shut up, I'm still working on it, he huffed back. This stupid generator is protected by steel. Over. Vamp, who was listening in, interrupted them swiftly. Just break the DMN thing already. Come on, how hard can it be? Shut up, you blonde ware. Why you? Placebo took out his earpiece. Still fiddling with some wires, Placebo reached over to the control panel and flicked a switch, and then another, and then pressed a button, and honestly was just trying his best to keep anyone from stumbling in on Ash. It's not like Ash couldn't take them, but he didn't want to take that risk. Ash wasn't exactly known for being quiet, especially with a quirk that didn't exactly suit stealth killing, or stealth missions, or stealth in general. And more than that, Placebo didn't want for. Didn't want for what? The puddle of blood forming beneath the guard's corpse was trickling towards Placebo's feet. Something sharp-tasting and painful rose in the back of his throat, but he couldn't understand why. He killed that man. He killed that man. He killed that man. He killed him, 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 he killed them all. A turning doorknob brings him back to his senses. He swivels around in his chair. Vamp, I'm glad you made it. Vamp quickly shuts and locks the door behind her. She's in the skin of a woman with long legs and wearing a sparkly red dress that hugged her hips and bust in a very revealing manner. Placebo resisted the urge to snicker. He can't imagine an assassin going for the gaudiest outfit imaginable, but considering everyone in the main hall was wearing some form of outlandish costume, it wasn't too much of a concern. She skips over to him, and the skin of the woman suddenly turns to a mottled gray, and she melts away like a wax figurine left in the sun. Her face becomes liquid and grotesque until the features are no longer even there, and after a minute, the clay piles around the feet of a shorter, crazier blonde girl. The dress is still on her, and it's ill-fitting on Vamp's underage form. Maybe I'll get this dress tailored so that it fits me better. I had to steal it off of that lady's corpse after I was finished with her, but I'm starting to. Her voice trails off, and a strange, rare look of serious concern crosses her face. Are you okay? Placebo blinks. What do you mean? You're all pale and shaky. Distantly, he notes that his hands have started shaking slightly. They calm down along with his heart rate, but Vamp already saw. I'm all right, he assured her. Just the adrenaline rush. She doesn't seem convinced, but before she can call him out, she puts a finger to her ear. Ash says that it's done. The generator is offline and the satellite is kaput. But everything is in place. He gets up from the chair, pointedly ignoring the bloody splash he hears when he steps towards her. It makes his gut churn, but he ignores that too and points a thumb over his shoulder. Have at it, Vamp. You'll need as much as you can hold. All right. She cheers happily, seemingly having forgotten about her concern earlier, and rushes past him. Meanwhile, he needs a moment to psyche himself up. Tonight, he could die. Just like every other night of his life. That's a fact that he's had to absorb again and again and again during every job he's been forced to take up. Every time he steps into these situations, he risks his life. Even if he ends up arrested instead of dead, no jail cell will protect him from boss. If he fails, he will die. He's never failed before because he doesn't want to disappear, to make his family sad. He shakes his head to clear it. Nagisa doesn't want to make his family sad. Nagisa doesn't want to hurt people. Nagisa Shiota is a boy who is afraid of hurting people, afraid of getting too close to someone, afraid of his own mother. Nagisa Shiota is a human being with dreams, hopes for the future. Nagisa Shiota is weak and sensitive and gentle and caring and could never hurt a fly. Tonight, Nagisa Shiota isn't here. Tonight he is placebo. When Karma Akabane was just 12 years old, he realized how desperately lonely he was. He'd been taking care of himself since he was 6. His parents loved to travel, but didn't love hauling around a kid with them during long trips, so they often left him with a babysitter that was too tired or incompetent to actually take care of him, or a relative that didn't care enough to do anything with him. So he did it himself. He learned to cook basic meals when he was home alone. He learned how to file taxes too. Now that he thinks about it, that's probably the main reason he's so outstanding in math, even more so than any other subject. He had practice. No one ever told him not to do anything. No one ever told him not to pick fights. No one ever scolded him when he skipped school. No one ever reprimanded him for back-mouthing his teachers. At first, he did all that hoping that it would spur his parents into actually caring, but after a while, he found it was too fun to ever stop. It helped release his anger. But nobody wanted to interact with him. Most people were intimidated by his very presence. The girls would whisper rumors from afar, either out of admiration or fear of him. Boys would envy him, scoff in his direction, mock him behind his back. He told himself he didn't care. He cared. He cared so much that he reached out to grab onto the first tether he could grasp. Nagisa Shiota was a quiet boy. He was friendly to strangers but shy around his classmates. No one ever paid him any mind, or even glanced his way unless he went out of his way to be noticed, which was almost never. He didn't speak, didn't raise his hand in class, and didn't so much as flinch when he was overtly insulted by the teachers for not having a quirk. Quirkless. That one word made Nagisa an outcast, an afterthought. Someone who got thrown to the side because he didn't fit in. It felt like God was FNG with him. Their friendship started because of a mixture of Karma's pity, empathy, and bone-deep forlorn that he was itching to get rid of. Nagisa Shiota was a far different person than he would have thought. For one thing, the tiny boy hated anything that was too feminine, which took Karma by surprise since he was half expecting the kid to be one of those. Nagisa was also a bit fan of the Sonic Ninja series, though he kept his love of it to himself. And he was one of the few people who didn't worship the ground All Might walked on. He seemed indifferent, almost resentful of the man. Karma appreciated having someone around to bash heroes with. Heroes are praised and commended for either doing the bare minimum for others, or only helping the people that are right in front of them. It seemed like if the problem wasn't staring them in the face, they were content to overlook or even ignore it. Nagisa's bitterness likely stemmed from the fact that he was a prime example of this fact. Though Karma wouldn't find out until a lot later, the blue-haired boy was hurt in many ways. When he found out what his mother was doing to him, Karma had to physically grapple with the homicidal rage boiling beneath the surface. The dresses. The grades and pressure. The hair. The divorce. The beatings. The screaming. The gaslighting. The victim blaming. The neglect. The discrimination. The target practice. The colors. The whole time he was fighting down his desire to murder, he thought, why? Why did no one stop this? Why did no one try to pull him out of there, to get him away from that crazy beach? Why did nobody try to save him? As a matter of fact, why did no one try to save any of them? E-class was full of misfits, victims of a society that puts more value in what power you have than who you actually are. Karma had no one to save him from his isolation, until he met Nagisa, who did that just by being there. No one saved her sister, and it ended up being a so-called monster, as well as one of her classmates, that saved her from her tentacles, and by extension, from herself. Why did nobody save Okuda from her lack of confidence, stemmed from years of teasing and being trampled on by her peers? Or Nakamura, who was treated as a pariah just for having a quirk that made her the best in English? Or even Itona, who was thrown out of his own home for a seemingly useless quirk, only to be taught how to abuse it just so they could exploit him? Nagisa had brought this up once, and it hadn't left Karma since. You know what's funny? He had said one morning, while they were trekking up the mountain, the only person willing to rescue us ended up being a villain. Crazy, right? The hell do you mean by that? Karma had asked, having been bewildered by his friend's sudden burst of philosophical musings. Nagisa listed off their classmates one by one, pointing out how all of them, in some way or another, was rejected or abused by a world that didn't care about people like them. Karma had been too busy listening to tell him to get to the point, but eventually, Nagisa did reach said point. And why are you here, Karma? 'Cause the teachers didn't want to deal with my quirk. Called me a savage child, or something. That's how it is for all of us. That's what we all have in common. Well, except for me technically. Guess that's the ironic part, huh? Unlike the rest of you, I got sent here because I didn't have a quirk at all, and was therefore a burden. Karma hadn't had the heart to get on the other boy's case for his self-deprecating comments. I'm not stupid. Nagisa muttered. I know they mess with our grades and lie on our behavior reports. I know that they didn't actually send us here to improve our grades. They just want to hide us away. It was probably the most rancor that Karma had ever heard from his friend. His compassionate, timid, optimistic friend, who rarely expresses anything even resembling resentment. There's always more than what meets the eye, isn't there? His doorbell rang. Karma sat up from his bed, his back sore and his neck stiff. His apartment was just a single room, since his parents never came home long enough to sleep for more than a few nights in their own house. Absent-mindedly, he clicked on the TV, trying to pretend he was actually doing something instead of lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling for no reason, contemplating his existence and whether or not he wanted to commit arson. When he made it to the door, he peered through the peephole, only to find that no one was there. All he saw was an empty hallway and his neighbor's door. Feeling suspicion tickle the back of his neck, he slowly unlocked the door and then violently yanked it open. Something small and round was sitting in front of the doorway, dark in color and fragile looking. It took Karma a moment to process that the thing at his feet wasn't a thing at all, but a person. He bent down next to the curled-up form that was Nagisa Shiota. Nagisa, dude, he said gently. It's the middle of the DMN night. Tomorrow's Saturday, sure, but I've never known you to skip the... He felt himself go quiet, realizing that his friend wasn't listening. Slowly, he placed his arms around the other's shoulders and tenderly lifted him to his feet. The moment he touched him, it was obvious how badly Nagisa was shaking. Nagisa looked, quite frankly, like sheet. His clothing consisted of a black long-sleeved shirt with a high neck and a baggy gray overcoat that didn't fit him. He wore a single black tactical glove, the other likely lost somewhere, and matching cargo pants with combat boots. Karma had a feeling he had been wearing quite a bit more before he came here, but it didn't matter because the clothes were filthy and torn in multiple places, and although the dark cloth made it hard to notice, there was blood soaked into the fabric. What the hell happened? Karma felt his voice go low and cold, some sort of emotion that wasn't exactly anger but felt very similar starting to climb up. Nagisa suddenly grasped onto the front of the redhead's shirt and turned his face up. There were subtle splatters of blood all across his cheeks and forehead, and some stained in his cyan hair. Bruises stood out angrily against his pale skin, and he was sporting a split lip. Karma simultaneously wanted to puke and break someone in half. Instead, they went inside. 10 minutes later, Karma was bandaging a broken finger belonging to a delicate little hand. The bone had been split in half cleanly, too cleanly to have been an accident. Bile rose in his throat, but he swallowed it, trying to keep his face as calm and anodyne as humanly possible. You didn't answer the question. What the hell happened? Well, at first Karma had thought that Nagisa had another bad night with his mother again, which wouldn't have surprised him after what happened with the hospital yesterday. But now that he was getting a closer look, he had a pretty good guess what happened, and it made him feel both incensed and horribly helpless at the same time. Nagisa looked ready to answer, but then he peered over Karma's shoulder and started staring at the TV. Karma didn't take his eyes off his friend but listened to the newscaster all the same, a low, sinking feeling in his gut overwhelming him. This just in, a female reporter stated blandly, pro-heroes Butterfly Girl and Swindle were brutally murdered just 2 hours ago, along with 10 other victims. Nagisa let out a broken, terrified whine as he shrank into the couch. Hana Tachibana and Kei Hariba were a pair of pro-heroes, both best known for their astounding ability to work together with others. They were hosting a dinner party together, and had invited many guests as part of a way for hero companies to form partnerships with one another. According to eyewitnesses, both heroes had suddenly walked away from the party, apparently with concerned looks on their faces. There was the sound of shuffling papers. 25 minutes later, a partygoer heard a loud commotion coming from the top floor and went upstairs to find their bodies. More paper shuffling. Butterfly Girl was found with 2 deep slashes in each of her wings and a stab wound to the left lung. Swindle was found mere feet away from her with broken bones and burns, his death caused by internal bleeding. Another victim of these killings, Ryu Tanaka, co-owner of Tanaka's costuming agency, was found with no apparent injuries. His cause of death is currently unknown. Other victims include Awai Tsubura, who was found stripped of her dress and with signs of death by gradual blood loss, 2 of Tanaka's assigned bodyguards, and the remaining 6 security guards, the names of which we will be showing on screen at this moment. Karma shut off the TV. Nagisa had gone back to curling up into a tiny ball, violent but quiet sobs racking his whole body with shudders. Although, Karma couldn't tell if they counted as sobs, since no tears seemed to be leaving his eyes. For some reason he couldn't understand, Nagisa seemed to have a hard time crying. Either way, Karma pulled the shivering boy into his arms, rubbing his back slowly and rocking back and forth. He was always so bad with comforting others, but with Nagisa, it seemed to come naturally. "Hey, don't worry about it," Karma said, though he doubted his friend would be able to just stop worrying about it. I know it's rough." Nagisa choked out another sob, and Karma thought he had mumbled something like, "I'm sorry," but he couldn't make it out. "Hey, you know what?" Karma tried to put on a playful smile. "We still got the plan, remember? Just think about what I told you yesterday at the hospital, okay?" Nagisa nodded shakily. Karma grinned. "It'll happen soon. Just trust me." The plan is a multi-step process. Nagisa is choosing to take his Saturday off, and school is cancelled on Monday to provide the students some time with their families. This provides them about 3 days to pull it off, and 1 day to carry out Phase 1. Karma knows that the biggest issue will be Nagisa's mother. All of their parents will be issues, really, but the shortest boy was going to have the hardest time with his part. So when the sun rises on Saturday, they get to work. Keano arrives at about 7 in the morning, chipper as ever with her diamond early bird attitude. Nagisa, who hadn't slept at all last night despite the fact that he had completely exhausted himself, greeted her at the door with dark circles under his heavy eyelids and with a wildly disheveled appearance. Keano said nothing, seemingly sensing that he was too closed off to even think about talking about anything, and made her way to the kitchen with several plastic bags in tow. "Karma-kun, I have everything," she chirped excitedly. "Did you bring it?" He nodded. "It's in the kitchen." Now, the problem with this part of the plan was that they didn't tell Nagisa about it, partly because he would have disapproved and partly so that he had plausible deniability. Truthfully, neither of them were sure that this was even a necessary addition to the plan, but to be honest, Karma didn't care. He just wanted to see this. Keanu didn't seem to care either, if the mischievous glint in her eye was any indication. Unfortunately, Nagisa had heard their little exchange and proceeded to poke his head into the kitchen, his eyebrow raised and his mouth twisted into a frown. "What are you guys plotting?" he asked bluntly, using his "what the hell didn't you're doing and should be concerned" voice that was usually present when Karma was cooking up a good prank. It was more often than not accompanied by his "I'm not paying bail if you get yourself arrested" stare that came right after. He was just about to answer, but Keanu stepped in for him. "Oh, it's nothing, Nagisa." She was all smiles as she skipped towards him and pushed him away from the kitchen. "I think you should go back to bed, you look dead on your feet." "But, no buts," she ordered firmly. "You'll need sleep in these tough times. Courage takes strength and strength takes sleep." He looked at Karma like he was going to say something, but seemed to think better of it and shook his head. By the time he left the kitchen, they could hear him shuffling tiredly like a zombie towards the couch he had taken refuge on during his overnight stay. Keanu turned back to the task at hand, still smiling but with a hardness in her eyes that spoke volumes louder. "I know that we were just supposed to talk to her," she muttered darkly, "but I can't stand it. I can't stand the way she's treated him. That beach is lucky I don't kill her." If Karma were anyone else, he might be disturbed by such a small girl sounding so vengeful, her hatred seeping through the cracks of her cutesy appearance. Instead, he just nods in agreement. She'll get what's coming to her. Let her taste a little defeat. He smirks. He always knew she'd make a good partner in crime. Keed owes Nagisa her life. That's all she's ever known ever since he helped rid her of her curse, her painful, self-inflicted suffering that drove her to a feverish revenge quest. Such a timid, kind person and with so much to lose, yet so little to give. Giving was all he did though, and it was driving her mad that he insisted on selflessness and modesty no matter what it did to him, that he was destroying himself for the sake of the people around him. She was never blind to his suffering. It's hard to be blind to it when she's not deaf to it. She could read minds like she could read a script, though she never did it to her friends without consent. It helped her in the field of acting though, being able to tell if her acting is good enough to fool a person. She can read what they're thinking, see if she's properly conveying the emotions she wants to. Ever since Nagisa learned her quirk, he avoided eye contact with her like the plague, which could only mean he had many things to hide. Every so often, she would break her own vow just to get a peek at what a boy like him could possibly be hiding. She was always shocked. "I can't do this. Will this even work? God, I'm so stupid. I want to stay here. Please don't go. I bet she hates me now. What am I good for, anyway? Why am I such a failure? Why can't I do anything right?" But it broke her heart each time. She stuck close to him, partially out of fear that he would break away, partially because she wanted him to know he wasn't alone. For a while, there was no mind reading. She didn't need to read minds to be able to spot a fake smile when she sees it. He didn't know when she started to develop feelings for him. It might have been the moment they first met, it might have been the day he saved her with that kiss. God, was that embarrassing, or it might have been anywhere in between. It was such a foreign feeling to her that she had no idea how to handle it. For a while, she couldn't think of anything except for him. How kind he always was to her, how well he read into situations without even trying, how well thought out and meticulous his strategies were, how he could stand up for his friends without a second thought, how he could look straight ahead and not be burdened by the aches and pains of his past and present hardships. But in the end, it wasn't her place to confess. For multiple reasons. 1. He likely doesn't feel the same way about her, which she picks up from his body language. 2. He's going through a lot, so even if he did feel the same way, a relationship would add unnecessary stress. 3. He has a goal in mind, and she can't get in the way of that. Her feelings start to fade over time. Nowadays, she doesn't know if she still loves him. She might. Not that it matters. But she still can't help but want him to be happy. As his friend more than anything, but also as someone wants to be there for him when he can't get up. Which is why she has to do this. By this, She means delivering a baked good to his mother. It's far from the ideal way to carry out the plan, but she's decided that this is the best way to ensure that all goes well for Nagisa. They ring the doorbell and she stands in front of the door, with a big, cheery smile on her face that she's been practicing in the mirror for hours. As an actor, she always prepares for her roles, and today she's playing as the friendly girl from Nagisa's middle school character for his mother. According to Nagisa, his mother usually puts a lid on her temper in front of guests or new people, even when faced with someone she's already blown up at. If Karma had taken Nagisa here by himself, it would no doubt take a very sharp turn for the worse, but the lady has an image to maintain of perfect mother trademark or else her reputation will be ruined. So Kid's very presence should protect Nagisa from any manipulations that woman would try to pull. The door opens and there she is, the woman who made her dear friend's life a living hell. The woman is just as stiff and starchy as she was when Kid first saw her trekking up the mountain, a stern look in her eyes. Right now, she's donned an immaculate, navy blue pantsuit that matches her hair color perfectly, although if the blemishes on her face are any indication, she has yet to put on any makeup. The moment she catches sight of the teens at her doorstep, she looks down on them with an ugly sneer. Kid physically has to wrestle her rage into SBMN just to keep her smile in place. Even then, she can't quell the burning in her chest, so she speaks before she can tire her own face out. "Good morning, Shiota-san. Getting ready for work." It sickens her to address someone so awful in such a respectful manner, but nonetheless, Nagisa's mother, not his mom, just his mother. She doesn't have a right to be his mom, doesn't slam the door on her face. "Yes," she says coldly. Her gaze turns sour when she turns it towards Karma, who is staring her down with deepest loathing, the amber shine of his eyes taking on a much more disturbing sheen. Her eyes land on Nagisa, who is half hidden behind Karma with his head down and his hands stuffed in his pockets. He feels his mother looking at him and ducks his head, face pale with a strange mixture of shame and sorrowful resignation. He's completely quiet, accepting, and Kid's heart breaks in half for him. His mother's face abruptly brightens and darkens simultaneously. She's all smiles now, her hands clasping together in an attempt to look pleasantly surprised, but Kid's quirk gives her a good bullshit detector, so much so that she can spot a bald-faced lie when she sees it even when she's not actively reading someone's mind. And she does not want to know what sick, depraved thoughts are going through this woman's brain. Besides, it's obvious from the way her eyes start to glaze over ravenously that she has absolutely no intention of welcoming her son back home with open arms. She still greets them with a welcome, and a cheery, maternal voice that fools no one. Karma makes a gagging noise with a finger in his mouth. Nagisa flinches at the way his mother's got him locked into her sights. She ignores both of these reactions. "Must be my son's little friend." The tone she takes towards Kid distinctly reminds the short girl of how someone would talk to an elementary school child. "He doesn't talk much about school, so I wouldn't know, but I'm glad he's making friends." Kid holds up the object that is resting in her hands. "It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am." "It isn't. I brought a little token of our gratitude to show how much your son means to us." Nagisa's mother looks down at the small chocolate pie that Kid presents her. It's a rich cocoa color, surrounded by golden crust and with a dollop of vanilla-flavored whipped cream on top. A heavenly aroma emanates from the top layer, the air absorbing the smell. She peers down on it, her face giving away her askance, but it melts away once she breathes in the scent of the pie, and is quickly replaced by a pleased smile. "Oh, I suppose a slice or two won't hurt me. Come on in." About 20 minutes later, Nagisa's mother is cutting up her second slice of the chocolate pie, the first one having already disappeared down her gullet. She'd practically inhaled the dessert the first time around, but this time, she seemed to be taking extra care to avoid eating too fast and was chewing slowly, savoring every bite. Karma was watching her with a stone mask of a face, although his eyes blazed hotly like molten iron, alternating between righteous hatred and sadistic glee. Every so often, he'd let himself smirk a little bit, only to quickly wipe it off his face once the woman turned her head in his direction. Kid deeply empathized, feeling the small but deep well of bloodlust resting in her heart rise up to her throat with every bite that horrible witch took. Under any other circumstance, she'd be disgusted, maybe slightly ashamed. Right now, though, all she felt was justice being exacted. Meanwhile, Nagisa himself was glancing nervously at all three of them, turning his head back and forth like he was watching a tennis match. There was a sheen of sweat lining his brow as he fiddled with his hands, lips pressed into a tight line. Frequently, he'd also cast a wary look towards the pie, obviously aware of what was going on but having no real idea what was happening. So, his mother started, words muffled slightly by a mouthful of pie. Is there a particular reason the two of you decided to show up here? Besides the pie, I mean. Kid took a small step forward as Karma straightened out his face for the umpteenth time, squaring her shoulders in a businesslike manner. Nagisa wanted to discuss this with you in private, but then asked us to provide moral support. Nagisa's mother let out a deep, annoyed sigh. What on earth could you possibly want, Nagisa dear? I've given you the life I never had in my own youth. I can't imagine you wanting anything so badly that you'd bring your friends to fight your battles for you. Nagisa winces. Karma looks livid, but maintains his composure, albeit only barely. Ki doesn't falter. He's just a little anxious is all. His mother stares at the three of them, eyes never leaving as she takes another bite. When she swallows it, she continues. He's always been a very timid boy. One that hides himself away from the world. She sighs. Honestly, sometimes I wish he would try to socialize more, but he always gets nervous around others. I suppose it can't be helped, but I'm a bit disappointed. Keed keeps smiling, but balls her hands into fists behind her back. Disappointed? Is she stupid? Does she not realize that her son is quirkless? That he would get bullied, harassed, discriminated against every day of his life back in his middle school? Of course he's going to be nervous around others. The sight of her friend's face turning red with shame strengthens the young girl's resolve, and she stands firm. Ma'am, we were hoping you would maybe consider his emancipation. Nagisa's mother freezes mid-swallow, almost causing her to choke. There's tears in her eyes as she forces the food down her throat, but her eyes are locked onto her son, who is stock still and staring at her with wide, wide eyes. Karma moves in front of him, blocking her line of sight, and that's what sets her off. The woman's eyes go dark and wild, her face turning a very ugly shade of beet red due to her sheer rage. She slams her hands on the table and stands up hard enough to knock the chair over. It clatters to the ground loudly as she digs her high heels into the hard floor. All of them wait patiently for her to collect her words, which takes a minute since all she can do at first is indignantly spit out a flurry of incoherent phrases as she sputters out her responses. Finally, she bares her teeth and snarls like a rabid dog, and starts shrieking up a storm. Honestly, Keat isn't entirely sure what his mom says even after she starts using actual sentences. All she can really make out is things like ungrateful brat, shitty punk, and scrawny little harlot, which is followed up by things like, I gave you the best 15 goddamn years of your life. And what would your father think? As she makes her way over to where Nagisa is being shielded by Karma. Nagisa, for the most part, looks to be in a slightly dazed state, like he's trying to block out the shouting, and Keed is grateful if that's the case because she doesn't want her friend to have to listen to this crap anymore. She takes his hand and squeezes gently, realizing that it's shaking again and desperately hoping that her comfort would get through to him. Evidently it does because he squeezes back and holds onto her tightly. Even though she's a little shorter than him, she can't help but notice just how delicate and small he is at the moment. His mother doesn't stop yelling exactly, but she winds down enough for Keed to interrupt her ranting by peeking her head out from behind Karma and shifting to stand somewhat beside him without letting go of Nagisa. I'm sorry, Shioda-san. She chirps. There's been a misunderstanding. Nagisa's mother looks at her like she's lost her mind, and Keed wants to tell her to go find a mirror, but refrains. I think you're under the impression that you have a choice in the matter. The room goes deathly still. Before the woman can lose her head again, Karma pulls something small and gray out of his pocket, something that's shaped like a TV remote. It's a tape recording. He presses play. Sweetheart, you know I want what's best for you. But all of this hero business has to stop. You really expect to be able to save people when you're as weak and powerless as you are? I told you something like this would happen inevitably. You didn't want to listen, did you? Now look at the trouble you've caused everyone. Your friends are all fussing about, your teachers have to deal with the backlash, the hospital has to treat a quirkless boy, and I have to pay your medical expenses. All you ever do is cause trouble for the people around you. But as long as I'm around, I'll make sure nothing bad will happen. I promise. The tape ends. Hiromi Shiota is still as a statue, her face frozen in its enraged expression. Said expression slowly morphs into one of dumbfounded shock and horror. Karma grins his Cheshire cat grin. I recorded the whole conversation and more. In case you were wondering, we have far more evidence than this. You're a very careless person. The woman fumbles for a retort, unsure of what to do. Why you can't just recording me without my knowledge? That should be the least of your concerns, Shiota-san. You can't prove anything. No one will believe a couple of random brats and a pathetic quirkless child. Keed glowered, finally dropping the tiring smile she's been holding up till this point. I think you should choose your next words carefully. The red in Nagisa's mother's face slowly drains into a sickly gray color as her eyes go wider than saucers. She turns towards Nagisa, as much as she can when he's directly behind Karma. Sweetheart, you wouldn't let them do this to me, would you? I'm your mother. These people, they aren't your family. There's a long stretch of silence as they all wait to see what Nagisa will do. Keed grips his hand harder, trying not to hurt him, while Karma holds his ground and provides a rock-solid foundation to lean upon. Nagisa steps out from his hiding place just a little bit. Mustering up every bit of courage he has at the moment, he looks her in the eye, back straight. Yes, they are. His mother's face falls, and Keed's heart soars with pride. Her friend really has come a long way. She knows that half a year ago he wouldn't dream of standing up to his awful mother this way, and yet here he is, doing just that. She doesn't really know how long they all stand there for. It could be an hour, it could be a minute. But eventually, Nagisa turns towards the door and starts walking towards it, very slowly, but with purpose. Just a minute, Nagisa-kun. Karma puts his hand on his friend's shoulder, effectively halting him in place. Nagisa turns around, eyebrow raised in confusion. Karma's eyes glint dangerously as they swivel to meet Nagisa's mother's. She flinches as they bore into her, alight with some sort of psychotic joy. Eat dog sheet. He says simply. Both Nagisa and his mother gawk at him, completely flummoxed. The former is clearly wondering why his friend wanted to stay behind just to spout a petty insult, whereas the latter is just plain mortified. What did you say? She hisses, flustered. You heard me. He responds swiftly. Because you just did. Did what? Nagisa, still bewildered, looks at his mother. Then he looks at Karma. He looks at his mother. He looks at Karma. He looks at his mother. He looks at the pie on the table. He looks at his mother. He looks at the pie. He blanches. Upon hearing her son gasp loudly and clamp his hands over his mouth, she follows his gaze to the partially eaten pie sitting forgotten in front of her. Her expression mirrors her son's. For a moment, no one dares breathe. Keed breaks the silence by accidentally letting out a snort that she tried to hold back. Karma follows suit, only his is loud and obviously not repressed in any way. The woman's face turns avocado green as she clutches her chest and starts gagging and dry heaving violently, sweat running down the side of her face. A hand goes to her stomach, the other to her throat, and she turns on her high heel and runs for the bathroom. Still attached to Nagisa's hand, Keed pulls him towards the door. Karma is already way ahead of her, holding the door open for them all gentlemanly, and they can still hear Hiromi Shiota coughing and retching even as they slam the door shut and start running as fast as they can go. Keed is smiling and snorting as she makes her way towards the stairs. Karma is cackling like a madman as they descend them, and as they speed down the street, she can hear Nagisa behind her, giggling softly.